What is going on, everybody? Welcome in to day 3 of the NFL draft. I just noticed my camera is way too screwed up right now. Hold on a second. Let's get this fixed a little bit here. That's much better. Shake it a little bit. Hey, this beats yesterday's technical difficulties, right? That'll do. Welcome in again, everybody. We got 216 people in the house right now. An exciting day 3 of the draft ahead of us. It's just me here today. Don't have my beautiful wife helping us out. I'm gonna do my best with these graphics. We'll see. We'll see if I can keep up with it. I think I got everything in front of me to take care of it. Hope everybody's doing well here on this Saturday. I certainly am. We got about 10 minutes here until the first pick in the 4th round gets announced. I thought I'd take some time to maybe reflect a little bit on some of these draft picks, what our favorite ones are, what some of our least favorite ones were, especially from day 2, because I already have my round 1 draft grades up there already. But this is definitely going to be the day where I put my knowledge to the test. We evaluated 339 players this year, and there will be a couple players I think that get drafted today that weren't on my radar, but you know, I like to think that you're going to be hard pressed to find a whole lot of other people that have done the amount of research deep into this class as I have. I know there are great analysts out there. It's not a slight to anybody. It's just I'm very proud of all the time I've put in scouting these players, and I hope to return some good analysis to you guys here for some of these late round guys that I genuinely think a lot of the big networks especially just don't have a good feel for a lot of these later round guys. So I'm hoping day 3 is a little extra special here for the true draft enthusiasts. It's going to be a ton of fun. But yeah, let's take a minute to reflect a little bit on yesterday. I'm just going to kind of call out who I thought some of the better picks were here. The camera keeps coming in and out of focus here. There's a problem yesterday. I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't want to look at me. There we go. So, not going to talk about every pick here, but obviously Christian Watson for Green Bay was a huge win for them. I still would have liked to see them get more aggressive earlier in the draft to go get one of the top tier guys, but not a bad consolation. They technically overpaid, but they had to. They had to send both second-round picks to go get a receiver that they felt good about. Ended up being that they probably could have stayed put, but I would not have risked that if I were them, and I'm glad they didn't. Then Breece Hall to the Jets is really exciting for me. I know Jets fans are really excited about Michael Carter, but they're going to forget about Michael Carter very quickly with Breece Hall coming in. I mean, he's a real bell cow type. Going to do a little bit of everything. Great fit for them. I don't think I need the headphones. I thought the Texans in general had a very good draft. They go and get Jalen Petrie in the 2nd round. And at the top of the 3rd round, they had another good pick that I liked. Who was it? It's loading. They took... Who was it? Oh, yeah, Christian Harris out of Alabama. That was actually someone I predicted to be on their radar there with a good scheme fit. Thank you for the super chat, Jack Barr. Really appreciate the support. But yeah, Texans, I've become kind of a closet Texans fan. I think they're doing a really good job. That's exciting. Really like the Falcons coming up for Arnold Ebiketie. Was a really good pick. Just when they made that move, the fear was, oh God, they're going to take a quarterback and take themselves out of the Bryce Young sweepstakes. Nope, they came up. They got Arnold Ebiketie, who to me was someone you could have drafted in the first round, really improved that pass rush that just so desperately needed it. The Bears made a couple interesting picks. They went defense. They got Brisker and Kyler Gordon. Both guys are really good fits for them. Both positions of need in the secondary there. Just, I think it's very fair to be critical of them not really endorsing Justin Fields, both with free agency and the draft. They have not done a good job of putting talent around Justin Fields, someone that really needed to have a good second year. That is something I'm really worried about. I think overall they have done a poor job this draft, even if they got good players on the defensive side of the ball. I think the Seahawks taking Kenneth Walker was terrible. They're not in a position to draft a running back. But if you flip them with who they got in the third round, or was that later in the second? Yeah, in the third round they took Abraham Lucas. So if you flip Kenneth Walker and Abraham Lucas, I think that makes a little more sense in my mind. They took Boye Mafe as well. He'll be in the mix as a developmental edge there. So the Seahawks making 3 pretty heavy picks there. Vikings getting Andrew Booth is interesting. Very good pick if he can be healthy. He falls to the second round because of injury concerns, but very talented corner. They definitely needed someone there, so that could potentially, I guess, justify them trading down in a lot of ways. David Ojabo to the Ravens was kind of the wow moment of the night. Ojabo, before the injury, we were talking about he's going to the Ravens at pick 14 or 15 or whatever pick they had. Like, he's got to go there. They've got his defense coordinators coming over. They need an edge. His high school teammate, Odafe Owe, is right there. Dream fit. The Ravens able to get him in the middle of the second round. Like, are you kidding me? That's the pick of the entire draft right there, is David Ojabo. Tyquan Thornton went to the New England Patriots. That was one of my better calls this draft season. Said this guy's going in the second round. For me, he's a real receiver. He's not what Anthony Schwartz was last year, as a guy that just came out, ran a good 40 time out of nowhere, and got drafted higher than he should have been. I really thought Tyquan Thornton had good tape. And when I got to him, I was like, why is nobody talking about this guy? He's a real receiver. I had him right in that cluster with Alec Pierce, Sky Moore, a lot of second-round guys. So people are shredding them for the Tyquan Thornton pick. I think that was actually really good scouting by the Patriots. We'll see how that works out. Not that you have this cannon for an armed quarterback in Mac Jones, but they did need more of a vertical presence there, so I am totally fine with that pick. Cam Jurgens to the Eagles is a very fun pick. A little bit earlier than I would have liked to take him, but that was really only because I didn't want him starting, and he's not going to have to start for the Eagles, but he gives them kind of a seamless transition away from Kelsey as their center. Yeah, I think he's going to be a 10-year starter for them. And that O-line has been a strength in Philadelphia for a long time, so keep filling that group out. The Steelers, George Pickens, Alec Pierce to the Colts, and Sky Moore to the Chiefs. Really 3 straight excellent picks for value at the wide receiver position for 3 teams that needed it. So that was a good run on wide receiver there. The Cowboys took Sam Williams. I did not like that pick. You know, it is what it is. He was a reach for me. I had him as more of a 4th or 5th round guy, and I think that was a little bit early for him. Bucks took Luke Goedeke. Think he's going to start as a guard for them right away. He actually goes ahead of his college teammate, Bernard Raymond. That was definitely a bit of a surprise, but I understand it. I think Luke Goedeke is going to fit right in there, and they got, if they couldn't get Zion Johnson, I think they got a starting caliber guy there later down the board. Hey, Teddy, let's turn you around. Look at the camera. You've been such a good boy. You've been such a good boy this whole weekend. You're such a good boy. I think he's a little bored. He wants a W. But not on draft week, Teddy. We don't have time for that. After Luke Goedeke, Falcons took Troy Anderson. So we saw Nakobe Dean really fall. Now a big part of that was injuries. But I always thought first round conversations for him were just crazy. He just doesn't really have the upside of a first round linebacker. And Troy Anderson, talk about upside, man. He's physically speaking Isaiah Simmons, 6'4", 240 pounds, runs a 4.4. A little bit tight, but man, he's a high upside athlete. I really like that pick for the Falcons. And then one pick I really did not like was Ed Ingram for the Vikings. I just thought that was way too early for him. There's better players on the board. And, you know, I'm not going to say it every single time I think a guy's a reach, but I can be wrong. But if you're watching this, you want my opinion, I don't think Ed Ingram's a very good prospect. Not as a second-round pick. I don't know if he's going to beat out Wyatt Davis for them as a guard. We'll see if he can. I mean, it's close. The Niners took Drake Jackson. I think that's a good pick. Just good value. I have him as a true second-round guy, so to get him at the end of the second's good for them. And he's not going to play a ton right now, but as you look down the road a little bit, D Ford's going to be on the way out. He's a guy that had a hard time staying healthy. Eric Armstead, I don't know how long they want to be paying him anyway. Here, Teddy, do you need a little popcorn because you're such a good dog? We need our assistant here to be well fed. And to not be flashing the camera. Thank you for the super chat, Parker. Do you think Connor Hayward is draftable? Yeah, I mean, he's a good fullback prospect for what it's worth. I think he's draftable. I'm not going to act like I watched his film, but I know I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He's a good athlete, looks the part. People talk highly about his character and stuff, so why not? Later, though, like 6th, 7th round. You're not taking him on the earlier portions of this stream. But then James Cook to the Bills is a ton of fun. Definitely a luxury pick, but man, you can just see how he fits in there as a third down back, a receiving option. That'll be a ton of fun to see him there. Dylan says, rip the pizza. Look, someone on Twitter said, just give it a try. It won't be as bad as you think. And he was right. I tried the pizza after it sat overnight for about 6 hours. And it was actually still pretty fresh. Like, I thought it was going to be super stale and nasty, and it actually was still pretty fresh. So I guess it was good pizza. Because if that was a Jack's or something, a frozen pizza, it would have been gross. Then into the third round, I thought the Jags taking Chad Muma was just really bizarre. You know, I tweeted about how bad of a pick it was. To be fair, I've said double dipping is a good draft strategy, but that's if it's like a huge need, like a gaping problem of a need. And I don't think the Jags linebacker position was that. You have a veteran in Aluaka, and you traded up for Devin Lloyd. I mean, I guess technically they didn't have a ton of huge needs, but that's just over-investing in a linebacker position that's not that important. They cut Miles Jack. Like, I don't like the process there from them. The Bears finally got some help for Justin Fields in Velus Jones out of Tennessee. Good playmaker. He'll be interesting for them. Jelani Woods went to the Colts, loading up on playmakers there with him and Alec Pierce. And then the Colts also got Bernard Raymond a few picks later. I think the Colts, considering they didn't have a first-round pick, did a phenomenal job just filling in their needs with a good receiver, a good tight end, and a good offensive lineman. So great job by the Colts there. The Ravens got Travis Jones in the third round. So, the Ravens already won the draft. They picked 6 times here in the 4th round. They're having an incredible, incredible draft. Per usual. We say that a lot about them, but it's just true again. Broncos taking Greg Dulcich was one of the better picks in the 3rd round, I thought. He'll fit really well as the sort of Noah Fant replacement, so to speak. Their offense is going to run a lot of 12 personnel, so they have their Y tight end in Alberto. And now they have a guy that can be a little bit more of that receiving tight end. Both guys with good speed, and he's gonna be a useful player for them. Of course, the Eagles taking Nakobe Dean in the 3rd round. I'll be surprised if they get a lot from him in his rookie season because, they signed Zamir White, who's a better player than Decobie Dean is right now, but only a 1-year deal there. Decobie Dean might need surgery to come off the field there, but you could potentially be getting, a star weak side linebacker for them. One of the picks of the night was Malik Willis going to the Tennessee Titans with the 86th pick. Definitely a surprise to see these guys fall so much. And Malik Willis at that point was just, it's just the gamble is, it's not even a gamble at that point. It's just taking a developmental quarterback. And I can't have imagined a better spot for Malik Willis to go. I know they just traded away A.J. Brown, but by the time Malik Willis is ready to play, I think Treylon Burks will be up to speed. They kind of have this offensive machine there. I know the roster doesn't look great, but you can't sleep on culture and system, and they really have a good spot there for Tennessee. I think they'll continue to add more playmakers for him over time. So that's a really fun spot. The Raiders, who have not gotten a lot of talk here, and the Bucs pick is coming in here in just a second, so we'll wrap up our recap from last night. But the Raiders, who have not gotten a lot of runway for this draft after they traded away their first and second round picks. They got Dylan Parham after trading down in the third round. That's an excellent value for them. He could play center or guard, and he's a beast. So I love that a lot. And we have our first pick of the night. It is Cade Otton out of Washington, a tight end to the Bucs. And this is something I talked about in one of my mock drafts. I don't know if it was on YouTube or on my Patreon 7-rounder. But Cade Otton is Gronkian, I would suppose. I just noticed I didn't put the tight end highlights into my production software here, so can't play the Cade Otton highlights, unfortunately. But he's a good possession tight end. He's a good blocker, and if they can't get Gronk back, I think if I pull up my draft board, I'm pretty sure my comp for him is the other tight end on the roster there. What do we have here? Yeah, Cameron Brate is literally my comparison for Cade Otton. So there you go. He's just a classic Y tight end. Very good hands, smooth after the catch, not like explosive. But this is a good draft pick for the Bucs. So I'm gonna give this a go as far as updating the graphics. I'm probably gonna miss a few, but at least it'll. If you're kind of the main reason I want to do this is those that are kind of clicking through and watching it back, they can kind of at least get a sense of where we're at. I'm definitely gonna miss a few of these as we go, but we'll see how it goes. And I will grade this as an A for a 4th round pick. I think that's exceptional value item as a 3rd to a 4th round guy. And I don't know if Gronk is going to be back. I don't know if that's a guarantee. He probably will be, but even then, does Gronk stay healthy? They like to run the ball. It's a very, very solid pick for the Bucs. So the Texans are up, and we've been predicting Zion McCollum for the Bucs for a while, or for the Texans for a while now. And what a better spot for him to go in the 4th round. Gets to stay in state. We'll see if they maybe go that route here. Zion McCollum is my best player available at this point. If they landed him and Derek Stingley, that cornerback room could turn around real quickly. They go Dameon Pierce out of Florida. Okay. I'm cool with this. 4th round. The Texans do not have a whole lot of running backs on the roster there. Dameon Pierce is very much a stud. I did have him as a guy that could have gone in the 3rd round. Just a bruising type. I think he can be a 3-down guy for them. And this is another excellent pick to kick off day 3. You know, the idea is don't invest in running back until you're ready to win. But this isn't really investing in running back. A 4th round pick, you can get a starting caliber running back to improve your run game right away. You don't have to give him a second contract. But this guy's really tough. Reminds me a lot of Jamal Williams at times. Was underutilized at Florida, Dameon Pierce. Was kind of frustrating watching them play. Like, give this guy the ball. He's special. I actually compared him to James Robinson in division there. Is Zion injured? You know, that's a good question. I genuinely don't know why NFL teams don't like him, especially with a lot of the corners that have gone to this point. Couple super chats. Thank you, Joker. Thank you, Hawkeye Blue. Joker, the Raiders have not picked tonight. No, they did take Dylan Parham yesterday. Hawkeye Blue says, don't know who our second outside corner or strong safety is going to be for the Eagles. In Howie we trust, I guess. Maybe Tyrann Mathieu is in play there. We'll see. So the Browns have just taken Perrion Winfrey out of Oklahoma. Excellent pick for the Cleveland Browns. I haven't really loved the Browns draft so far, to be honest, but this is a second round talent, someone that can really get after the quarterback. I understand why they like him. I actually compare him to a player that they had recently in on the defensive line. I compare him to, the name recall has been tough already. Malik Jackson is my comparison for him. So similarly, horrible run defender, Perrion Winfrey. He's light. He just doesn't seem to really put in the effort and the discipline in the run game that it takes. So you're not expecting that from him, but he is an athletic freak. He's got 35-inch arms, tested really well, and he has kind of every pass rush move in the book. You'll see him go to a spin move, a swim move. He's got those kind of just ability on stunts to change gaps quickly, and he has some power in there as well. I don't know how well his power will translate at the next level. He's going to have to work on that. Only, he's under 300 pounds. But same with Malik Jackson. With good get-off and arm length, you can generate a bull rush with that size. It's just a matter of really just consistency with him on and off the field. He's got to continue to understand his pass rush plan and how he's going to be able to consistently win as a pass rusher. He had a couple really explosive games, but was very on and off. But excellent pick. Really, so far, every fourth-round pick has been finding a lot of value down the board here. Everyone picked so far had a day 2 grade for me. So to get them in the 4th round is good job by these teams to kind of take the night to look at the players available and come back strong with, basically stealing a second or a 3rd round pick because you're able to, I always love the idea of picking at the top of every day because you really get time to think about we're a pick ahead with our last pick. Okay, that's going to happen. It's going to happen. We're a one-man show here, so a lot of moving parts, but I will keep that in mind for the next one. But yeah, you're able to kind of take a whole night to analyze what the ideal situation, like ideal pick for you would be, because during draft night, okay guys, we get it, how many people are going to tell me that the numbers are off? Yeah, it's nice to pick at the top of the draft. So we still have some top quarterbacks available here. We got Carson Strong and Sam Howell is still here. The Seahawks picking here in the 4th round. Do you think about it? I mean, you have Drew Lock. That's not great. You are probably going to go get Baker Mayfield, but who knows? The Panthers could still get in the mix there. Yeah, we don't have the wife here helping us out. We're on our own here, hoping to be able to keep up with all the graphics. I would look to continue improving this offensive line. I know they took 2 tackles, but there's some players out there. You could go Max Mitchell, Zach Tom could be a potential center for you, Alec Lindstrom. I would keep building up this offensive line if I were the Seahawks here. Or go with a corner in Zion McCollum, which is a player. That's a name we're going to keep talking about until he goes. The Seahawks pick coming in here. Also, I think I got to put the glasses on. Coby Bryant. Coby. So they go corner. Coby Bryant definitely fits the Seahawks mentality. He's a smart, physical corner. I don't think this is necessarily a reach. I can't keep criticizing everybody for not taking our dude Zion, but I don't think this is some incredible pick. I think in the 4th round, this is fine. Coby Bryant was, for me, down the board a little bit. He was corner 22 with a 5th to a 7th round grade, so it's not some wild reach or anything, but I'm not like super excited about this. I think he's a smart player. He gives you a high floor. I do compare him to Rasul Douglas, so you know that's nice. Someone that just got a nice contract from Green Bay in a similar system. Very smart zone corner. So just some strengths I have on him. Brings outstanding effort, strength, and physicality in the run game. Excellent reaction time to squeeze routes underneath. His zone IQ is very good with experience in all sorts of assignments. Instinctive with good ball skills. Is cool and collected in phase. Body control, body contact does not impact him. Very good fit. Very good fit for their system. I had him written as a guy that needed to go to an off-man kind of Fangio tree style defense where you're going to be running a lot of cover 3 bail and a lot of quarters. So it is a very good scheme fit. So a good pick there for the Seattle Seahawks. And now the Ravens get their first of their 6 picks here in the 4th round. A real chance to steal some value. Man, if they get Zion McCollum here, this is going to turn into the Zion McCollum show until he gets drafted, really. A guy that I had a 2nd round grade on, athletically speaking, is just literally off the charts. Okay, Ravens pick coming in right now. Daniel Faalele. Are you kidding me? Why are the Ravens so good at this? Oh my God. Daniel Faalele is someone that I, at one point in time, actually mocked to the Baltimore Ravens, you guys, in the 2nd round of my What I Would Do mock drafts. Now, Fell off of him a little bit in the last couple of weeks, but to get him in the 4th round, this is an unbelievable draft pick by the Seattle Seahawks. They signed Morgan Moses to play right tackle for 3 years, and they've had this kind of archetype at right tackle, these big mauling types. This is Orlando Brown all over again to me, who fell in the draft because he wasn't deemed as this great athlete. But at 6'8", 380 pounds, he's going to be developed in the Baltimore Ravens powerhouse of a coaching system. Are you kidding me? This is the definition of an A-plus pick for the Baltimore Ravens, who are just building a special team right now. He's going to probably start by 2024, but they can be patient with him because they got a great contract on Morgan Moses. If you just follow the process with that right tackle, they have made some 4D chess moves. So it all started when they drafted Orlando Brown in the first place, right? So they draft Orlando Brown around this point in the 3rd round. In their system, he turns into an excellent player. And then he balls out, makes Pro Bowls. They flip him for a first rounder, basically. And then they did go through a year of Villanueva, kind of a rough year, but now they have signed Morgan Moses to start there for multiple years, who's to me just a slight downgrade from Orlando Brown. And while he plays there, you will churn out Daniel Faalele into probably another Orlando Brown. So that's just unbelievable. And now we have another excellent pick. We have had really good picks down the board here to kick off the 4th. So the Jets just took Max Mitchell. Max Mitchell, to me, was a 2nd-round talent. So to get him at this point, obviously, very much a steal. I thought I had highlights on him. I don't. And the Jets could kind of, use one more offensive lineman in there, I would say. They have some guys, but Mitchell brings flexibility. He gives you a tackle if things go sideways with Mekhi Becton, who just, there's a lot going on with Mekhi Becton, I would say, where he's had injuries. There's been talks about, is he going to be on this team long term? They have kind of a veteran option in George Fant there, who's 30 years old. So this is, he's probably a backup right now, but this is another A-plus pick, honestly. He fits their system. He's a really athletic run blocker. They're just stealing really good players in this draft. So, Joe Douglas generally, to me, has done a really good job as the GM for the Jets. And oh my gosh, you guys, we are getting. I needed to buy that bell. I really needed to buy that bell from Target yesterday, because this is another landing spot that I predicted. The New York Giants have taken Daniel Bellinger out of San Diego State. And I'm just gonna ditch the team logos on this graphic because it'll allow me to get through this much quicker. So let me just do that real quick. But yeah, Daniel Bellinger, I actually compared to Dawson Knox, who obviously the Bills staff coming in here to work with to coach the New York Giants, and they need tight ends desperately. So I actually had predicted Daniel Bellinger to the Giants. To me, a guy that had a 3rd to a 4th round grade. And, he's going to need to develop. He was underutilized as a pass catcher at San Diego State, but he has all the tools. He's a very good athlete. And this is another A pick for me. I think these teams are doing an excellent job at the top of the 4th round. That's right, bell ringing time. Thank you for the super chat, Cry It In. Don't want to take away from your upcoming deep dives, but you have to be feeling very good about the Ravens getting more than 9.5 wins. Yeah, I'd have to look at their schedule. I mean, they're in a really tough division, but I would think that's pretty likely. I mean, you get all those guys back healthy as well. Can Bellinger block? Yeah, he can block. He's fine. He's an average blocking prospect. I would say he wasn't notably bad. He wasn't notably low effort. I think he can just work on his technique and add some play strength for sure. He's full-sized. He's 6'5", 250 pounds. He was my tight end 8 in this class with a 3rd to a 4th round grade. Okay, that's a good call. I can put the team abbreviation up there instead of the logo. Good call. I said it's a one-man show here, but you guys are my production team today. Whoops. Bellinger. Whatever. I'm just going to keep it up there. So we didn't quite finish our 3rd round recap. Now that we're in a commercial break. Last pick we talked about was the Raiders getting Dylan Parham. I thought Sean Ryan for the Packers was an excellent pick. Just feels like someone that's going to turn into a quality starter for them, either at guard or tackle. You can play tackle for now until, if Elton Jenkins can't get healthy, he can play guard right away. If Elton Jenkins is healthy, just gives you a ton of flexibility. Really good run blocker. Good value there. Panthers taking Matt Corral speaks for itself. I mean, whatever you think about him, I think everybody generally agrees that for the Panthers who need a quarterback, to take him in the 3rd round at the end of the 3rd round is excellent value. So I'm very excited to see how that all plays out. I think he'll compete with Sam Darnold right away. I still think Darnold's the day 1 starter, and I don't think they're going to rule out going to get Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo either. I wouldn't be surprised if there's 3 quarterbacks kind of in a competition there in Carolina. Okay, we got the Washington pick coming in. Percy Butler. This is a guy that was higher up on my board than what you typically saw out there. Percy Butler's a really athletic safety, and we're at a point in the draft now that the safety class has been completely depleted. You're not getting day 1 impacts at safety at this point in the draft. It's just not going to happen. It was already a more I'm not going to say it was a thin class. I think there was a good cluster of guys that went on day 2. I would just say it's a shallow class. You're not going to get a ton of really exciting players on day 3 of the draft. But Percy Butler has a ton of upside. I had him as my safety 13 with a 4th to a 5th round grade. Ran a 4.36 40. He speed thrives when picking up crossing routes from a deep zone. So for a team that does like to run a lot of quarters, he's going to fit really well there. And they do need a second safety, so I wouldn't be surprised if he competes for starting work. They had a guy I liked last year out of Cincinnati that they drafted who I would bet will start ahead of him. But yeah, I like that pick. And then another safety off the board, Dane Belton to the New York Giants. Another really good athlete, a young player. Let me just write in the graphic real quick. But definitely another good value. Another player I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on. So we haven't had any crazy reaches in accordance to my board yet. I probably would not have given that last pick an A, by the way. That probably would have been more of a B. Same with this one. But Belton is a fascinating player. He's just ahead of Percy Butler for me. Both almost identical grades, 4th, 5th round. Testing numbers are off the charts. He's still young, which gives him a lot of upside to grow. This is going to be tough, man. They just really rattle off the picks, and then they go to commercial break. It's going to be a grind to get all these in. But he's got like really quick, responsive hands. So when he has an opportunity for an interception, he usually converts it. He's got better hands than you typically see for a D-back. And yeah, he's kind of a slot corner, strong safety role is what he played at Iowa. But he could certainly grow to be more than that. But that's just what he was asked to do at Iowa. And now we have one of my guys off the board, Damari Mathis to Denver. So Mathis was one of my better players left in this class. Denver definitely needed another corner here. And really physical player. Interesting kind of scheme fit here. Someone that I think was much better in press man than he was in zone. They're going to have to coach up his zone feel. He is a smart, tough, competitive player, so I do trust that they can get him there. He doesn't need to start right away. You're drafting for depth and upside, and that's exactly what Damari Mathis is going to give Denver here. I'll stick with a B grade for that one. Or an A. Either one. I mean, A minus, whatever you want to say. It's a good pick for Denver. I don't know why they do this. They go they go bang, bang, bang. We got to announce 3 picks, and now we're going to wait 5 minutes for another pick to get announced. Their timing is just brutal. Teddy's ready for nap time. I feel like I should give him a little blankie or something. He's probably a little cold. Let me grab a little blankie for Teddy. You want something to keep you warm there, Ted? Here you go, buddy. Here. There you go. There you go, buddy. So our Denver must have had back-to-back picks here. Yeah, Grim. Mountain Dew Spark, man. It's good stuff. You did. I think you were the one in our Discord. I think you were the one that tipped me off to it. I keep going back to it. It's good stuff. A lot of people asking thoughts on this team's thoughts on this team's draft, thoughts on that team's draft. Just want to remind you guys, I will be doing full draft grades videos for every team by division as soon as this stream wraps up. They will be coming out, so I'm not going to be answering any of those comments right now. You will just have to wait for those draft grades videos to get kind of full reactions to the team's draft. Got enough going on. It's hard enough to try and recall all the players they drafted. Okay, Teddy was not a fan of that sweater. He was very comfortable, and then I put a sweater on him, and he said, "What the heck?" Invent a new letter for the Ravens draft grade. Yes, seriously, they're killing it. Okay, we got another Broncos pick coming in. Okay. They go. I struggle with this guy's name. Eyioma Uwazurike. All right, let's. I definitely got to look at the TV for this one. That's fine. I would have gone Neil Farrell for sure, but as I've mentioned, there's going to be some interior defensive linemen that I think are, overdrafted just in accordance to like how good of a player I think they are, but I think it's fine. Like, I'll stick with a B grade here for him. He's a good run defender. He has no upside as a pass rusher. He's never going to be a 3-down player. He just doesn't, to me, have the athletic profile to do that. But it gives you depth, which is really all they need. They have some starters in there, right? I know they traded away Shelby Harris. But didn't they sign? Yeah, they signed DJ Jones. They have Draymond Jones, who I like. But he'll be in the mix there. He'll rotate in with Mike Purcell, Deshaun Williams, McTelvin Agim, and it's fine. I just don't like this interior defensive line class, but some of these guys have come off the board, and they needed a guy to be a part of the mix there. This is a team trying to win a championship. I don't have a problem with it. He was, for me, a 5th to a 6th round grade, DT 15. No real complaints about that pick. So the Jets get another pick here. Zion McCollum still has not come off the board. If you're the Jets, I would think about putting Sam Howell in the building. I love Zach Wilson. It's not that. It's just, I really love the draft that the Jets have had. I don't see a lot of remaining needs on this team, and you're not drafting for need in the 4th round. Like, what if Zach Wilson doesn't hit? What if injuries keep coming? Like, you can flip Howell for a pick later if he plays. I wouldn't have a problem with that. You're not taking him to compete with Zach Wilson. That's not what it's about. He's a 4th round pick. It's not like you're going to piss Zach Wilson off. He's got to prove it. He's got to prove that he's your guy, right? Even if you drafted him number 2 overall. Someone said Mike White. Yeah, Mike White played well like one game last year. I can't remember a backup quarter. That's just not true. Backup quarterbacks always get a ton of hype if they play well. Heineke got a whole starting season out of it. Can revisit day 3 a little bit here until this next pick comes in. Last guy we talked about was Matt Corral. The Colts taking Nick Cross was a pick I really liked. They, I think, gave up a 3rd round pick next year to come up and make that pick. And, he's not going to start because they have Kari Willis there at strong safety, but he's on the last year of his deal, someone that they probably are prepared to let leave. You give Nick Cross, who's only 20 years old, but a freak athlete, time to sit and develop and fill in that role seamlessly next year. They're basically treating him as their 3rd round pick next year. Probably someone that they say, well, in our system, he's a guy that could be worth, a top 50 pick for us next year. So let's use this 3rd round pick now, get his development started, and then when we need him, he'll be ready to go. So I really like that Nick Cross pick to the Colts at the end of the 3rd round. Okay, the Jets go with Michael Clemons here. Interesting pick. A lot of edge players have come off the board to this point. So hard to call it a huge reach. Clemons for me was definitely in the 20s as far as my edge rankings, but actually that's not true. Edge 19, and wow, he's one of the 3 best edge players available. I forgot that, I didn't mind Michael Clemons. He's I would just say he's a poor man's Jermaine Johnson. I think that's probably what they like about him. He's rocked up, like he's built very similar. He's 6'5", 263, long 35-inch arms. I'll stick with a B grade for that one. No problem there, considering how many edge players have come off the board. I don't think he's ever going to be a starter. We'll say that about a lot of players in the 4th round, but definitely a rotational guy and hardworking player that can do a little bit of everything. Good run defender, provide a little bit of power, can stunt a little bit. Really fast, active hands, just constantly working to the quarterback. Vikings are on the clock next. Vikings have had a very hit or miss draft for me. I thought the Ed Ingram and Brian Asamoah picks were pretty bad. I thought the Booth pick was really good. I think I'm actually going to move the graphic thing here up. Up top. There's a lot more space up there. Akayleb Evans out of Missouri. Evans a really athletic corner. I think he ran in the 4.3s. I'll read a little bit more about him in a second. I don't think this is a reach, so to speak. So I just gotta move my grade up a little bit. Whoop. There we go. That looks a little better. So Akayleb Evans, for me, was cornerback 16 with a 4th round grade, so bang on right there. And okay, he ran a 4.46, so not quite as fast, but definitely fast enough. Solid speed and acceleration when opening up from press. Not a guy that's going to get beat over the top easily. Long striding speed to hang on crossing routes. He's a tall dude. He's 6'2", so once he hits that top speed, he eats up a lot of grass. He's a tough guy to run away from on crossing routes. He's got adequate reaction time to squeeze routes on breaks, so some of that anticipation, reading receivers. Someone in the chat just said Evans over Woolen, huh? I had Evans ranked ahead of Tariq Woolen. Tariq Woolen's not good, guys. I think he's incredibly overrated. He's my cornerback 20 with a 5th to a 7th round grade. Whereas Akayleb Evans actually at least knows the position. He knows what he's looking at. He's got great length to attack the football, get some pass breakups. He's a relatively smart, above average athlete that just has a little bit of developing to do, and that's a good use of a 4th round pick at a valuable cornerback position. I do have written zone IQ is unproven due to scheme, so we don't have a great feel for how good he is in zone, just because he didn't play a lot of it, but you never know. Good surprise there. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with Zion. I mean, right now the Zion McCollum thing is standing out as like a total. I guess I'll just call it a bad take. I've had enough good takes this draft to be fine saying that. I think maybe I was just too high on Zion McCollum. But I thought his tape was solid, given how good his athleticism was. He's a little bit older, played at a lower level of competition, but I don't think that's enough reason to be passing on him at this point. I mean, the Ravens, you got to think, would be thinking about him here. Reminds you of Cam Dantzler. I could see that. Tall, lanky guy. I think he's a little bit faster than Dantzler. But I can definitely see that. Really jumped out of the gym. 36-inch vertical. I mean, that's fine, but 129-inch broad jump. Good agility scores at his pro day. He had a 707 3-cone, a 409 shuttle. He's a nice athlete. All right, Ravens are picking right now. Jalen Armour-Davis. Oh my God, Baltimore. Stay winning, why don't you? Like, seriously, this is getting absurd for the Baltimore Ravens. Wow. Jalen Armour-Davis is a developmental corner, young guy coming out of Alabama, but can absolutely go press man. That's something Baltimore really values. And is a good athlete, a junior, declaring as a redshirt junior. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. I thought he was one of the bigger, I would just say, strangely under-discussed players in this entire draft. Just given his kind of traits and where he played school and how young he is. I can't believe the Ravens are pulling this draft off. Like, I need to tweet about this draft for Baltimore. It's been that good. I just said this is an all-time draft for the Baltimore Ravens. And absurd is ABS, right? Not OBS. I always forget how to spell absurd. I think I rotate every time I try to spell that word. I go from ABS to OBS. But yes, Jalen Armour-Davis to me was a true 3rd-round grade. He was my number 9 cornerback in this class. My pro comp for him is Akayleb Witherspoon, who needed a couple years but became a starting caliber player. Just unbelievable draft. Okay, the Carolina Panthers pick is coming in. Brandon Smith, linebacker out of Penn State. Fun pick here. Brandon Smith is a developmental linebacker, but a true freak of an athlete. Definitely thought he would come off the board around this territory. I had him as a 4th, 5th round guy. One of the higher potential grades in this class. So you're talking about a linebacker out of Penn State, 6'3.5", 250 pounds, ran a 4.52 40. Good agility scores with a 6.9 4.3 cone, a 408 shuttle, 38-inch vertical, 128-inch broad jump, and 19 on the bench, checking every single box there. Problem is he has no idea what he's looking at. Really bad tape. really slow to trigger on the run. Not a great zone feel or anything like that, so very much needs to learn how to play the position. He's not Micah Parsons in the slightest. He does not have the power and the anticipation and the pass rushing ability of Micah Parsons. But it's good to know he came from the same program. So he's a true junior coming out. He's very young. He's not going to play. He's not going to play this year, but they have some veterans in there, and gives you just another freaky athlete for that defense that's got a lot of them. So definitely a good pick for the Panthers. I've been slacking on the grades a little bit, but I will give that an A, honestly. I think it's a great spot for him to go and develop where they're not going to ask him to play a whole lot. Then the Patriots just picked. They take Jack Jones out of Arizona State. So that's fine. I just don't understand what the hell is going on with Zion here. Like, how do you take Jack Jones over Zion McCollum? I know I'd be pretty pissed about that if I were a Patriots fan. Jack Jones is fine. I didn't have any problems with his tape. I think he's a little smaller, but if you're the Patriots and you want someone that can go man coverage, I think he can do it. I did have a draftable grade on him. This is a little bit early for me, but I had him clustered in there with someone like Coby Bryant as someone that can come in. He won't get lost right away. He's played a lot of football, but he's like 24 years old. Outstanding short twitch and athleticism with hip fluidity, good career ball production, above average route anticipation and ability to squeeze routes from off coverage, accelerates downhill with juice when triggering on flat throws and screens, not afraid to get involved against the run when needed, but does it on a calculated basis with his size. Weaknesses: slender player who will struggle with the physical aspects of the position, may not be able to thrive in the slot for that reason. Long speed is less than ideal for perimeter corner play. So those two things combined just kind of reduce his upside. And then lack of strength and size hurts his tackling ability. So, yeah, he's fine. I don't think there's anything crazy about that pick, but they did need corner. I just don't understand why you're not taking Zion McCollum. I don't want to obsess about that, but seriously, the reason, I'll just tell you why we're obsessing about Zion McCollum. So, to me, he was a second-round talent. He's 6'2", 200 pounds, which is elite for a cornerback. He ran a 4.33 40 with a 1.46 40-yard dash. Those are both top, a 1.46 10-yard split. Both elite in this class. A 6.48 3-cone, a 3.94 shuttle, both elite. 132-inch broad jump, 39.5-inch vertical. Literally an elite workout. If you follow RAS, at MathBomb on Twitter, really good at kind of tracking all-time athletic testing numbers. Zion McCollum is literally the most athletic cornerback in the history of the NFL as far as raw testing numbers. And his tape isn't bad. He did a really good job, granted at Sam Houston State, so not a great level of competition, but I just don't get in the fourth round why you wouldn't take a gamble on that. We got a couple super chats here. Thank you, guys. Do I think Justin Ross could go to the Jags if he falls to the fifth round? Yes, absolutely. I think that'd be a really fun pick. I think fifth round is about when I'm thinking about Justin Ross. I have him as a fifth to a sixth round guy. I have my doubts about him. His workout was really unimpressive, and he's supposedly healthy now. He just looked slower on tape. He just didn't look like the same guy. I think he's just kind of a tragic story of how injuries can derail a potentially elite football player. But in the fifth round, I think it is worth risking that maybe he can get back to full speed, and definitely reuniting him with Trevor Lawrence is intriguing. From Mr. Lions fan, he's cheating. Do I like the Lions class so far overall? As I said earlier, I'm going to be doing draft grades videos for every single team, so It's just a lot on the fly here to recall all the picks, and I know everyone's antsy for the opinions on these guys. I will say yes, I like the Lions draft, but I will be giving deep analysis into every player's class when the time comes here. Probably going to take a nap after this stream, drink some tea, let the voice kind of come back a little bit, and then I'm going to get to work. Going to be up late. We're going to be grinding these out, basically working nonstop until we get all 8 of those videos done. There haven't been any atrocious picks yet. I think this Jack Jones pick, a B is probably too generous. Don't put too much stock into the grades that you're seeing here. It's just kind of an initial reaction. I'll be regrading everything when I have time to kind of process everything, and I'm going to try and give a really consistent approach to the actual grades when I sit down and do the videos. Raiders pick coming in. Zamir White. Also, Matt, no spoilers. I'll warn you now. Do not spoil picks. That applies to anybody, or I will be putting you in timeout or worse. Zamir White is an excellent pick here for the Raiders, and they don't need him now, that's for sure. They have Josh Jacobs, they have Kenyon Drake, but this is a very good football player to basically not pass up this late in the draft. And you don't have to pay Josh Jacobs, who I think is on his 5th-year option, right? I don't think they've given any contract to Josh Jacobs. So you ride Josh Jacobs into the ground, and then next year you bring in Zamir White and probably don't miss too much of a beat. Zamir White's a really explosive straight-line speed guy. I definitely see why they like him. My comparison for him is not Najee Harris, but Damian Harris. You obviously have Josh McDaniels coming over from the New England Patriots. And I would give this pick an A. I think that's excellent value. I had a 3rd-round grade on Zamir White. He was my 4th running back in this class. So that is... They declined Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option. So he is on the last year of his contract. Yeah, I like that pick a lot for the Raiders. Raiders have gotten some good players in this draft, including Devontae Adams. They declined his 5th-year option because I'm pretty sure that's $9 or $10 million, and that's a lot of money for a running back if he's not a top 5 to 10 guy, if they don't view him that way. That 5th-year option's no joke, man. That's a lot of money for someone that's a first-round pick. You got to pay him. He would be one of the highest-paid running backs in the NFL on that 5th-year option, so I can't blame him for declining that. And we talk so much about that being cheap for most positions, for receiver and edge and quarterback. Yeah, absolutely. But for a running back, that 5th-year option is actually really expensive relative to the market. Okay, Chargers pick is coming in now. And another running back off the board, Isaiah Spiller. So Spiller was one of my better running backs available at this point. It's kind of funny how things can come around here. Isaiah Spiller was on my not my guys list because, he was potentially going to be a 2nd-round pick, even an early 3rd-round pick. I think in the 4th round, that's fine. I have a 4th-round grade on Isaiah Spiller. I'll give this a B. But He's a very balanced, capable back. I think next to... I did think they needed another running back, someone that actually has size and power and vision would be the three things I'd say they'd want next to Austin Ekeler, and I think they got that in Isaiah Spiller. I really don't have any issues with this pick at all. The only other backs I have ranked ahead of him are Pierre Strong and Tyler Beatty, but those two guys are smaller backs that are going to be a lot more redundant with Austin Ekeler, so definitely a good pick at this point. I mean, your other options would have been Jerome Ford, who's a decent player. Rashad White went. Hassan Haskins. Yeah, I think when you look at the board, I actually think this is the right time to take him. When I look at my, what the heck? Browns just took a kicker. So I don't do kicker analysis on this channel, or at least I don't evaluate kickers. So I have no idea if Cade York is a good player. I always lean on the side of this is too early to take a kicker, where the track record of basically the odds of the first kicker to be the best kicker are pretty low. If you look at historical, if you just look at the historical hit rate, I'm not a fan of drafting kickers. Now, maybe he's the best kicker prospect of all time, and I just don't know. But I'm never a big fan, especially in the fourth round. Like, we'll see. You know, the guy the Bengals drafted last year was good. That's an outlier. Usually, the first kicker off the board is not the best kicker from the class. You know, most of the best kickers in the league were undrafted. Tucker was undrafted. Oh, man. That's crazy. They have the Dolphins pick coming in from Brazil right now, and they're in front of that big statue. I think it's like out on top of the mountain, like the big statue of Jesus. That's really scenic and cool, but it's incredibly foggy out in Brazil, so you can't even see the statue. That's hilarious. That sucks, though. They're like super excited to promote Brazil, and you just can't even see the background. It's so foggy. So Erik Ezukanma out of Texas Tech goes here. I don't know why the Browns are drafting all these slow-ass receivers. They've been doing this, and it hasn't worked out for them the last few years, so I don't understand that. But he's not a bad football player. I think he's... Do I have him better ahead of David Bell? No, I don't. I have those guys very tightly ranked, both as sixth-round guys. Let me update the graphic for a second. Oh, that was the Dolphins. It's going to happen, guys. There's a lot of information going on. My brain is all over the place. The Browns didn't just draft him. I forgot the Browns took a kicker. Okay, the Dolphins drafting Erik Ezukanma. So, if you look at their skill position, or if you look at their receivers, you can make sense of how he fits in there. I think if you're going to draft... This is like a C grade for me. It's a little early. I think there's better receivers they could have taken. But I will say he fits kind of what they, quote-unquote, need, the types of receivers that they don't have. You have a Waddle. You have a Tyreek Hill. You have even the guy they traded from the Raiders, who's a slot guy, is still on the team there. From Kentucky, I think. What's his name? Not Raiders. Lynn Bowden Jr. You got Preston Williams there. Probably not long for that roster. You got Cedric Wilson there. they don't really have that perimeter possession receiver. And Ezukanma is a really good ball skills guy. And he's not super tall. He's not very big. So I always am hesitant. Like, if you're not fast, if you're not a separator, which he's not, and you're going to have to be this, ball skills, win 50-50 guys, if you're 6'2", I don't see... We've seen a lot of these guys that are capable of bodying guys out in college, but get to the next level, and turns out NFL defensive backs can actually turn around, find the football, play physical, and a guy like Ezukanma just gets kind of faded out. I would be pretty surprised if he worked out there. For that reason, I would give this a C. But long, strong arms to attack the football, elevates with explosiveness and attacks the ball in the air, is quick and instinctive after the catch with ability to break arm tackles, is a fantastic run blocker, so that's definitely going to have value for them, so that's good. Lacks sharpness in his routes, is an inferior athlete, didn't run his 40 in Indianapolis for a reason. Production was highly consistent and dependent on contested ball wins. So, I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on him. He was my wide receiver 26, and we'll see. I could see a little Kendrick Bourne in his game. Neil Farrell just went to the Raiders. Hell yeah. Raiders are killing it, man. Raiders have had an excellent offseason. So Neil Farrell was one of my better players available. Going here to the Raiders. True nose tackle. Not someone that is going to be a 3-down player for them most likely. Very similar to one of my dudes, Tim Settle. But definitely a position group they needed to get better at. They've been very squishy, as I like to say, up the middle. This is an A pick for me. I had a 3rd to a 4th round grade on Farrell. He's one of the few defensive tackles in this draft for me that can defend the run immediately. Can get on the field, first, second down, and you don't have any apologies about it. So another great pick for the Raiders, who didn't pick until the 90th pick, but have gotten some really good value down the board here. So they just brought the Blue Man Crew on the NFL Network stage. So I promise you that I watched more NFL film than the Blue Man Crew. I promise you I watched more NFL film than the current analysis you're getting on NFL Network. Pierre Strong Jr. just came off the board to the New England Patriots. Another fun pick. We really have not had any... Well, I guess the kicker pick was something. But Pierre Strong Jr. to the Patriots is a ton of fun. He was my number 3 running back in this entire class. I had a 3rd round grade on him. He's LaShawn McCoy-esque. He's older. He's going to be a 24-year-old rookie, but gives them a speed element that they don't have with their current running backs. And they have a lot of backs. It's going to be hard for him to kind of get full-time playing time, but he's just a hell of a good football player. He's really shifty in space. Kind of has a unique running style, but it's a running style that really works for him at that level. And we'll have to see how it kind of translates level of competition-wise. But fun player. And if he can improve his receiving ability, I think that's going to be his best route to seeing the football field. We got another Ravens pick coming in. We're already getting closer to the 5th round. He just kind of glides, Pierre Strong Jr. He, like I said, a unique running style. Oh my God, dude. The Ravens. They did it again. Charlie Kolar to the Ravens. Are you freaking kidding me? This is becoming a joke. Oh my God. This is one of the best drafts you will ever see. Ever. Charlie Kolar is one of my biggest guys in this class. I gotta find the Charlie Kolar highlight reel. And it's not even a great... The game I did the all-22 capture on wasn't even the best example of his capabilities, but man, in this system, are you freaking kidding me? This is a perfect fit. So Kolar, he's not a great blocker, right? He kind of needs to be used either as a wing tight end or a slot receiver. But it's very clear, right, that they're fine with, like... I think the Ravens are not going to hide from who they are. They know what Lamar is and what he isn't at this point. And they think back to 2018 when he won the MVP, 2019. Ravens must watch your channel. Yeah, basically, man. But they trade away Marquise Brown because they know Marquise Brown is not super valuable on their team. They don't use him. They don't use outside receivers. Lamar doesn't use outside receivers all that well. Think back to when the Ravens were at their best. And I love how like 200 people just showed up on the stream to see my reaction to Charlie Kolar. That shows you how people know how much I love Charlie Kolar. But welcome into the stream, everybody. So yeah, they want to get bigger. They want to play like they when they were at their best, when they were the best offense really in the entire league. No one could figure out how to stop that team. And go back and watch that team. It was 13 personnel. It was 3 tight ends, Boyle on the field, fullbacks. Hayden Hurst was a really good football player for him, and when they traded away Hayden Hurst, they tried to get more like spread out. They messed with the formula a little bit. And now you bring in Kolar, who can be an outside tight end. He doesn't need to play in line. You got Boyle, you've got Mark Andrews. He can go outside and be a receiver. He can be a slot receiver. He can just be an outside receiver. They can get really creative with him. And my God, this is a 6'7" weapon for Lamar. This all just makes so much sense for me. I think they're getting back to their roots a little bit, which some Ravens fans will be disappointed in that. Honestly, I think it's fair to say that Lamar has shown what he can and can't do. It's not that he can't pass or anything like that. It's just his capabilities as a passer are very, I guess I would say, one-dimensional. He's much better over the middle of the field, off of play action. That's where he's really able to anticipate zones, reads the field really well. He's accurate. Oh my God! Where's my bell? Where is my bell? Where is it? Dude, Jake Ferguson just went to the Cowboys. And I went on like 3 montages about why Jake Ferguson is Dalton Schultz. Like, to a T, Jake Ferguson is Dalton Schultz. So, you have... Whoa. My mind is blown right now. This is incredible. You have Dalton Schultz on the franchise tag. You don't need to pay Dalton Schultz anymore because you just drafted him. Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh my God. I think I need to get a tweet going for this. This is insane. Let me just update the graphics so you have the A+ grade here for the Cowboys. Oh my God. I can't believe this. Forgive me for going to Twitter here. I wasn't going to do this, but this is too nuts for me to not find this Jake Ferguson tweet. Give me 1 second here. That's wild. But they literally just got Dalton Schultz for free for the next 3 years after this year. He'll play out on the franchise tag. And wow, the Ravens took a punter that wasn't Matt Araiza. So PFF is going to celebrate this. PFF was saying Jordan Stout's actually a better punter than Matt Araiza because his whatever punter. This is the only punter analysis I saw. If you put any stock in PFF, they say Jordan Stout's actually a better punter. That's all I got. That's all I got on that. I mean, the Ravens at this point, it's like, how many of these guys are even going to make the roster at this point? You already have a really good roster. You have 5,000 players coming back from injuries, so I guess get cheaper at punter. I don't know. I don't have any analysis other than I would never draft a punter in the 4th round, no matter what. I mean, to draft a punter over Zion McCollum, like, what the hell is going on with Zion? I'll shred it. I'll shred the pick for a second. Hold on. F. You guys want me to give it an F because it's not Matt Araiza? Yeah, I mean, the Ravens have made so many great picks that it's hard for me to get mad about them taking a punter. Like, they have 6 4th-round picks, you guys. They've already killed the draft. They have 6 4th-round picks. I mean, they're going to be sitting there in the 5th, 6th, 7th round and drafting guys that I don't think are going to be able to make their team. If they even have picks in that round, I don't know. Teddy looks confused. Bro, that's not a dog. Also, we got a super chat while I was going on my spiel from TJ Levy. Thank you. Told my friend who's a huge Packers fan that they drafted a wide receiver in the 2nd round. He thought I was pranking them. So he didn't believe it that they actually drafted a receiver. Titans just took Hassan Haskins. A lot of running backs starting to fly off the board at this point. So Haskins is fine. He's a short yardage guy. I actually don't hate it because I'm going to have a take here that a lot of people are going to probably disagree with, but it's true. Derrick Henry is effing miserable in short yardage situations. Like, he's actually legit one of the worst short yardage backs you'll ever see because he can't get started and he's so top heavy that he's really only great at breaking tackles when he's on the move. So Hassan Haskins can come in on 3rd and short, and I'm serious, you guys. Like, go back and watch Derrick Henry on short yardage. It's strangely freaking terrible. Packers just took Romeo Doubs out of Nevada. I don't hate this. I was really underwhelmed by what Romeo Doubs kind of did in the pre-draft process. But that said, he really thrives at the things that the Packers value at that position. They obviously needed more talent in that room, and they drafted speed earlier, so I do like this pick. Just getting the graphic up here. So Doubs, initially for me, had like a 2nd to a 3rd round grade when I was watching, just strictly after I was watching Carson Strong play. I thought he was really impressive on tape. He's got an excellent release package on tape, really good ball skills when working the sidelines. So when you look back to some of the receivers Rodgers has worked really well with, Jordy Nelson, James Jones, obviously Devontae Adams, it's that chemistry on back shoulders and stuff. So he fits really well with there. He's a good contested ball guy. I think he's a better receiver than Allen Lazard, personally. I think he's at least a good route runner and that. And so he'll come in as a 6th perimeter receiver. They're probably done drafting receiver at this point. There wasn't a ton of great guys left on the board. The best guys available for me were kind of slot guys, or you knew they weren't going to take Calvin Austin because he's too small for them. But you could have gone Bo Melton, Khalil Shakir. I'm honestly fine with Romeo Doubs. I had Romeo Doubs almost with an identical grade to David Bell, who the Browns took, and he's one of the only receivers I have ranked ahead of Romeo Doubs at this point. Calvin Austin Jr. as a dart throw on athleticism. They already drafted Watkins, so I'm fine with that. Justin Ross, understand not taking him with the injury stuff. Bo Melton, again, I think he's a better prospect, but they did take Watson, who's more of that deep threat. Khalil Shakir, who's more of a gadget guy, very redundant with Amari Rodgers, who they already have, and Randall Cobb, and Kyle Phillips, another slot guy. So when you just look at the guys available, I think Romeo Doubs makes a ton of sense. So totally fine with that pick. I actually think this receiver class is a lot more shallow than we expected. So it's a good spot. Good spot for Doubs. And now another punter. Matt Araiza is going to be pissed. The 3rd punter off the board. He's going to be insulted. That's definitely a surprise. The Araiza fall is real. Hey, it's not like the Bucs have ever overdrafted a specialist out of the SEC. Yes, Zion McCollum is still on the board. You got to wonder, what's going on? There's got to be something off the field with him that we don't know about. Injuries or something. Oh, you're right. Aguayo was from the ACC. Totally wrong on that. Did we have a super chat that I missed? Yes, Sam. Thank you for the super chat, Sam. Opinions on the Chiefs getting Zion McCollum. Look, I think anybody getting Zion McCollum at this point is getting a huge steal. Okay, the Niners just made a good pick. Spencer Burford out of UTSA. I had a 4th to a 5th on Burford here. Let me see. What did I have? 4th to a 5th round grade on Spencer Burford. Right in that range. Zach Tom's probably a better player, but I can't fault them for this. It's a great spot for him to learn and kind of take some time to add some play strength behind Trent Williams there. Really refined pass protector. Was impressed to see, like, he's got a trap technique. Like, you don't see a lot of offensive tackles that are good at, swiping and trapping edge players, like, on the edge. That's, like, pretty refined stuff. So for a guy that is really mobile, he has really good technique with his feet, good agility and ability to get depth in his kick slide. He's got a lot of stuff to work with there. So I think he's a talented player. Was kind of one of my guys / sleeper types. So good pick for San Fran there. Update the graphic here. I'd almost go as far as giving that an A, because I think he could potentially turn into a starter for them, which we're almost into the 5th round. And, McGlinchey's going to need a contract at some point. How long is Trent Williams going to be able to play? It's hard to know. Lions fan says, how many hours do you spend studying prospects? And if you could be a GM of any franchise, who would it be? I didn't log how many hours I spent. But I would estimate, let's see, started in January. I would estimate I probably spent let's just assume I spent 40 hours a week for 4 months. That would be what, 40 times 16? 640. I probably did a little bit more than 40 hours a week. So I would probably say I spent about 700 to 800 hours evaluating this class in total, just on an estimate. Obviously spending a lot more time on the top guys, but got 339 players evaluated. Can go and get the draft board right now on my Patreon, by the way. Patreon.com/thatfranchiseguy. You can download the whole draft board, see what I wrote up on all these guys. If I could be a GM of any franchise, who would it be? Honestly, right now, very happy in the state of Minnesota. We just bought a home. Minnesota Vikings would be at the top of my list. Call me a homer. Honestly, the Packers would be very low on that list because I wouldn't want to live in Green Bay. I think the Bears would be a lot of... It's really about location for me. But also, like, Chargers would be great. Like, to just be the GM, having a Justin Herbert or the Chiefs or some team that has a awesome young quarterback. You don't have to worry about that. You can just build a team around him. That would probably also be a dream. So the Chiefs just took a freak athlete, 6'2" corner from a small school that's not named Zion McCollum in Joshua Williams. Not a bad pick. We can't just keep faulting everybody for not taking Zion. So Williams was one of those players that I unfortunately couldn't get really a lot of film on. So I could really only go off of what I saw at the Senior Bowl and what people that had the film said about him. So he kind of got a little bit of an incomplete evaluation from me. I did have him more as like a 7th round guy. But again, I would actually not put a ton of stock in my own evaluation of him. I'm just going to be upfront about that because out of Fayetteville State, I couldn't get the tape. So not someone I'm going to die on the hill on saying this is a bad pick. I'm not going to give it an A for that reason, but just a lengthy dude. He didn't run super fast, 4.5, 340. From what I read from Dane Brugler, he said, a little bit stiff. Just kind of sounded to me like more of a stiff, oversized corner, just kind of stealing some of the tape watching from guys that were in a position to get that film. But we'll see. In theory, a big physical corner compares to like Shavarius Ward, who's not the fastest guy in the world. Okay, the Bengals just took Cordell Volson out of North Dakota State. Volson, I was not impressed by what I watched of him. But that said, he's a tackle with like crazy arm length. He has like over 35-inch arms, which is tough to find. So he's a developmental tackle. They have time to groom him. They have a couple guys in place. But gives you depth. Experienced guy with some traits. I don't think he's gonna, completely suck. I would grade this one as more of a C, just because I don't think he's a great player. But I did have him a little bit lower down. I actually didn't have a draftable grade on him. I was that underwhelmed. Actually, hold on. I got my Dakotas confused here. So I'm actually, hang on. I'm going to pull that back. I'm actually going to give this a D. I was thinking about Matt Waletzko. So both these guys I was really underwhelmed by, but Cordell Volson to me, I just, poor athlete, shows up in both pass pro and in the run game, and it showed up at that level of competition. He leans in pass pro a lot. His technique isn't great. His strengths are a ton of experience and the polish to his technique. In general, good on-field awareness to get the right assignment. Tough and crafty in the run game. Massive improvement in pro day numbers from his combine shows good coachability. They probably just see him as a backup tackle. But just take Zion McCollum, someone. I'm going crazy here. The Patriots are up again. Hey, the Packers picking 4 picks. What if they took Zion? Yeah, I'll stand on my evaluation on Cordell Volson. I wasn't impressed. I got a good 10 tackles ahead of him. I was thinking of Matt Waletzko was probably who they took, who I at least have a 5th to a 7th round grade on, who's 6'7", who tested well, 36-inch arms, much more of a higher upside developmental option. I don't think Volson's going to be a quality backup, and I don't think he has upside, so this is a little bit rich for me to take him. I much rather would have grabbed a Zach Tom or Waletzko at that spot, or just waited. Matt, thanks for the super chat. Who's Noah Ellis falling to? Who loves a good nose tackle? Go to the Bucks as a backup to Vita Vea, maybe. Be a good spot for him. Here, Ted, you want to get down from the desk? Come here, buddy. Come here. Oh, you're a good boy. That's a good boy. He's just a obsessive snuggler. Like, if you don't snuggle him within a 2-hour window, he starts to get mad. Isn't that right, Teddy? Thanks for the super chat, Sean. Do I think Seattle goes Sam Howell with the 5th round pick? Yeah, man, he's still there. What the heck? Appreciate the super chat and the kind words, Sean. Yeah, I definitely think Seattle should take Sam Howell. I mean, at this point, you don't have any commitment to start the guy. He's got way too much upside at this point. Like, for example, the Bucks drafting a punter over Sam Howell. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I think Sam Howell would be a good pick for anyone at this point. He's a 21-year-old quarterback with good athleticism and a rocket arm that I don't think would have been insane if a team took him at the end of the first round. Teddy is a Pomeranian. Toy Pomeranian. I have a first-round grade on Teddy. We all have a first-round grade on Teddy. He's a blue-chip prospect. Mitch Trubisky ruined UNC quarterbacks. I don't know. I think them running RPOs on like 45% of their plays ruined UNC quarterbacks. I bet the Patriots take Matt Araiza here. Lefty punter. Hasn't that always been Bill Belichick's thing, as a lefty punter? Thanks, Matt Long, for the super chat. I go to Central Missouri, and I think our only hope at a draftable player is D-tackle Chima Dunga. What are his chances of finding an NFL home? I did not get around to evaluating Dunga, but I will say defensive tackle is definitely a position that you can stand out, whether you're a 7th round pick or a undrafted pickup. If you come in and you are a first one in, last one out type, and you play, oh my God, Bailey Zappe to the Patriots instead of Sam Howell or Carson Strong. Holy crap. Dude, the Sam Howell slander at this point is getting ridiculous. If you're Sam Howell, you are entering the NFL with a complete chip on your shoulder. In theory, Bailey Zappe makes more sense as a backup to Mac Jones. But, like, why? Like, why? That's crazy. So, let's update the graphic here. All of a sudden, they slowed down with these picks. So Bailey Zappe is not a bad quarterback prospect in general. I liked him more than I thought I would, and I actually have him as a 5th to a 7th round pick. So it's not like this is a reach or anything. Basically a 5th round pick here, end of the 4th round. I felt like he had some potential to be that sort of Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins type of guy that comes in and kind of wows everybody with how good of a, high IQ player he is. I think he's a good backup to Mac Jones, and he's going to be cheap for a long time here. In theory, there's nothing truly wrong with this pick, but I don't get, why not just take Sam Howell? And if you get to look at him, he's, at least has a strong arm, but he fits, Zappe fits the system better. I'm actually going to give this pick a B because I do definitely see how he fits in here. There's definitely going to be people saying he's the next Tom Brady. Okay, Steelers are up. We got some more super chats. Jesse Pinkman, love the channel. Can't wait for deep dive season. Yeah, man, deep dive season just around the corner here. We're already kind of getting towards our summer content. I can't believe how quickly that came, but gonna be getting through the full draft grades as soon as this stream is done. Talking about every single pick again. And putting together my full thoughts on all the draft grades, all that stuff. And then me and Anna are going to Boston this upcoming weekend. Gonna check out for a little bit. And that's going to be a great transition away from the draft. And then when I get back, I'm going to start working on deep dive season, baby. Thoughts on the Texans taking Mechie? Yeah, we were having some tech issues when that happened for sure. I like the Mechie pick. Just continue adding weapons to that Texans team. Good value. Wow, Calvin Austin just went to the Steelers. Okay. They're loading up on playmakers. But yeah, no bad things to say about Mechie. I don't think it was like a steal or this overwhelmingly amazing pick or anything, but definitely just another good pick on top of what's been a good draft for the Texans. So Calvin Austin here to Pittsburgh. 5'7", speedster out of Memphis. And great value. I had Austin as, I think, a third rounder, maybe even a second. I had him as a third rounder. But definitely understandable that he fell because of his height and kind of how much these shorter receivers have struggled as of late to stand out and produce at the next level. But his skill set is that of a perimeter receiver. He's got a good release package. He's got real 4.3 speed. He tracks the ball. Actually, for such a small guy, doesn't have a ton of experience playing from the slot. So I think it is dangerous to kind of typecast him as a... Ravens just made another fascinating pick. To kind of typecast him as a slot receiver. Because I don't know if that's necessarily where he's most comfortable, but as far as the value goes, the speed at that position, it's definitely a good pick. I would actually give that an A, not a B, just because you're getting one of the better receivers left. But then we just had Isaiah Likely to Baltimore, and I think Baltimore is at this point doing the double dip strategy. They took a punter with their last pick. They just doubled up at tight end. I think at this point they're saying, look, man, like these guys, we're not going to have enough roster spots for all these guys. So for me, we liked Charlie Kolar a lot, but let's take another kind of wing tight end guy that's going to be a part of, I think this is them definitely telling us they're going to get back to a lot of 12, 13 personnel, a lot of play action, back to what Lamar does well. I'll give this pick a B. I think Isaiah Likely was a 4th, 5th round talent for me. And similarly, the Packers just took Zach Tom. Are you freaking kidding me? Let's go, Packers. That's one of the best picks in the 4th round, especially in the back end of it. Okay, Green Bay. Okay, we're talking now. We're talking. Let's go, baby. All right. So good pick for Baltimore, but a great pick for Green Bay. Zach Tom was a 2nd round talent for me, and he has 5 position versatility. This is a total slam dunk. Not only does he fit the Packers sort of type of offensive lineman that they like positional versatility, but he fits their system. He's a great athlete, wide zone run blocking scheme in Green Bay. Wow, man, they have really knocked it out of the park after the 1st round. I love every single pick that Green Bay has made. They've really struggled 3rd, 4th round to find good players. I think that has changed in this draft with Sean Ryan, Zach Tom, Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson. They've had an excellent day 2 and day 3. We got some more Super Chats here to catch up on. You guys are awesome with these Super Chats, by the way. Thank you for supporting the channel. Really means a lot. We put a lot of work into the draft this year, so I really do appreciate you guys paying it back. Alan says, I have a friend that plays fullback for Arizona State. How hard would it be for him to be drafted? It's tough. At max, you're getting 2 fullbacks drafted. I think the Michigan State guy is kind of on top of everybody's board. And then the only one I'm aware of is the Oklahoma kid. He was at the Combine, Jeremiah Hall. So I'd say it's probably pretty unlikely that he gets drafted, but good luck to your buddy. But if you're a 7th round pick, a lot of times it's actually better to be an undrafted free agent, especially with like a specialty position like that. A lot of times it's better to go somewhere that they actually, you know, although if you're drafted as a fullback, they kind of are admitting that they want you. It's tough. But sometimes it is better to go to a better fit if you're an undrafted player. Will Titans or Titone, I'm not quite sure how to say your last name there, Will, but thank you for the super chat. Howell and McCollum must have worked together to murder someone. Yeah, God, at this point, it's wild. Someone also said, Bobby said, I know Chimadunga, great kid, man, unreal work ethic, very quick defensive tackle. All right, we will keep an eye out for Chimadunga and hope that he gets drafted. We got a couple people with some Chimadunga ties, so we'll be cheering for him to get drafted here. Little known perfection says, man, I miss Spielman. I never wanted to fire him. I agree. I think Rick Spielman was a really under the radar good general manager. It's no surprise he got picked up right away. I think he went go to Jacksonville or Denver. I can't remember. Manifesting Okonkwo to Green Bay. Man, if Green Bay takes Chig Okonkwo, they are in business. Loomer, thank you for the super chat. Also, I know eating on stream is really bad etiquette, but I just need a little bit of something. Would I be willing to watch the draft in Kansas City? I can't leave the setup. I got to stream the draft, man. This is biggest weekend of the year on the channel. Between the live stream and the draft grades video, it's definitely the biggest weekend, the biggest 4-day stretch for my channel. So can't really go to the draft. It's I guess one downside, if there are any, to being in my position, but I wouldn't be able to do this if I was at the draft. So the Ravens just picked Damarion Williams out of Houston. I like Damarion Williams. Still surprised this isn't Zion McCollum, but I do like Damarion Williams. So there's 2 corners out of Houston, and Damarion Williams is the one with actual NFL size. Marcus Jones went earlier. You can read my some of my analysis on him here. So I had him as cornerback 27 with a 6th to a 7th round grade, so maybe a slight reach there, but can play all over the secondary, safety included, competitive team leader type, competitive toughness, is on constant display against the run when coming downhill on screens and swing passes, very active eyes with a good threat detector from zone, quality tackler, short area acceleration is a weapon to close in on balls, in on the air. Weaknesses, size deficiencies show up when trying to bang on bigger receivers to the perimeter, struggles to elevate and to find the ball to convert interceptions, more of a pass breakup guy than a guy that's going to get a lot of picks. Long speed is NFL below average, which will likely force him into the slot or to safety. He's probably a slot corner for them and could be a safety for them, but not an A-plus pick. I think that's just a decent whatever pick, but he was a fun player to watch. He's a smart player. He just doesn't have a lot of NFL traits. The Rams, second pick of the draft coming in here? Going to be a lot of Rams here on day 3. Teddy's trying to play with me so bad. He's like, just on the ground, just like tapping at my feet. Sorry, Teddy, Dad's working. Go, dog. The Rams getting Sam Howell, like Sam Howell to me would be such a good pick for a lot of these teams. Khalil Shakir, that's a good call by Nathan. That would be a great fit here. My camera just does not want to stay focused. I guess it's because I'm moving around too much. God, the Rams draft room is just in this penthouse in LA. Living the dream out there if you're Sean McVay, Les Snead. Is there a better thing than to be rich and live in Los Angeles? I feel like if you weren't rich, living in Los Angeles would suck. But that's the life, man. Run a football team with a just boatload of money in LA. That's the dream right there. Okay, Rams selection. Their draft strategy definitely fascinates me. Ooh, oh my God. Where's my goddamn bell? Where is it? Literally, you guys, you know I was doing those perfect day 3 pick tweets? This was my guy for the Rams. Oh my God. I gotta find this. Crazy. I gotta find this tweet. Who's... Hey.
Hey.
You're on camera. You're live.
Good.
This is
two things for you.
Hey, we got it.
Cowbell.
You have no idea the timing of this.
I've been listening. So you just have that, and this will be for you for later.
Do you want to say hi?
Nah. No, I don't.
Thank you. What timing is that? Wow.
Cowbell.
That's really loud.
Teddy.
That's crazy timing. I'm trying to find this tweet. I'm closing it. Here we go. I tweeted 3 days ago, perfect day 3 landing spot for the Rams. South Carolina State cornerback Coby Bryant, shades of Darius Williams, who just left. Though undersized at 5'9", Durant shows the ball hawking ability and short area closing juice that can work outside at corner from off-man zone assignments. Crazy. That's just wild that you walked in with a cowbell.
Well, I've been trying to get over here for 20 minutes. Keep hitting the high notes.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where's Anna? Is she at work?
Yeah, Anna's working a 24-hour shift today, so the whole family's working hard, even Teddy.
All right. Well, I just wanted to drop it off, so. You need any help?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah.
Teddy!
Thank you for the super chat, Christian. Really appreciate it. He says, go buy yourself that bell. Well, we got the bell. I got to learn how to ring this so that it's not. So obviously you got to give that last pick an A+.
All right, later.
See ya. Thanks again.
Yeah, catch up to you later.
Yeah, have a good weekend. Wasn't expecting that. Pop's stopping in. Yeah, crazy stuff going on here. I guess we can update that even though this next pick's coming in right now. Titans are picking. Ooh, Okonkwo to the Titans. Boom. This is going to be an A-plus pick. A lot of fun stuff happening, man. Round 5 underway. So Chig Okonkwo was one of my guys in this class, and just as I said, he needs to go to a Shanahan-style system. One of my comps for him was Jonnu Smith. He needs to go to a system that they can use him as an F tight end who's going to be flexed out, used a lot on play action, used as a blocker. He's an elite fit here in Tennessee. So Teddy, absolutely not. So talk about giving Malik Willis more weapons for the future. This is a run after catch threat. He's going to improve the run game. This is a amazing fit schematically. It's a great value, and he's going to be a fan favorite in Tennessee. I think you're fired up about getting Chig here. I'm gonna play the Okonkwo highlights. Teddy is just so wound up right now. I actually got to dig him up here. I'm gonna let Teddy out while we roll the. Here, Teddy, let's go outside. Come on. Man, I thought someone was breaking into my house. Go on. We're gonna keep that open in case he's coming. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom, take a quick break while you watch Chig Okonkwo maul people. Oh my god. This is crazy. This is like the most exciting part of the draft right here. Sam Howell just went to Washington. Oh my god. This is nuts, you guys. This is like the best part of the draft. So I had, way back in like February, I mocked Sam Howell to Washington in the first freaking round. Unbelievable here. So he goes to a great spot where he can sit and develop behind Wentz for a year or two. He's reunited with his college teammate, Dyami Brown, even though he's not really going to see the field after they drafted Dotson. But, man, he could become a franchise quarterback for Washington. You're not banking on that as a 5th round pick, but God, you got to be really excited to get him in there. To Washington. That's an A-plus pick all the way. I feel like everything just happened in the last 10 minutes here. This is getting crazy up in here. But yeah, really great pick for Washington. To do that in the 5th round? Are you serious? So Sam Howell, at one point in time, was potentially going to be a first round, a number 1 overall pick. Like heading into the year, that's the way people talked about him. But the aforementioned Dyami Brown goes pro. Daz Newsome goes pro. They lose both running backs. And they completely changed their scheme to be this uninspiring, read option heavy, RPO heavy offense that just frankly sucked and didn't give Howell a lot of opportunity to put NFL film out there. And it kind of broke him. So 5th round, it's just stupid. Like the NFL is just stupid for letting him go that far. I get like third round maybe, but to get him in the fifth round is like all-time great value. Like, that sounds dramatic, but we have never seen a quarterback class where these guys fall this much. Like, real upside prospects. Like, yeah, you'll see, like Jake Fromm fell, but he had a weak arm. No one really was talking about Jake Fromm as like a, franchise quarterback or anything like that. Sam Howell has the physical potential to do that. And he's young. He's only 21. But yeah, super chats, guys. Thanks again, Christian, for a very generous super chat. Really appreciate that. Appreciate you. I know you've been loyal TFG follower, so a special shout out to Christian Nagel and TJ Levy. Same goes to you. Asking, can I do another 24-hour stream? Yes, there are plans in the works for another 24-hour stream. Probably going to be, I don't know exactly when, but June-ish probably. We announced actually the last couple days we're going to be dedicating that to our military members. We don't know exactly what charity we're going to be raising money for that 24-hour stream, but it will be for the military. Very excited for that. Just a lot of prep that's got to go into that as far as what all the content's going to be, what it's all going to look like. But yeah, definitely will be another 24-hour stream on the channel here. And then another very generous super chat here from Rizo. Thank you so much. It's been fun watching your player scouting evolve, refine into spot-on analysis. We have come a long way from Nathan Peterman as QB1 with a caveat that I wouldn't draft him in the top 10. But yeah, we've come a long way on this channel, so I appreciate it very much. But we got to talk about Darian Kinnard here, who just went to the Chiefs. Very good pick. Kind of reminiscent of them stealing some linemen last year in a lot of ways. So Darian Kinnard needed to go to basically a non-Shanahan style offense, which he's going to here in Kansas City. That was very clear. He can't get out of his three-point stance and reach block in any sort of offense that ever wants to run outside zone. So Kansas City is probably one of about 10 teams right now that just doesn't really run outside zone. So it's a good fit there. Mauling tackle, really strong guy, a guy that can play tackle and guard. He's not entirely unlike Orlando Brown, who's on the franchise tag right now. So Kinnard at this point is an A pick for me. I don't think he's a phenomenal. I think he's a good prospect. I had a second to a third round grade on him. We got some spam in the chat here. I gotta do some moderator duties. I don't know how these things keep coming in. How do I block someone in here? Hide user on channel. There we go. I see a couple of Twitch mods. I'm gonna Chaser. I'm gonna make you a mod. TJ, I'm gonna make you a mod. I'm gonna keep an eye out for some of you Twitch guys that I can trust. Not that I don't trust all you guys. I just wanna, if I see that name recognition from the Twitch squad, I'm gonna lean on you guys to help clean up the chat a little bit. Go ahead and, it's a little late at this point, but Vic, we'll give you a mod. I gotta let Teddy back inside. Hi, buddy. Come on, bud. Teddy is so wound up. He's just happy that he got to see his grandpa. Okay, Giants are up. Look, I would love to see Carson Strong here to the Giants. After they've had a fantastic draft, this would be such a fun spot. He can redshirt behind Daniel Jones, who you just did not pick up the fifth-year option on. I actually have some Darian Kinnard highlights for the Chiefs fans. Excited about their new offensive lineman. You know, the Chiefs are totally fine in their O-line, but although that's not entirely true, your right tackle coming back from injury, Kinnard could very well like be a week 1 player for them at right tackle, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he is just a tackle. Not a good athlete, but I got you, Brandon. I got you. I only just started adding these mods because I don't fully understand YouTube. The chat keeps moving. I'm trying to grab you. Okay, I think I got it. There we go. And no offense to anybody that I'm missing on the mods. Evan, I definitely got you, Evan. It's just it's no offense. I can't make everybody a mod. It's just some names resonate with my brain. Micah McFadden to the Giants. Okay, it's not Carson Strong, but this is a good pick. McFadden is one of the best blitzing linebackers in this class, and I think he's a solid player in general. So let me update the graphic first, and then we'll get into his player profile a little bit. Giants are back-to-back picks here. So it could still go Carson Strong. But, yeah, good pick here for the G-Men. McFadden was a 5th to 7th round grade for me. Linebacker 13. Has an admirable dickhead mentality and clearly enjoys the position he plays. Good size, acceleration, and speed give him high-end stopping power, so he'll hit you. Is a rare talent as a blitzer with 96 career pressures and 17 sacks, which gives him added value on third downs where he might struggle in coverage early on in his career. Projects as someone who would love a role covering kicks, just running downfield and nailing people. Lack of ability to throttle down hurts his finishing ability against shiftier ball carriers, so you're going to see some missed tackles on tape. Struggles to change direction and cover laterally or vertically, and coverage feel is underdeveloped due to his involvement as a blitzer on third down. They just didn't ask him to drop into coverage, so there could be more to see. The Rams got Troy Hill back. How about that? He went and signed a deal to play for the Browns, didn't work out, and now he's back. And then the Giants also just took a run defender, DJ Davidson, right? He's more of a just early down run stopper, defensive tackle depth. Not a reach necessarily. Just not a high upside player at all, but someone that'll be in the mix as a rotational run defender. He was very similar to me, like almost identical grades to that other guy that got drafted earlier, Uwazurike. Can't even remember where he went right now, but I have Teddy. I need you to relax, buddy. I need you to relax. But I had him. So DJ Davidson, Jaden Peavy out of Texas A&M, and Uwazurike to me were all kind of like 6th round guys, 5th, 6th round guys, 2-down run defenders. Davidson being the least upside of that group. The Bills just took Khalil Shakir. Whoa, that's a fun pick. So I was never crazy about all of this Khalil Shakir day 2 hype. He actually made my not my guys list because just the way just kind of a lot of people were talking about him, I didn't think he was that explosive of a player. But I do agree with Brett Coleman's assessment on it, where he's faster with the ball in his hands than he is in his routes and stuff. And he's going to be a fun kind of guy to just manufacture touches for. And to get him in the 5th round, that's even a steal based on what I had. I almost got like bullied into moving him up because so many people were high on him. I actually originally had a 5th to a 6th round grade on him, and just strictly based on the way so many people liked him and the way so many people talked about him, I did bump him up to a 4th round grade. He is a fun player. I don't think he's really an explosive, like, full-time starter type of guy. I think he is a very good route runner from the slot. He's got a good release package, but really short arms and lacks long speed to me on tape. I know he ran a 4.42, but it just did not show in his ability to separate deep. So definitely, a good pick for them, somewhere between a B and an A. And I know some people are going to be raving about that pick. What grade did I have on McCollum? I had a 2nd round grade on McCollum. He was my 7th corner in this class. Yeah, Cole Beasley replacement, that's actually not a bad comparison at all. For Khalil Shakir. Just gotta text my dad, thank him for the bell, and a nice bottle of Redbreast Irish whiskey. I didn't get a sponsor for this stream. I do have a SeatGeek promo code that you guys can use. Promo code Franchise Guy on SeatGeek if you want to support the stream. If you're buying tickets, going to NBA playoff games, baseball in full season, NFL schedule release coming up in a few weeks. That's promo code Franchise Guy. You get the best tickets, the best prices on SeatGeek. But yeah, I feel like I've promoted several different drinks, whether it's Mountain Dew Spark or Redbreast Irish whiskey, or last night we were talking up Castle Danger Cream Ale. Okay, Cole Turner just went to Washington. And at this point, I think all of our top tight ends are gone, right? Are we out of all of our top 10 tight ends? Turner's a red zone jump ball threat. Like, he's, you know who he is. He's late career Jimmy Graham, like current version of Jimmy Graham. He's a former receiver turned tight end, and just doesn't have the athletic ability to be like a true separator, but he's like 6'6", real nice ball skills, just kind of boxes dudes out, kind of a fade threat in the red zone. Played a lot more kind of receiver for them, but he was definitely one of my better tight ends available. My position rankings have done pretty well. There hasn't been a ton of like crazy reaches for the most part. But yeah, all 10 of our top 10 tight ends are gone. So I had Austin Allen ahead of him, who has injury concerns. Grant Calcaterra, who has injury concerns. Chase Allen, Weidemeyer, and Cole Turner, all kind of in this range. So he's an interesting player. We'll see if he makes the team, but they definitely need some upside and future planning at that tight end position. You got Logan Thomas in there, is fine. They drafted John Bates last year, was fine, but not a bad pick there with Cole Turner. Teddy, where are you? He keeps crying. The one day he's like super needy. Where are you? He has water, he has food. I've let him outside. I can't do anything for you, buddy. Sorry. I'm sure someone in the chat would love to hold you right now. Come here, bud. Okay, Texans coming up. This would be a really fun spot for Carson Strong as well. Thomas Booker. Dude, Coleman's getting wrapped back in. I gotta tag Brett. That's hilarious. But yeah, Thomas Booker's a fun player there. And they needed some more players on that D-line. Come here, buddy. Teddy. God, he's so annoying. For a bad defensive tackle class, Devin Booker's an intriguing player at this point. I had a 5th, 6th round grade on him, so that's about the right spot. He's really undersized. He gets bullied in the run game. Doesn't have a lot of power as a rusher, so I'd like to see him kind of once removed from the academic environment that is Stanford. You know, keep hitting the gym. Not that he isn't a bad, or not that he's a bad athlete or anything. I mean, he ran a 4.93, good broad jump, put in 31 bench reps, but that play strength doesn't always show on the tape. And he is put together, so like it's not so much, I guess, a gym strength, but and maybe his frame just won't allow for him to get that big. But regardless, he lacks play strength, and I don't know what that's going to mean for his upside, but really smart player and a disciplined run defender. I think he has a chance to maybe become a starter someday. But as a rotational guy, Thomas Booker is a really nice pick in the 5th round. I'm not going to have time to update the graphic here because they rattled off the next pick immediately. But yeah, really good pick, Thomas Booker to Houston. And then we just got another really good pick, 151, Atlanta grabbing Tyler Algier. Probably the best true running back available at this point. And I've actually talked about Atlanta drafting a running back kind of in the mid-rounds here because they have players right now. They have Mike Davis. They have Cordell Patterson. But Algier could be a potential starter for them like in 2023. Really similar player to Jamal Williams that came out of BYU as well. I actually had compared him to Jamal Williams and then was reminded that he went to BYU. But just kind of a jack of all trades, master of none type. Very powerful runner, very good vision. Kind of sneaky athletic once he gets to the next level. I think he actually has higher upside than Jamal Williams just because he's really natural at like making guys miss at the second level. So he's a really good player. I think I had a 4th on Algier. Yeah, I had a 4th round on Algier. He was my RB9. He made my top 10 running back list. Fun player. So we got a couple super chats. Thank you, JB. How high would you be? I think JB's saying that just so he can, just so I'm reminded to make JB a mod. Shouting out the old Maryland Terps dynasty. JB got to be our quarterback in that. All of our patrons get one of the benefits on Patreon is you get to become one of our players. And yeah, JB Beard from Maryland was an elite, probably multi-Heisman winning quarterback, pocket passer. Logan Ping says, Tariq Woolen was a not my guy based on day 2 hype. How do you feel about him now in the 5th, 6th round? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with that video, right? Is I said I think 2nd, 3rd round is absurd for Tariq Woolen, but at this point, he is one of my better corners available. The only corners I have ranked ahead of Tariq Woolen at this point would be Kalen Barnes out of Baylor, Chris Steele out of USC, and then Tariq Woolen. So he's a top 3 corner available, and all these guys remaining are 5th, 6th, 7th round grades. Nothing crazy. So at this point, you're definitely starting to think about Tariq Woolen coming off the board. Oh, and of course, way up top, Zion McCollum as a second-round pick. I have no idea what's going on with Zion and why he has not been picked yet. Joker, you're also mod worthy. I know you've been loyal. I feel like I'm like knighting you guys. Feels like Booker can play multiple positions, which is a reason I kind of wanted him. Yeah, that was a thought I had about him when the Texans took him, because they've had some of these kind of bigger bodied edge types, and Booker can absolutely play 5-tech for Houston, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do some of that. They've done a good job developing their D linemen, I feel like, so that's just a fun, good value pick. Good guy to root for, a good athlete, a moldable player. And there goes Tariq Woolen. We were just talking about him. Definitely a Seahawks type of player right there, right? 6'3". Luke, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. But yes, Tariq Woolen going here off the board. We were just talking about him. And at this point, that is an excellent gamble to take. Position of value. At cornerback there, it's a need for Seattle kind of now and in the future. Probably not going to be playing for you day one, like pretty much everybody that gets drafted here tonight. But he's interesting. I'll get to him in just a second. I just wanted to get this graphic updated here. So, Woolen this is why everyone's so intrigued by him. He is a legit 6'4", 205 pounds, ran a 4.2 640. But, well, before we say but, 131-inch broad jump, 42-inch vertical. My pro comparison for him is Kevin King. And what Kevin King's problem has been is how incredibly tight he is. And I missed the Denver pick. God, they went fast. Oh, Denver picked Turner Yell. Okay, sorry, I completely missed that pick, guys. But Turner Yell, where did I have? I had him as a 5th-round guy. Oh, out of Oklahoma. That's a good fit. Let me give that its its time here. But let me finish Tariq Woolen. We'll go backwards and talk about that's a nice pick for Denver. But yeah, he's really tight. And in man coverage, if he has to go, laterally in any direction, you're really worried about him. He's a former receiver though, and could definitely work on his technique and find little ways to anticipate routes and make up for some of that stuff. But I don't generally believe in him, but a 6'4" corner that runs 4.26 is worth the gamble in the 5th round. That speaks for itself. So that pick for me, I guess, is a B, maybe even an A. He just feels like in Seattle he has a better chance of turning out because we remember Richard Sherman, who also went in the 5th round. But yeah, Denver. Completely missed that pick, but let me put it in here. I know he's got this is just his last name, but I'm just putting this up. I like this pick for them. He's, I would just say, a very good scheme fit. I wanted to see him go to a hybrid quarters heavy system, which is exactly what they're going to run. I had a 5th round grade on him, so here he goes in the 5th. 4.44 speed shows up when closing downhill in his range and when playing catch up on the trail. He's got fluid movements in his transitions, gains immediate depth in his back pedal. Reaction time is solid. Body responds immediately when he sees it. Offers special teams upside while he develops. Leans on the conservative side while in deep zone, but is not afraid to trigger when he knows what he's looking at. Has almost 10-inch hands and almost 32-inch arms that show up, especially with his ball skills and his secure hands to lock up interceptions. However, he's uncontrolled at the tackle point, often leaves his feet or gets juked out to the sideline. Room to grow in his ability to tighten his routes, squeeze at the breaking point. So basically, he needs to better anticipate routes and leave less space between him and the receiver. His career has been followed by injuries, and his size limits his practicality as a box defender. So very good scheme fit, good athlete, will be a backup right away, but potential to develop into a starter. He was my 14th safety, and only a couple guys I have ranked ahead of him, but his upside is higher than guys like Quentin Lake and Verone McKinley. So good pick there for Denver. All right, Jacksonville's on the clock. What grade do I give Weezer? I used to be a Weezer guy. All right, we are in commercial. I think Weezer's performing right now. Give me a second. I need to get some food. I'm gonna roll some wide receiver highlights here while I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break here. And I guess I don't have a great way to... What player do we want to watch highlights on? Actually, I know what I can do. 1 second here. That's not what we want. Hold on. I can go... Just bear with me here for a second. There's like an editor mode, I think. There, editor. Okay, I definitely don't know what I'm doing. All right, well, you're going to watch Drake London highlights. That's what you get. Snoop Connor to the Jags, okay. I won't take 5 minutes. I'm going to go pound a piece of pizza and come back. Okay, we're back. Matt Walesko just went to the Cowboys. So, Snoop Connor, don't want to snub Jags fans. True Jr. coming out. Didn't get a ton of run there. He was splitting reps with Jerry and Ely. I do think Ely's better, but Snoop Connor's an actual full-size back. So I had him as a 6th to a 7th round guy in a very deep class. My 25th running back. So it goes to show you how many draftable backs I think there are in this class. Ultra powerful upper body to hit the truck stick. Secure hands in the screen game. Can have a role day one as a short yardage weapon. Still green at 21 years old with only 305 career carries. But athletic ability entirely average. Lacks creativity as a runner in space. Needs to be coached up in pass protection. 3 fumbles in 2021. So that's Snoop Connor. Probably a backup. Power back, short yardage back. Matt Waletzko went to Dallas. Looks we're gonna get Cleveland's pick here in just a second. So graphics not gonna make it up. Matt Waletzko is a very good pick to Dallas. I had him as a 5th, 7th rounder. He's more of a project type, but this is who we were talking about that maybe the Bengals should have drafted in the 4th round instead. So he's 6'7", 305 pounds. This is the guy that has freaky arm length, 36-inch arms. So you just don't find guys, and he tested well too, so you just don't find guys who are good athletes with that crazy arm length. So in Dallas, you've got Tyler Smith to develop, you've got him to develop. You kind of have some young freaks for that O-line. So for Waletzko, has wicked long arms with good grip strength, can mirror laterally well in pass protection, plays low and with high effort as a run blocker. Length profile is virtually impossible to find. Coaches will love the physical tools to try and develop. Weaknesses, gets caught leaning constantly, struggles to cut off inside moves, lacks smooth athleticism to create force in the run game. So he's a little bit clunky out of his stance because he's very tall. And he played in a system that reduced his blocking and true pass sets. A lot of, quick set stuff that he just needs to work on his pass protection technique immensely. But a very intriguing prospect there for Dallas to develop. And now the Browns just couldn't help themselves. The Browns have just grabbed Jerome Ford. I can update our graphic here for this one. I think that's every pick that we'll be all caught up on. Pierce went to Houston. We talked about that. So Jerome Ford goes to Cleveland. They just couldn't help themselves. They already have 3 good running backs on the roster, but they got another one. Ford has speed. He has size. Former Alabama running back. He was my number. Zion McCollum to the Bucks. There you go. Tom Brady gets his steal. I was wondering when Tom Brady was going to luck into a super pick because it happens every year. But there you go. That's an incredible pick. That's one of the best picks of the draft. But catching up here, Jerome Ford. I had a 4th round grade on. Interesting guy. He's kind of got a little bit of everything, but I did leave him wanting a little bit more. I wanted a little bit more power, a little bit more vision, a little bit more athletic shiftiness. But just in general, a very balanced guy who does have long speed. He does have power. He has contact balance. Definitely could potentially be a starter, but probably not right now. And then, of course, we have Zion McCollum to the Bucks, who honestly, they had that first pick on day 2, I think, when they took Logan Hall. Honestly, if they took Zion McCollum there, I would have said a pick. Like, excellent job. So to get him in the 5th freaking round, like, how does the NFL keep letting Tom Brady get this shit? Just blows my mind. Very fitting that my first swear word is on Tom Brady, but fitting as well. This is a heck of a pick. God, these picks are flying in. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to keep up with the graphics if this is the pace we're going at here, but yeah, I mean, Zion McCollum was a 2nd round pick. My pro comparison for him is Sean Murphy-Bunting, which is super ironic because he might replace Sean Murphy-Bunting in Tampa, who's going to be coming up on a contract this year. You're talking about a 6'2" corner, 4.3 speed, just incredible athletic ability. Small school guy. I have no idea why he fell this far. Maybe he just isn't very good, but my goodness. Keep an eye out for Zion McCollum to someday emerge as a starting corner for this team. And that pick obviously is going to get an A+ for the Tampa Bay Brady's. And then the Seahawks made a pick. I'll just lower the graphic for a second while I talk about them. The Seahawks took... Who was it? Oh, Tyreek Smith. Very good pick. He was definitely my number one edge available, Tyreek Smith. And just adding more talent to that edge group. I actually had a fourth round pick on Tyreek Smith. I don't see him as a starter, but a guy that's just kind of a solid athlete, a little bit undersized, kind of a jack of all trades, master of none type. He's got a good inside spin move, good inside swim move with good quickness and strength. He's got quick feet, sets up a Euro step move really well. So he's got a couple different ways he wins as a rusher. Good, not great speed to turn the corner, lacks size, lacks power. I compare him to Malik Reed. And ironically, Seattle going to more 3-4 stuff. Malik Reed is a guy that's been very valuable for Denver as a third edge guy who can defend the run a little bit, rush the passer a little bit, buy some reps as a third edge guy. I think that's a heck of a pick for Seattle. I would grade it as an A if I had the graphic up, but I don't, because another pick is in. The Indianapolis Colts taking Eric Johnson out of Missouri State. We still don't have a player that I haven't evaluated yet. I do expect it to happen at some point here. But this is a good pick for Indy. I'll get to Eric Johnson here. So in a class where it's hard to find upside at interior defensive linemen, Eric Johnson could potentially give that. 6'4", 300 pounds, 34-inch arms, really good get-off, decent amount of power. I think he's a 3-tech only, so he'll be kind of an interior rusher to develop there. Really good testing numbers, incredibly durable player. He will be a 24-year-old rookie, and his pass rushing skill set's a little bit underdeveloped, but I had him as a 5th to a 6th round grade, and in a class where it's really difficult to find any sort of promise at defensive tackle, why not gamble on a guy that's a really good athlete out of Missouri State who maybe just, snuck through the cracks. So that'd be a good B grade for me for Eric Johnson out of Indianapolis. And then I missed the super chat through all of that from Too Fast. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think the Jags are going to have one of their linebackers play a traditional safety role? No, I don't think that. I think they probably looked at it and said, they probably looked at their roster and we have every starter filled out except for a weak side or a strong side linebacker in base 4-3, and they're probably going to be multiple. And if they go base 4-3, if they want that Sam linebacker, maybe they felt they needed that. I disagree. I mean, they have Josh Allen as well who could play that. They have Caleb on Chason that could play that, in that unique situation. I just don't get it. Them going Muma, unless it's the double up strategy where they're like, we really need a middle linebacker, so we're gonna take 2 of them. But I don't think they're in a position that they could or should have done that. I don't really know what they were thinking on that one. The Chargers just took Otito Ogbanya out of UCLA. This guy was kind of the talk of the town I wouldn't say the talk of the town, but there was a lot of buzz about him at the Senior Bowl. I'm going to butcher this spelling. I don't have time to confirm it, so sorry if that's wrong. But by the time I check the spelling, we're going to get the next pick in. He was definitely someone a lot of people at the Senior Bowl, just as I was kind of, patrolling the sidelines, talking to people down there. Big ass dude, man. 6'4", 320 pounds. There was a couple reps where he really got off the ball and it was just boom, like steamrolling dudes. And that's about all he is. He's a complete one-trick pony and a developmental potential pass rusher of a D tackle. Not a lot of discipline as a run defender. Was really underwhelmed once I left the Senior Bowl and then went and watched his tape because I was excited from what I saw down there. So the flashes are there. Someone that you develop in a class that doesn't have a lot of developmental upside. Again, a good pick. I did actually have Ogbonnia right above Eric Johnson. Both guys as 5th, 6th round picks in sort of a developmental tier. So that's a good value at least for him and a good dice roll to make. So nothing wrong with that pick. It's just I think the upside of him hitting is pretty low because he is on the older side. I guess he's only a senior, but we just didn't really see that development from him, and I don't know if we're going to get it. Did I miss another pick? Did Barno get drafted? Did I miss that? Thank you, Lions fan, for the super chat. Am I excited for the Jared Goff revenge tour? Are we expecting that? Sorry, I was trying to get Teddy to jump up into the camera. I mean, I think he has a good year. Detroit's loading up. He's going to be fighting for his job, knowing that they got their eye on a quarterback next year. From Will, happy for Zion. He's from my little brother's school, so he'll be rooting for him. Even if it's a little dirty, given he's on Brady's team. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the picks of the draft. Zion McCollum to the Bucks. Corey, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate the kind words. Really appreciate it. Supporting the channel. All you guys. Means so much. I mean, put in a lot of work getting these evals out, so obviously the money helps, but it's also just a good, I can't think of the word, but you know what I'm trying to say. Just thank you. So DeMarco Jackson just went to to New Orleans, and interesting player there. Let me get the graphic updated. DeMarco Jackson, Appalachian State. Someone I got to later in the process here, but did stand out just as a fun player to watch. War number 52, which you always appreciate. It feels like you don't see that anymore with all the new numbers for these linebackers, but just makes you think about Ray Lewis and was it Navarro Bowman or Patrick Willis? I think wore 52. Makes you think of the throwback. He's got kind of higher shoulder pads, so he was definitely a fun watch. I have DeMarco Jackson as my LB19 6th round grade. Undersized guy, 6'1", 230. Although nowadays that's not even so much undersized. Pretty good testing numbers. Ran in the 4.5s. 125-inch broad jump is impressive. Straight line speed shines when he's in pursuit in open field rush lanes. He's an instinctive zone defender with impressive career ball production. He had a lot of PBUs, a lot of INTs. He's a team captain, a 3-year starter. Jacked upper body gives him stopping power when he can really connect as a tackler. Provides immediate special teams value and he adds value as a blitzer. Just really tough guy to block, brings a lot of energy and power. So there's a lot to like about him. He's got a narrow build in his lower half. He's got just really slender legs, so he can get flushed out of the run pretty easily when tackles and guards connect with him as a blocker. He can definitely play out of control a lot of times, let his technique get away from him as a tackler, so he had a lot of missed tackles on his tape. And definitely a bit of a tighter mover as well, so man coverage might not be something he thrives in. But I think he can be a good career backup linebacker and a heck of a special teamer. So 5th round is a good spot for DeMarco Jackson. Was a generally fun player to watch. Ron, thanks for the super chat. Do I think Strong to Seattle makes sense? Yeah, I absolutely do. Okay, guys, we have our first player off the board that I did not evaluate. I'm going to have to pull up, I think, Dane Brugler's. We're going to have to reference. Anyone I didn't get to, I'm going to reference the Beast from The Athletic. Teddy, get out of here, dude. This guy has been bothering me this entire stream. And if he wasn't so adorable, I would be yelling at him. Let's see what was... did I get that password wrong? Oh, it's just... There we go. All right. So let's search. What? I missed it. What's his name? The network just went away. What was his name? Help me out, chat. We also got a super chat from Dan Bosert. Appreciate it, Dan. But yeah, Rob, Strong to Seattle makes a ton of sense. I mean, Strong to anyone at this point makes a ton of sense. Way too good a value to pass up. If he can get healthy. Now, we don't have the medicals, right? It's possible that his knee is just done, and these teams are like not even going to mess with it. Okay, Montrell, Washington. Let's see what Dane Brugler had on him. Wide receiver 70. Wide receiver 70 for Dane Brugler. That is why I did not get to him. He was 5'8", 180 pounds, ran a 4.45. Not the best agility scores, but good jumping. Out of Samford. That is all we got. Probably a return man for them, would be my guess. But that is all I got on Montrell, Washington. We evaluated 40 receivers this year, which is a little bit less than I got to last year. And then what was the last pick? I didn't even see that last pick. $163. It was in commercial break and I missed it. They need to have like a last pick thing. Wait, Kyle Phillips went? To who? Oh, to Tennessee? Okay, that's exciting. So Kyle Phillips was definitely the best receiver left on the board. He's a slot-only guy, but that's basically Hunter Renfrow. I mean, they're reloading. You give away A.J. Brown, but they've gotten some good playmakers in this draft to potentially pair in the future with Malik Willis and to help Tannehill right now. So, you know, Phillips probably won't play a ton on early downs, but that's fine. You got Robert Woods. You got Treylon Burks. He'll come in on, 11 personnel, third downs. And he's an awesome slot option for them. Something they didn't have I'd actually give that pick an A. Once I get it back up here. I want to try and keep up with the graphics because I know those of you that are watching this back will probably be clicking through to kind of see where we were at. You can go kind of find. Somehow it activated every single grade. Okay. I would give that an A. The Rams only have 10 seconds left to make a pick. They're going to forfeit the pick. Do you have to go outside again? Let's let you go outside. You're stinky. Go on, go potty. Go, go, go. Thank you, Josha. I don't know how to say that last name. Claypool. I think I got that right. Really appreciate the kind words and the super chat support. Glad you've been enjoying the stream. Rams trading up here. Really no idea. After we predicted the Darius Williams replacement. Darius Williams replacement. No idea where they're going after that. Who is the best player available right now? That's a good question. Probably a running back. Tyler Beatty. Carson Strong. Alec Lindstrom. Jamari Sawyer. Offensive lineman. Haskell Garrett out of Ohio State for interior defensive lineman. Edge is pretty picked clean. I think Christopher Allen has injury red flags, but he's the best edge available. Him and Amari Barno. Kyren Williams to the Rams. All right. That's good to see. So Kyren still made my top 10 running backs list after a really bad workout. Just a small dude that didn't test well, but God, his tape is good. Kyren Williams is probably the most complete back in this class outside of Breece Hall. He's just unfortunate size, speed, profile. But I think as a third down guy for them, even in their system as an outside zone runner, I think he can play. Like I think in the 5th round, you're just getting a really good football player. Really doesn't have a high upside, but man, watching him was just fun. He pass protects. He runs really good routes out of the backfield. Good contact balance. Like if he was in some of these better athletes' body, he would have been a first-round pick probably because he's just that complete of a running back. Had a lot of explosive plays against good competition for a guy that just didn't test very well. Just seemed to find ways to change games at the running back position. It's just going to be tough for him to do that at the next level. I think he's faster, though, than that 4.6 40 kind of tagged him at. A little bit faster. Yeah, fun player. Be a good backup for them. Oh, did it not update? That's why. ESPN is making us watch a Weezer concert, so thank you for existing. Hey, Vikings go in-state and grab Golden Gopher. Let me fix the camera there. Golden Gopher Esezi Otomeo. He is what he is. He's a big-bodied, run-defending edge defender. Nothing more, nothing less. So, if those are your expectations for him, I think he can be a good player at the next level. Just, not a guy with speed or bend around the edge, not a guy with size to play interior a whole lot. But you got to have depth, you got to fill out the roster a little bit, and they just did that. Thank you, Marcos. Very kind super chat. Appreciate it. Who are guys I like for next year's draft? Well, I really am not prepared for that. Get this camera to focus on me. Whatever, I gotta let Teddy in a second anyway. I think Bryce Young is the real deal. I think Bryce Young is, blue chip, likely quarterback. I won't be surprised if I end up falling in love with Bryce Young so much that I have him over what I had on Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, like all the quarterbacks. Every time I watch any SEC prospect, I come back to Bryce Young and it's just like, oh my God, like he's the real deal. But unfortunately, there's the Pittsburgh wide receiver that won the Biletnikoff, was incredible watching Kenny Pickett. It's really only guys that stood out like while I was watching other players. So there's just a very limited sample size of those guys. I will say I'm very much wait and see on CJ Stroud. I was really underwhelmed from a lot of the stuff I saw from him doing a lot of Big Ten defensive players. Oh, Addison, the receiver transferred away from Pitt. Where's he going? Come on, Teddy. Go lie down. Get out of here. All right. The Bengals have drafted Tyson Anderson out of Toledo. Really athletic prospect here. Was down at the Senior Bowl and didn't really stand out a whole lot. He's going to USC. Okay, well, that's interesting. Isn't that where... No, that's not where the busted quarterback went from Oklahoma. Just... There we go. We are centered. Okay, Tyson Anderson is a good value here. I like him as a long-term, as an immediate special teamer and a potential long-term Anderson. I'll definitely be a long-term Anderson, I would think, but a long-term replacement to Von Bell. That's kind of the type of safety he is. He's more of a box guy. He's 6'2", 210. Really insane athletic numbers. 4'3", 640, 6'6", 4'3" cone. Good jumps. 33-inch arms. Good tackler, good special teamer, just really needs to figure out how to cover defenders because he didn't do it at Toledo. Redshirt senior coming out, so he's not a young guy by any stretch of the imagination. But if nothing else, he's a really good special teamer for them with his speed and tackling ability. And he'll be able to give you, a borderline elite special teamer, honestly, while he maybe develops at safety. So anything you get from safety, get from him at safety is a plus. But I wouldn't necessarily count on it. Deron Bland out of Fresno State. So I had him on my list of guys that I wanted to get to this week. So he was at least on my radar, and I know some people like Deron Bland. But I did not personally get to watch his tape. Dane Brugler has him as cornerback 44. So I am going to read. This is Dane Brugler's analysis, not mine. He had a priority free agent grade on him. 3-year letterman at Central, that's his high school stuff. Committed to FCS Sacramento State, where he played 3 seasons while also competing on the track team. He transferred to Fresno for his final season. He started the final 9 games. He smothers receivers on the outside and plays with the speed and physicality that pop on screen. His twitch is slightly delayed at the top of his routes, although his eye use and route recognition showed encouraging improvements in 2021 after he adjusted to FBS competition. Overall, he has only average hips and will lose his feel for the route at times, but his length and speed and toughness and desirable traits for NFL teams to develop. So, lengthy guy, 6 foot, 200 pounds. I don't even remember where he went. I already lost track of that. But was not someone on my radar. Okay, Teddy, seriously, dude. He is never this annoying. I think he's doing this because he knows this is the worst time to do it. He's been jumping at my feet. He's been crying. Okay, the Bears are picking. That was to Dallas. That gives them some developmental corner depth. Probably a special teamer. We'll see where it goes. We got some Fresno State people in the chat saying it was a good pick. You want to be on camera? See, now he runs away when I go to pick him up. Come here. Nope, he's going to run away. He wants me to play with him. So we're getting closer to round 6 here. They've slowed down. They were rattling picks off like crazy. I was thinking that was going to be the pace we were going to get, but they have definitely slowed down. Was I low on Justin Ross? I suppose. I have a 5th rounder on him. I think this is about the right time to take a gamble on him. So we'll see if he goes. This camera just does not want to stay focused. But definitely was an underwhelming watch based on his 2021 tape. And his workout was so bad. So bad. Like, the hope was he was going to be able to get healthy, work out, run in the 4.5s, jump well, and he didn't. And you watched him play on tape, and it was like, man, he had back injuries. He had all kinds of injuries. Like, you watched him play, and it was like he has just been decimated by these injuries. He was just not the same guy. Ran a 4.64, by far the worst 10-yard split. A 1.76 10-yard split. That's bad for like a defensive tackle. Under 120-inch broad jump is one of the worst in the class. 31.5-inch vertical, one of the worst in the class. Only an 11-inch bench, or 11 only benched 11 times. So I actually have a 5th to a 6th round grade on him. I don't know if that's low on him or not, but it was just kind of sad doing his evaluation because I remember him I was like, this guy's gonna be a top 5 pick, and it's just I don't think he's ever gonna get back to that, sadly. What's up with this Bo Melton fall? Melton is another player that I got kind of bullied into bumping up a little bit. I had a 6 to a priority free agent grade on him until I saw a lot of people kind of hyping him up. I was not impressed by him at the Senior Bowl like a lot of people were. He didn't produce in college. Definitely seems like a good dude. He tested really well, but I don't think he showed 4.34 speed on tape. I think he's more of a 4.4 guy. He definitely has speed, but I don't think he's like a I don't think he has the speed that Christian Watson has, or even like Velus Jones. I had Velus Jones ahead of Bo Melton, Tyquan Thornton. Like, I didn't see that from Bo Melton. I still think he should get drafted, but I originally had him as a 6 to a priority. I bumped him up to a 4th to a 5th. Really skinny guy, struggles with contact, but I do expect he'll come off the board here soon. Okay, the Bears take Braxton Jones. That's a good pick. He's a developmental tackle all the way. But that's the kind of player you want to draft here as we get, into the 6th round. Take a good athlete. Someone that you hope with NFL coaching coming from Southern Utah can turn into a player for you. There's nothing bad to really say about a pick like that. That would be like a B from me. We'll try and get back into the grades now that we've slowed down. I lost my way with those picks because they rattled off like 10 in a row. So Braxton Jones was my 18th offensive tackle with a 5th to a 7th round grade. Has quick feet to increase the speed and range of his kick slides, as well as to get out into space on reach blocks. So he's a good scheme fit with the Luke Getsy wide zone offense coming in. He'll be a fit there. He has a high-end athletic profile with awesome length. So he's got over 35-inch arms. Just a good athlete worth gambling on. But in pass protection, he doesn't protect his chest, leaving him susceptible to the bull rush. He has very soft hands. He catches rushers in pass protection instead of punching them. He doesn't latch or play with great play strength in the run game. So all around, huge developmental piece. But now Ty Chandler to the Vikings. That's a good pick for Minnesota. Man, considering Minnesota traded down a million times, I'm surprised they haven't made more picks tonight. But Ty Chandler is a good value here in the 5th round. Had him as a 5th to a 6th round guy, but I see where he fits in there. You got Dalvin. You got a wide zone offense. You want a guy that can run with speed on those outside zones. You have Alexander Madison in the final year of his contract. So you take someone that's good in the receiving game, good vision, good contact balance, not elite at any of those things, but a very good athlete with speed. There's going to be some Kane and Nwangu truthers upset about this one, though. Was another kind of athletic guy they took last year. But overall, I'd give the Vikings pick of Chandler a B. Got another tight end off the board. Tegan Quintoriano, Oregon State. Gonna have to go into my notes on this one. He is tight end 18, 7th round to a priority free agent grade. He gets that unique smash and cash scheme fit. So for me, his upside is that of a tight end 2 as a guy with good ball skills who can be a red zone threat and a blocker and a short area threat. So he's got a massive frame with a basketball background to box people out and make tough catches. Height, size, and strength is a strength of his. He's got pop in his hands as a blocker, though he's inconsistent in his technique. Quick feet from his basketball background shows in his routes in little flashes. No drop passes in 2021. Underwhelming receiving production in college. He's a clunky athlete who struggles to separate against tight man coverage. Needs to buy into his size to become a more dominant blocker if he wants to see more significant playing time. And long speed is marginal at best. So I don't ever see him being a starter, but maybe can continue to get better and be a tight end too for heavier packages. Not a lot of great tight ends left, honestly, for Houston. Or just for anyone in general. We got another pick in for the Broncos. Luke Wattenberg, center out of Washington. Let me type this in. Okay, Wattenberg's a good athlete. He's a developmental, wide zone type of blocker. So just more depth, good scheme fit. He'll make the team and will hopefully get better. I would have gone Alec Lindstrom over Wattenberg, but it's not the end of the world. I had Wattenberg pretty low for me. I had him as a priority free agent grade. Didn't test great. Wasn't a great player. I'd actually kind of give that a D. I was not a Luke Wattenberg fan, but he could prove me wrong. I just think there's better interior guys to take. You got Alec Lindstrom, you got Jamari Sawyer, Ben Brown out of Ole Miss. Those guys to me are better players. It's not my favorite. They traded up for him too. Yeah. Well, we'll see if he proves me wrong. Why is Sawyer available? Hard to say. He's a smaller guy that probably needs to convert from tackle into guard, so some teams are more comfortable with that than others. Okay, Samuel Womack out of Toledo to the Niners. Another player that I did not get to. Let me just get this graphic in here. He is the next guy down from Deron Bland on Dane Brugler's board here. Cornerback 45. So he's a slot guy, 5'9", 190 pounds. He ran a 4.39, good jumping, good agility scores. So he's going to be a special teamer, and they lost Kyren Williams went to Denver. So, he's probably not going to start in the slot. It's not the craziest thing, though. 5th, 6th, 7th round corners. Guys that can come in and surprise. Slot corner is a position that pretty consistently you see guys that are, kind of under the radar, earn starting jobs. So it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. Fine with that pick. Marcus McKeithen just went to the Giants. So the Giants clearly were impressed by the North Carolina offensive line last year. They took Josh Azwedu earlier. McKeithen was the right guard there. Actually spent a lot of time watching that group because of Sam Howell and then 3 draftable prospects for them. McKeithen's a kind of a mauling, big-bodied type. He's very strong. Sorry, I wrote tackle there. He's a guard. But I don't hate him. I had a draftable grade on him. 6th round, a priority free agent. Really strong guy. Good anchor. Like, anchor's as good as they come. He's 6'5", 340 pounds, 35.5-inch arms. Oh, that's a good call. Kingsley Enagbare has not been drafted yet. You guys, we got the bell. Teddy's going to hate this. Thanks, Dad, for the cowbell. I had Kingsley Enagbare as a late day 3 guy on my Not My Guys list, and he has not been drafted yet. So that's a ring the bell moment right there. But yeah, more offensive line depth. I mean, the Giants are basically deleting that offensive line, which is everything they should do. And I don't think McKeithen's a notably bad player. So he fits their system too. Buffalo, kind of more of that. I would just say West Coast spread, more of a spread offense, a lot more inside zone, power run, not so much the wide zone, athletic linemen required to block that system. So, good fit. I wonder if they'll go all 3 of them and take my guy Jordan Tucker in the 7th round. Just get all 3 of the UNC offensive linemen. Joker, thank you for the super chat. Next Raiders pick, would it be good to get linebacker Rodriguez? Yes, absolutely, man. Rodriguez got to be one of the better players left available for me. Was my number 8 linebacker, 4th round pick. I'm a big fan of Malcolm Rodriguez. I think he's he's not too far off of what Nakobe Dean is going to do at the next level. Fun watch. Fast, tenacious linebacker. Shouldn't last much longer here. Hey, James, first super chat. Appreciate it, man. Lowest grade I gave to a prospect this year was Josh Ross out of Michigan. He got a 4.70 grade for me. So on my scale, the lowest tier, my grading scale, my lowest tier is anything under 5 means needs time in a developmental league. So Josh Ross, he gets a non-NFL grade. Here's my description on him. Ross had a good run at Michigan, but he will need to become an XFL defensive MVP or something to get a legitimate look in the NFL with his size and athletic profile. He's undersized, tested horribly, and wasn't particularly good at Michigan. He was fine. But a redshirt senior, no one ever really acknowledged him. He is the lowest player on my board. Sorry, Josh Ross. Best of luck to you. Okay, Dominique Robinson to Da Bears. I always forget to write it. He was down at the Senior Bowl. I'm not a huge fan of him. Is an athlete, though. He's a good 3-4 fit. So Dominique Robinson, for me, did not have a draftable grade. Just kind of a skinnier guy. I mean, incredible jumping. 41-inch vertical. He was recruited as a wide receiver, so he spent his first 3 years, learning receiver. Then he switched to edge in 2020, where they had kind of a weird season with COVID. But he's a lanky player with okay bend around the edge, lacks notable athletic traits, and methods of consistently winning as a rusher. He likely needs to spend time working on his craft on a practice squad or on special teams, and can be reassessed during 2023 camp. So he's an interesting little project. I mean, we really just don't know a lot about how good he is. The thing is, like, he's a redshirt senior, so he's either 23 or 24, and you know, it's not like he's Amari Barno or, you know, D'Angelo Malone. Like, he's not this special athlete. He did jump out of the gym with a 41-inch vertical, but, you know, 4.7, 240, 3-cone shuttle were fine. He's a good athlete, but I would definitely not say that pick was anything special. Eberflus must just be very intrigued. What can Green Bay do to better their special teams unit? Draft fast players that are good tacklers and sign veterans. Sign veterans that are hungry to keep their jobs, that have shown to play good special teams before. That's something they have not really done. All right, I need them to pick up the pace for this draft. They're starting to get way too slow here. We don't need 5 minutes in between every 5th and 6th round pick here, NFL Network. They must be doing something because the Raiders are on the clock. They must have some big show. Which means after this pick, they're going to have like 6 run off the clock. Yeah, they're doing something for the Raiders. Bringing out the cheerleaders. They're seriously going to rip off like 5 picks after this. I really need the Jeopardy. I needed to do the Jeopardy soundbite. It has been about 10 minutes since we talked about Dominique Robinson. This is unacceptable. Pick up the pace. There's probably like 4 people with cards waiting backstage. Matthew Butler. Raiders loading up on some good defensive tackle depth. They got Neil Farrell earlier. Butler's a very good value at this point. I think I had a 4th on Matthew Butler. So we're almost into the 6th round at this point. So Butler in like a normal draft class, probably more like a 6th round guy, but in this year's draft class where the defensive tackle class is just terrible, he did make my top 10, 4th, 5th round grade. He's more of a 3-tech, undersized guy, but good career trajectory, good kid off the field. So he's got a slender lower half that gives him really good get off and quick feet as a rusher. He's got above average mobility to be a weapon on stunts. Highly praised for his character and football IQ. Plays with good vision, pad level, and discipline against the run. Yearly growth and development is admirable. Has tools and flashes to develop into a competent rusher at the next level. Weaknesses: shed strength is of average to below average. Slender frame can make him rubbery against more powerful blockers. Tool belt as a rusher is underdeveloped. So I think he can contribute as a run defender, 100, 150 snaps. Just give him a couple every week. And some athletic ability to potentially grow into more than that. Rufus is getting killed in Philly because I don't like this draft. We still have no DBs. Davis can't rush the passer. And we drafted another center. Am I off? Yeah, I think you're off. I agree about the corner thing. Is Dallas going to let the clock hit 0? Oh, they almost did. I agree about the corner comment there. I like the center pick. Like, yes, you technically have Dickerson, but if you move Dickerson over to center, you've created a problem at guard. So I like Dickerson either at center or guard. I think Cam Jurgens is a more seamless replacement for Kelsey. And I really like the Jordan Davis pick. And, you get Dean in the 3rd. You picked up A.J. Brown. Like, are you kidding me? Yeah, someone just said, you got A.J. Brown, dude. Be happy. Yeah, I wouldn't focus too much on the DB thing. You can find another veteran, bring Steven Nelson back, whatever. They've drafted some really good players. Jakin, thank you for the super chat. Also from Brandon. A couple of you guys have tried to cheat by doing the super chats to get me to give my thoughts on your draft class. I appreciate you trying to sneak through the process. But yeah, really trying to stay away from giving away. Overall, I love what the Chiefs are doing. Absolutely love what they're doing. I think they've had a great draft, but this is really tough to recall like the whole draft and give a breakdown and all that, or to rank how their draft stacks against all the others. But I think it's pretty safe to say top 10 is they've had a very good draft. Absolutely. And thank you for the super chat, Brandon. The wife's checking in. Yeah, Joker, I agree. Strong falling this far is definitely not promising for the evaluation of his knee. Damone Clark off the board. Dallas couldn't help themselves. Dallas loves themselves a linebacker more than anything. Really good pick, actually, for all the joking. Damone Clark was originally, I had him as a better player than Quay Walker. Just saying it. I think he's a better linebacker than Quay Walker is that Green Bay took in the first round. But besides the point, Damone Clark is going to miss the 2022 season. And you never know if he's going to get back to full speed. He's not young. He's a senior coming out, but really good, balanced player, good athlete. And, if he can get back on the field, you're stealing someone that probably would have been a 2nd or a 3rd round pick in the 5th round. And they have time to be patient. They have a deep linebacker room, so why not? How do I feel about Anthony Richardson next year? Is that Florida QB? I have no draft takes for the 2023 draft other than Bryce Young. Okay, we got another pick off the board. Detroit. James Mitchell out of Virginia Tech. Mitchell is a nice little gamble. He was kind of on a lot of people's radar as maybe a mid-round pick type of guy. And season was cut short. I do have a draftable grade on him. One of the better tight ends available. But I don't think he's a special athlete. Was pretty smooth. So his play strength as a blocker is there when he puts everything together. Good body control to attack the football in the air. Long arms to high point the ball. Made some really good catches in the red zone. Like, definitely has the ball skills. He's got a sturdy base with good contact balance, providing some niftiness after the catch. Undisturbed by contact at the catch point. So he's just a very good contested catch target in general. Both his technique and assignment awareness are all over the place as a run blocker. Just straight up missed blocks. Watched guys run right past him. Long speed is just average. Needs to power through tight contact in his routes. And routes lack wiggle and craft. So, decent player. Probably not starting upside. And then John Ridgeway just went to Dallas. Ridgeway was at the Senior Bowl. And I think this point in the draft is fine for him. He's a guy that had some maybe third, fourth round discussion on him. I definitely disagreed with the consensus board on John Ridgeway. He's just a big space eater of a run defender. I thought the guys that have been drafted to this point were better, so that was a good call by me. Definitely, if you look at the consensus board, he was ahead of DJ Davidson, Uwazurike, Eric Johnson. But he's in that mix. Early down run defender, nothing more, nothing less. Give you some depth on the inside. Dallas does need that, to be fair, and Jerry gets... I think Jerry Jones was probably calling the shots a little bit with those two picks. He gets a linebacker and a guy out of Arkansas. So that's kind of probably Jerry Jones calling the shots a little bit there. Thank you for the super chat from Roman. Who should you start at strong safety? Probably Ufanga right now. Unless they've got some other option that I'm not thinking of. I'm pulling up their Our Lads right now. Oh, they signed George Odom. I'd give George Odom a look. I've always liked what Odom did in Indianapolis. Yes, Black Cobalts. I'm gonna take a little nap if the 24 ounces of Red Bull in my system let me. But the plan is to take a little nap and then wake up and get to work on the draft grades. So we'll be going division by division. Haven't decided where we're gonna start. I usually start with the heavy hitting divisions, the ones that, it's the Packers just took Kingsley Enagbare. Hey, in the 5th round, that's a good pick. And he kind of fits what they needed. I have no problems with Kingsley Enagbare that late. I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on Enagbare. Some people are going to call this a huge steal. I think he's fine. I think he's a good early down run defender for him. Fun pick to have for them. That's funny. But yeah, I'll probably start with either of the northern divisions or the NFC East. It's nothing personal to the guys on the West. It's business. The AFC North, the NFC North, and the NFC East. They're the moneymakers, man. Those are always the most viewed videos, so it's nothing it's your fault. So we'll probably get... I think I'll probably start with the northern ones. Honestly, I'll probably go NFC East, NFC North, AFC North, AFC East, and then we'll work our way south and west after that. So those will be coming out over the next, I would say, 48 hours. I think by Monday afternoon we'll have all those in. But yeah, also the grade on the Enagbare, I think that's a C or a B. I think it's a good pick. They needed another edge guy in the room. Definitely got to get myself something to eat, too, when we're done. Still got, what, another 70 picks to do? Whoops. All right, Teddy. You guys probably didn't even know Teddy's been sitting on my lap for the last 30 minutes. Teddy's like, so about that nap. Matt Ariza to the Bills. Bills Mafia unite. The thing is, he's more than content to just sit right here. He'd rather be hanging out in my arms than doing anything else right now. Okay, the Bills have got punter 1. So this to me is when you draft a punter, the 6th round, not the 4th round like those other teams did. There's a lot of hype for this guy because he's really fun off the field. They've run specials on him. He kicked for them as well. That's about the extent of my punter analysis, is that he's a fan favorite. And they got a good kicker in Buffalo, so him and Tyler Bass could be a good specialist duo for years to come. Thanks, Andrew. Who's had the best and worst day 3? Really hard to say worst. It's hard to make really bad picks this late. I'll have to you'll have to just watch the draft grades video to see which team I really didn't like their day 3, but I mean the Ravens continued to have the Ravens got some really good players in the 4th. The Bucks getting Zion McCollum, huge steal there. So there's a couple names. Did the Raiders have any more picks since Parham? Man, you've been you've missed a few picks. You've missed a few picks. They've had some good. The Raiders have had a good draft. They got Zamir White. They got a couple D tackles. I got you, Andrew. Yeah, I've been holding back on general class analysis. We're going to save that for the videos coming out over the next few days. But no, I've said Ravens. Really liked what the Colts did early. Looking back on it, I like the Packers draft. Some of the more questionable ones would be like the Browns, the Vikings. Rock on, Andrew. Thanks again for the super chat. Man, I could take a nap in between these picks. Got some skinny pop. Well, we're in a commercial break here. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to let Teddy entertain you guys for a second. Center on me. Watch me. And I cover the whole thing up. I don't know if that's centered or not. Teddy likes both steak and chicken. Do you want chicken or beef, Teddy? Chicken or beef? Chicken or beef? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Do you want chicken or beef? Teddy, tell me. I'm trying to get him to talk. What? Tell me. Yeah? Yeah? Come on. Oh? I know you want to talk. Do you want chicken or beef? Chicken or beef? Tell me. Camera shy. We did get the pick in, though. Kyren Johnson out of Kansas. This guy's fun. So Kyren Johnson's a 6'1", 230-pound edge rusher that ran like a 4.4. So, I mean, he's like a Madden created character. Like, where do you play him? I don't know, but he's got a unique skill set, and he's a freak athlete. Was actually a pretty productive edge rusher at Kansas, but at 6'1", 230, he's not going to be able to play edge. So maybe he's a blitzing linebacker. Maybe he develops as a linebacker. He's definitely a special teamer right away. I like this pick for anyone at this point, just to kind of see what he can become. It reminds me a little bit of, now his name's escaping me, but they had another kind of edge linebacker hybrid that's played for them. can't think of his name right now. It's bothering me. But yeah, good pick there, Kyren Johnson. And then we just got Darian Beavers to the Giants. The Giants linebacker room is not very good. They do have Martinez still in there, unless they sign someone I'm not thinking of. But this is a good value. I would have loved to see them go Martinez and Rodriguez next to each other and have a little bit of a at least Hispanic name duo there. That would have been fun. Would have been the best linebacker available for me. But Darian Beavers, fifth to a 7th round grade. Big dude. Smooth mover for a guy that big. But kind of a jack of all trades, master of none type. They lined him up on the edge sometimes. He used to be at UConn. He transferred over to Cincinnati, became a starter there. He's got, pretty good zone instincts, but I thought he was a little bit softer as a run defender given how strong he is. So, good prospect at this point in the draft, and someone that, honestly, in that linebacker room can compete. But I don't see a crazy upside on him either. Trying to get this thing to center on me. Hello, I'm right here. It's totally centered on my background. It's like I need to... There, that worked. Oh, now it doesn't like me again. Maybe I need to... It's never really done this before, too. I don't know if it's because of the changing lights in the background or what, but... There, that did it. Nah, I'm not a big hockey fan, unfortunately. Ryan, thank you for the super chat. Giants fan. Should days 2-3 worry me for the future? Like the picks you've made? I don't think they've made any bad picks. Got a couple good offensive linemen. Why are... Patriots are just doing their own thing. They took another running back. They must really like their roster, man. Kevin Harris is a fun player. I do like Kevin Harris. But you don't need him. You already drafted Pierce Strong, right? So Kevin Harris, a bit of a throwback of a running back. I do have him as a 5th, 6th round grade. True Jr. coming out with some injury questions, but really fun tape. He's got tree trunks for legs that are always churning out tough yards. Arm tackles seem to just ricochet off of him. Really just thick, strong runner. Doesn't try to hide who he is as a runner and runs behind his pads. Capable of dragging an entire secondary for extra yardage. Excellent ball security, just one fumble lost in his entire career. Is sneakily functional in his routes and accelerating after the catch, minus some drop issues. Capable of building up speed if untouched for 5 or 6 steps, and has a surprising breakaway ability. Power back with some sneaky speed, basically. Kind of very Dameon Harris-esque, honestly. So you just might be moving from Dameon Harris to Kevin Harris. Very kind of similar skill sets, honestly. Dameon a little bit faster, but I think Kevin's got some sneaky speed in there as well. So, I mean, it's a good player at this point in the draft, but I don't know why they felt they need another running back. Not that there's any amazing players to take anyway, but if I took a shot every time I said he's a fun player, then you'd be dead at this point. Well, to be fair, that's only like 9 or 10 shots, so that's not that bad. Okay, the Vikings took Vidarian Lowe. He's a fun player. Vidarian Lowe is... I'll read my write-up on him. I honestly have him pretty close to Ed Ingram, who they took in the second. But... no, I think I have an undrafted grade on Vidarian Lowe now that I say that. Let's see. Just, if my memory serves me right, he's just not a good athlete. Vidarian Lowe. Nope. 6th to priority grade. Offensive tackle number 26, so not some crazy reach. Lowe looks the part and has good traits to match, but struggles mightily at putting himself in the right position to block his assignment, to hold on to and to finish blocks. He has nice get-off to generate push in the run game, but he has, at this point in time, a total work in progress as he needs to refine everything related to his pass pro technique and in general develop better awareness at the position. So one of those offensive linemen that you end up watching and you're like, he just isn't, it might sound lazy, and I would never apply this to every offensive lineman in the class, but sometimes when you're watching these guys, you just walk away and you're like, you can nitpick all the tape and stuff and all the traits and everything, and I definitely do that, but sometimes you watch a guy and you're just like, he's not good at blocking people. Like, he's just not physical. He doesn't sustain blocks. He doesn't know who his right assignment is. You just watch him and you're like, yeah, he doesn't get it. And for me, that was Vidarian Lowe. Even though he looks the part and he started a bunch at Illinois, decent athlete, good length, all of it, but maybe NFL coaching will do better things for him. We'll see. I did have him as a draftable grade just because all the traits are there. So just got to wait and see on him. Developmental tackle prospect. Thank you for the super chat, Grant. No, Adam Anderson did not get drafted, and he won't be. He was convicted of rape a few days ago, and I don't believe will ever play in the NFL. And good riddance. What a waste of talent. That guy might have been a first-round pick. He was indicted, not convicted. Well, I'm not a law student, but I know he was found guilty of whatever it was. We missed some... No, that Vikings pick was pick 183, wasn't it? I didn't just miss 2 picks. I'm going to go with that. Oh, yeah. Tariq Castro Fields is still available. It's a good player. I missed a Bills pick. That was quick. So who did the Bills pick? What did I miss there? Also, the camera just does not want to stay on me. There we go. Let's see if I can find it. They took Christian Benford out of Villanova. Well, I don't know who that is anyway, so I have nothing to add. So he was... Let's refer to Brugler on this one. He was on my list. Benford and Bland were on my list of guys that I wanted to watch. Yeah, Brugler doesn't have a write-up on him either. He slots him in as cornerback 51, but 6 foot 208, big guy. Ran a 4.52. Kind of average testing numbers across the board, which is good for a big guy. I wonder if they might potentially see him as a safety. I feel like their corners are typically quicker dudes, not so much the big guys. But they did take Kyer Elam. Maybe they want to run more man. I don't know. Okay, Zachary Thomas to the Bears. He's a fun... Okay, I gotta catch myself. I was actually gonna say it again. So, he's a mauler. Dude looks to bury people as a run blocker. Just really not a great athlete. But I'll give him a chance. So, he played in a very run-heavy system at San Diego State. They run the ball about as much as anybody else. I have him... I think I actually have him as a guard on my board because of his lack of foot quickness. Yeah, I have him as guard 19 with a 6th to a 7th round grade. I do think he was draftable. And he had a really good workout. He ran a 4.96. Like, that was definitely not expected based on like how clunky he plays. But he's a finisher in the run game. He does have borderline elite get-off that he deploys as a weapon as a run blocker, and he has really good play strength. So that 40-yard dash, 4.96, it makes a lot more sense when you see that his 10-yard split was actually tied for the best 10-yard split in this entire class. Just kidding. He did have the best 10-yard split in this class. That's more than Zion Johnson. That's more than Tyler Linderbaum. This dude flies out of the stance and beats the crap out of people. I think he had a PFF run block rate of like 99.9. Like, he's got a real strength. He can get off the ball and maul dudes. So, that's great. His pass protection's a disaster, especially at tackle. So, like, San Diego State never really passed the ball. And it didn't matter with Zachary Thomas. But complete project in pass protection. That said, he played tackle. And I think you move... Right? He did play tackle, right? Is that in my notes? Yes. Yeah, played tackle. So I'd move him inside, and just let him delete dudes in the run game. And even then, his pass protection is probably going to be a worry at the start, but I know I'm trying to hold back on the he's a fun player thing, but if a 6th round pick at tackle is going to work out, it's going to be a dude with that mentality with a great get off. So I really like that pick for the Bears, who really need O-line help. Is Carson Strong going undrafted? Man, it's really starting to feel that way, isn't it? I wish I had like a film background or something, because I'm getting tired of my camera focusing on my background. Like, I'm right here. Hello. This is why I need comp keys here. There we go. Nick Zakelj out of Fordham. We got another O lineman off the board. going to the Niners. Gonna butcher that spelling probably. Zakelj, I think I have it tackle. Yeah, pretty down the board for me. I actually have a priority to non-priority grade on him. So I'm pretty low on him. He's my 34th tackle in the class. But, you know, I think I only saw like a short Fordham cut-up of like a highlight. Sometimes the small schools have like highlights. Ooh, Malcolm Rodriguez just went to Detroit. That's an awesome pick. Much more exciting than Nick Zakelj out of Fordham. But, you know, I'm sure the Niners have watched more Nick Zakelj than I was able to get out of Fordham. So probably just wasn't quite on my radar enough. I didn't think he was going to get drafted, but we'll see how he goes. Tough underdog type of athlete. Lacks the play strength, quickness, and length to project well into the next level. You know, I did my tackles so long ago, too. I did my tackles back in February, so I don't even really remember watching Nick Zakelj. He just kind of blended together pretty far down the list. So, we'll see. Probably nothing there. But a much more exciting pick here. Malcolm Rodriguez to Detroit. He was a top 10 linebacker in this class for me. And, man, I think he can compete for starting work in Detroit. It's probably the last player we have here that we have highlights on, actually. But 5'11", 230 pounds, ran in the 4.5s. He takes on the run pretty well. Can blitz, he can cover, he keeps his head on a swivel in zone, which you like to see. So, good pick. This would get an A from me for Detroit. Heavy hitter. And then the Panthers have just taken Amari Barno. Really good value for Barno this late in the draft. A lot of people really liked him. Some people compared him to Montez Sweat. I would not go that far. He is not Montez Sweat, but this guy with 4.4 speed. Tight as a nail. No pass rush moves, but pretty crafty against the run and showed a little bit of power. To me, Barno was definitely a day 3 guy, but good value at this point. I had him as a 5th to a 7th round grade, edge number 20. Gives you some developmental speed. I really like, shout out my guy Mike Renner. Had a great take on Amari Barno that he should actually switch to tight end, because at 6'5", 245, like if he can catch at all running a 4.36 and a 37-inch vertical, like if he's equally as much of a developmental project at edge, why not flip him to tight end? Like, I really like that take. And it's actually not crazy. We've seen a couple DNs get experimented. Ooh, that would be fun to get the Lindstrom bros in here with Alec Lindstrom. You guys aren't going to let me hear the end of the fun the fun player commentary. I didn't even realize I was doing that. Thank you, Jordy. Yeah, Rodriguez, good player for Detroit. 100%. And deep dive season just around the corner. Who's going to be number 1? Or number 32? Wow. So Justin Schaefer goes ahead of Jamari Sawyer. There's got to be some off-field something with Jamari Sawyer for him to fall this far. Dude was really good at the Senior Bowl. Justin Schaefer was very low on my board. 7th round of priority free agent grade, so I didn't think he was draftable. He's a moving brick wall in the run game with good grip strength. Plays with good pad level as a run blocker. Foot speed is slow, and he struggles to mirror change of direction in his pass rush moves. Isn't an explosive athlete for move blocking. Was a clear weak link for the Georgia O-line in pass protection during a championship run. So, guess I got to take the B grade off on that one. I'll wait. I'll wait for the video to grade that, but I mean, how do you pass up the opportunity to put Alec Lindstrom in there? We'll see if he proves me wrong, but if I'm right about his inability to move block, that's going to be a real problem for them in that system. Okay, they just showed the last pick, but it went away like right away, so I missed that. Jalen Nailor for the Vikes. That's a good pick. So Nailor is a really good player with the ball in his hands. He's kind of like a poor man's Khalil Shakir in a lot of ways. But played much more outside wide receiver. I did have a priority free agent grade on Jalen Nailor, but I do like him in a Shanahan-style offense like that. Just, he was good as a return man. He didn't play a lot from the slot. I think that's where he best projects. But you could be getting a much better player at the next level than Nailor. I barely knew her. Yeah, he doesn't have the kind of physicality to contribute on the outside, to run through contact in coverage and win contested balls and all that stuff. But from the slot, I think he could develop into a slot player. Jeez, these picks are flying now. So Andrew Ogletree went to the Colts. I did not do Ogletree. Out of Youngstown State. The Colts are grabbing a lot of small school guys. Let's see if Brugler had him. Brugler had him at tight end 25, so I didn't do 25 tight ends. I did 20 tight ends. Does he have a write-up on him? Barely. He had him as a priority free agent grade. He's a former basketball player. He's got a good catch radius to pull in difficult throws. Also drops a lot of easy catches. Never scored a touchdown at Youngstown State. As a blocker, he's willing but needs to improve his knee bend and aiming points to leverage his man. Ran a 4.7 at his pro day. 35-inch vertical. 6'5", 260. So he's a project. He'll be 24 years old in the fall. They're gonna have some development on their hands with him and Jelani Woods. And then We also had Devin Harper out of Oklahoma State. That's another player I did not evaluate, right? Yep. We're going to have a few of these as we get closer to the 7th round here. I did a few less play. I think I had like 400 done last year. Only 339 this year. But I spent a little more time on the evals this year. I had a whole strengths and weaknesses column for every player. I didn't do that in the past. So that was a lot more time consuming. But I thought it was more valuable to spend more time doing strengths and weaknesses for every player than it was to get, an eval done on Devin Harper out of Oklahoma State. He ran a 4.49 at his pro day. Dane Brugler has him as the 32nd linebacker in the class as a priority free agent grade. So was that Dallas that just took him? So basically they take 2 linebackers, one that can cover kicks as a special teamer this year, and then hopefully Damone Clark can come back healthy next year. That's got to be their strategy there. Yeah, Brugler thinks he's a special teamer. 40-inch vertical jump. A little bit undersized, 6 foot, 230. Was not a combine invite. Yeah, I mean, good athletic numbers for sure. I'd almost ask him to lose 15 pounds and play safety. Hey, Jordan Jackson. Glad to see him get drafted. So Jordan Jackson was actually a really deep sleeper on my guys list. So a good pick here for the Saints. In a year where it was really hard to find anybody on an interior defensive line class that excited me, Jordan Jackson was definitely one of them. He is a unique prospect. He is really undersized. I like this pick for the Saints a lot, by the way, for a 6th-round pick. But yeah, very unique for his size. Good athlete, but only about 295 pounds. Was actually the most productive pass rushing interior player in all of college football last year. Obviously a very low level of competition. Horrible against the run. Way too light, slender body, looks more like an edge player on film. But what intrigues me is, he was able to add about 10 pounds every year. He played his freshman year at like 260. By his senior year, he got up to like 295. And I can't imagine that's easy to do at Air Force. I haven't looked at an Air Force roster or an Army roster, and I have no idea what the regimen is for those guys. But I can't imagine it's very easy to be a 300-pound defensive tackle and also go through probably a lot of conditioning stuff that maybe I'm entirely wrong and have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, but I'm assuming that there's some sort of conditioning tests that you have to pass to be there. And I would love if there's any military members still joining us in the chat here, if you could confirm that. But I just think it's very unique. And I'm curious if anybody has more insight on that. But yeah, he's light. He still needs to continue working on his pass rush moves, but he was actually really productive. And now in an NFL environment, I'm curious to see what he can accomplish. Really monitoring the chat because I'm curious if anybody played football at Air Force or knows how that goes. Because you're still training for the military, right? So don't you have to like past cardio tests and stuff. Thank you for the super chat, Meeks. Did I watch anyone from Vanderbilt? Not a lot of Vandy prospects this year. Let's see if I just search all players. I honestly don't remember watching anyone from Vanderbilt. Wow. Out of 339 players, I got nothing from Vandy. Rough year for the Volunteers. So Evan says it's very difficult to balance football with the military there. They have an extreme focus on academics. Military obligation comes before football. He has to pass tests on top of football. Cavalier, you just gave me a huge laugh, dude. I needed that jolt of energy. Hell of a comment right there. I never played at Air Force, but I have ridden on an airplane before. Bro. A+ comment. Oh, man. Andrew asks, have you ever been to an NFL draft or plan to attend one in the future? How fast do you think my 40 time would be? I don't want to know how bad my 40 time would be. I'd be happy if I could get under 6. And I was in Chicago back before I started doing this for the draft. I didn't actually attend the live draft, but I did see like the whole public setup. Saw Goodell come out and say hi to everyone. But I will not be attending any drafts because I got to do this, and I can't do this from Vegas. Jamari Sawyer just went off the board of the Chargers. Holy heck. But one more super chat here from Sacred Symbol. I know it was a weak QB class, but do you think the QBs fell further than expected because the NFL is looking forward to next year? Let me come back to that. Let me talk about Jamari Sawyer before we fall too far behind. But great question. I got some opinions on the QBs this year and why we're seeing this, why we saw this fall. So Jamari Sawyer, out of Georgia, is a hell of a pick for the Chargers. I thought he was a 3rd or 4th round guy. Definitely one of the best players available. I don't know if there's anything going on off the field here. You always wonder that when a guy falls this much and everyone kind of widely agrees that he's a really sound prospect. Now, he is only 6'3", could be playing a factor there, but someone that played at tackle at Georgia, I do have him sliding inside to guard, but he offers that flexibility, and the Chargers are now loaded up with guys like that can play either guard or tackle. They're going to be able to figure out this O-line. But yeah, 34-inch arms at 6'3", 320. He had okay testing numbers. Very much looked the part at guard, both at the Senior Bowl and in his final game at Georgia, where he was moved into guard. While his foot speed at tackle is below average, his ability to slide with inside moves and keep his feet moving while maintaining a solid base is going to be solid at guard. Powerful hands that he uses well to keep rushers off balance when attempting finesse moves. Just like if you're going to try to swim on this guy or stunt around him, he's got just really good, powerful arms, and he just pops you and says none of that, shuts it down. Solid get off and play strength in the run game. You know, he's got some issues at tackle, but, I mean, man, if he's a starting guard for the Chargers, really not going to be surprised. And they have completely overhauled that offensive line. Really good pick for them. And the Ravens just took Tyler Beatty. Woohoo! Ravens get another one of my best players on the board. They're just stealing value all the way down the board. So I said in my running backs video that give me Tyler Beatty on day 3 over James Cook in the 2nd round, and I agree. I will stand by that pick. I do think Cook is a better player and will probably have a better career in Baltimore with, Josh Allen and, just a better situation in the passing game. But Tyler Beatty fills in as a receiving option for them that as a third or a fourth running back that they don't really have. Really like that pick for Baltimore. Let's see, do we have any Tyler Beatty highlights here? We do. We got another pick here. Gregory Jr. to the Jags. I had a really bad joke amidst a bunch of my other colleagues down in Mobile for the Senior Bowl. We're sitting there watching some one-on-ones and staring at my roster sheet, and I said, "Who let Gregory Jr. into the Senior Bowl?" Nobody laughed. It's a great moment. Might have gotten a couple smiles. What did I even write on Gregory Jr.? I don't remember doing Gregory Jr.'s eval. Did I even do an eval for him? Yeah, we did. I had him as a draftable grade, so there's that. Good athlete, ran a 4.46, good size. He's a toolsy corner from a low level of competition. He's capable in press coverage and has the size and speed to turn and run and play man-to-man coverage, which is, I believe, kind of what they want to do. He will inevitably need to learn how to better play zone coverage, learn how to anticipate routes, route combinations, get in the way in zone. But, good length, good speed. Showed some good stuff in man coverage. That's a prospect worth gambling on here in the 6th round. Probably not a full-on A grade there, but I'm glad you guys at least like the joke. I'm going to have some popcorn here. So this stream has officially now been longer than the last 2 streams. I guess that's to be expected. It's double the amount of rounds. Yeah, I have no idea where Ouachita Baptist is on a map. I'm going to guess like Philadelphia maybe. But that's just a total guess. Eagles just made a nice pick. So the Eagles took Grant Calcaterra out of SMU. And big college football fans are well aware of who Grant Calcaterra is. He was once upon a time a superstar tight end for Oklahoma, but actually retired because of concussions, was kind of advised to step away from the game, and came back for SMU after a year off, and actually kind of balled out. To me, he's more receiver than he is tight end, but is a good fit in Philadelphia. I actually think he'll get some playing time at some point because this is a team that really wants to run the ball, at least as long as Jalen Hurts is there. And he can really live as a slot receiver. He can live as a wing tight end where he doesn't have to block, and he's a willing blocker. He doesn't have the size for it. So I had said that Charlie Kolar would be a good fit for the Eagles, but for similar reasons, Calcaterra is, but he's not Charlie Kolar, but a lot of speed, a kind of matchup weapon, and I think he fills a good role for that team. I actually think he's going to make the team, and he's the kind of tight end that could get 25 catches, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, and be that player for a while, as long as I shouldn't laugh, but as long as, the concussions are able to keep him in the league. That's kind of why he's fallen a little bit, but he's talented. He's a fun player to watch. He runs good routes. I think I actually compared him to, did I actually write it down for a comparison? Oh, I actually compared him to Noah Gray. It's interesting. Cade Mays to Carolina. Okay. It's a good pick. Write it in. We'll talk about Cade Mays. So Cade Mays was the one player this year who got the classic looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane write-up from me. Just classic like scouting lingo, a line that made it into Draft Day, the movie, but very much applies to Cade Mays. This guy, 6'6", 325 pounds, arm length, just looks like an all-pro guard when you see him in person, and definitely did at the Senior Bowl, but just not a very violent player. So I'll read his blurb here. Mays never quite lived up to the hype as a 5-star SEC commit. His development was severely lacking in his 4 years at both Tennessee and Georgia, where he earned significant playing time, but never enough to stand out. He still has the frame and physical potential to become an NFL starter, but he is a classic case of a player who looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane, and doesn't want to play with the fire you need to have to block consistently in the NFL. He still has some traits and experience and can do enough to get in the defender's way to create some push up front, but he has a general lack of polish and consistency across the board that will prove troubling in the NFL. Work ethic and mentality are legitimate questions with Mays, and it feels as though an evolution of his game at this point in his career is unlikely. But if something clicks for him, he has room to develop his technique and build muscle, giving him some nice theoretical upside. So you gotta light a fire under his ass. That's basically what it comes down to with Cade Mays. And if you do, he's got a lot of talent. But in the 6th round, not a bad pick at all. You can play tackle or guard. He can learn nastiness from Icky. It's not a bad take. If Ike Ekwonu doesn't get you fired up, nothing will. What's the deal with Jalen Smith? He's done. His knees are shot. He can't move anymore. All right, Patriots pick coming in.
Just a humble bounty hunter, man.
Or is it? This is pick number 200. I'm smiling because they're showing the replay of that guy that was firing everybody up for that Giants pick. That guy really got into it. That was one of the best pick announcements that I remember. They need to talk about lighting a fire under somebody's ass. They need to get that guy in Carolina to teach Cade Mays how to block. All right, Red Bull number 2 is down in the books. Probably no more caffeine until the draft is done here, so I can maybe take a nap when it's done. Sam Roberts. They don't even list a college. Did Belichick just literally draft someone off the street? Literally, NFL Network just says DT Sam Roberts. No school. Who is this? Is this about to be the most Bill Belichick pick of all time? He's from Northwest Missouri State. He is on Brugler's board. He is the lowest ranked defensive tackle on his board, 27th. I have no idea. know nothing about this guy. He's 6'4.5", 293 pounds, 5'10", 40-yard dash, like just kind of average testing numbers. This is such a Bill Belichick pick. It's not even, I mean, it is funny. Pick number 200. I'm just gonna follow suit with what the NFL Network did. We'll see what he can do. Never seen the guy play football before. Thanks for the super chat. Vang. Is Strong's knee completely shot? Sadly, I think with this big of a fall, it's fair to say that the NFL just does not think he can stay healthy, which is really sad. That was kind of the fear. Like, we don't know. We don't know what's going on there. But I mean, he's absolutely still worth drafting. I mean, he had the best tape of any quarterback in this class. Like, why would you not pick him instead of a long snapper? So the Cardinals just took Keontae Ingram. There was some Keontae Ingram fans on the Twitter, NFL Draft Twitter. I was a little bit surprised. I was really not impressed, but he is an athlete, so I felt like he didn't have a lot of long speed and didn't have great vision, and was someone that I wanted to play more like a powerful running back at 5'11", 220, and really someone that tried to bounce every single run outside, never really lowered his shoulder and got you the tough yardage. But he has some physical ability. I didn't have a draftable grade on him. I think there was better backs available, but I'm not going to shred the pick. He definitely has some physical talent. Transferred from Oklahoma. That's probably the connection there. They're kind of recreating. Kyler probably played with him way back when. But kind of recreating the Oklahoma offense, honestly. Michael Woods to the Browns. Speaking of Oklahoma. So Woods was the second to last wide receiver on my board. I don't know why the Browns are drafting all these slow wide receivers. I had an undrafted free agent grade on him, not even a priority free agent grade. He's got only adequate production in the receiving game now, playing at 2 different schools. Thrives with the ball in the air. Good ball tracking ability. Good ball control, good body control, solid hands with a lack of drops, but average to below combination of size and speed. Change of direction is tight, which shows up in his routes and after the catch. So I just don't like his athleticism. So you're taking 2 of the worst athletes at the wide receiver position if you're Cleveland. Not exactly a great formula for success at the next level. So not a pick I would be particularly high on there with Michael Woods to the land. I'd much rather take, Kevin Austin or Bo Melton. Give me some speed at that position. Bears go Tristan Ebner. Speedy guy. So Ebner's kind of in the, I guess, poor man's Philip Lindsay. Might be a Tristan Ebner. He has good long speed. Once he hits that top speed, he'll run through arm tackles. Just kind of a shot out of a cannon back. So he's good for outside zone for that reason. If you can block up outside zone, he has some home run hitting ability. So gives you that. He gives you a kick returner. He's a draftable player. He's not a bad player. Gives them a speed element that they don't really have unless Tariq Cohen can get healthy. But I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on Ebner as a guy that was an outside zone fit, so it makes sense. It's a good pick. I mean, I don't know why Chicago's like almost taking something out of the Green Bay playbook and barely drafting receivers here for Justin Fields. Okay, Theo Jackson, in-state, going to the Tennessee Titans. I don't think I evaluated Theo Jackson here. I'm almost positive that I didn't. Let's see what Brugler has on him. Nice thing about Brugler's draft board is even if he didn't evaluate him, he's got all the information. So I can at least kind of, he was the 58th charted safety, no write-up, no scouting of him. But, I mean, you gotta admire Dane Brugler. He does such a good job of just collecting all this information, so I can at least access this. So he worked out at his pro day, 6 foot, 200 pounds, ran a 4.46. He had pretty poor agility numbers, good jumps. That's all I got on him. I did not do Theo Jackson. Safety depth, special teamer with some speed for sure, with a good 40 time. Started only 24 games out of 56, according to Willem in the chat. Tariq Cohen was cut. That's what I thought when I said that for the Bears. So it makes even more sense. No, Quentin Lake has not gone yet. That's one of my dudes. Definitely one of the better players available in my opinion. Let's take a look. Best players available. So quarterback, Carson Strong. Brock Purdy if you want a good backup. Cole Kelly if you want a dart throw on arm talent. Running back. All of my top 10 guys are gone. I'll do a very subtle ring of the bell here for me. Teddy freaking hates this thing. Because if I go through my top 10 positional rankings, they've synced up pretty closely with how the NFL has drafted these guys. Just in general, more than most years, I think. Usually when we get to the 6th round, I've had a couple guys that I kind of ranked a little bit too high, but so far, the running backs are all gone, the receivers are all gone. The top receivers on the board for me would be Bo Melton, Justin Ross, Kevin Austin Jr. Pretty slim pickings at wide receiver. Teddy was not a fan of that bell ring. Okay, Austin Deculus out of LSU. I know some people liked him. I think some people had Deculus as like a, 3rd, 4th round guy. I didn't see it. I had him as a priority free agent guy. I think he started a ton of games at LSU, if my memory serves me right. 4-year starter at LSU and a national champion. Like, he's been there forever, but just not a great athlete. Foot speed is really poor. Might need to slide in and play guard. 6'5", 325. Arm length, 33 and a half. Wasn't a big Austin Deculus guy, but Texans trying to build a culture. Get a guy that's won a national championship, 4-year starter at LSU. Can see where you decide you just want him in the building as a leader and a backup. Can understand that. You still shaking from that bell? Oh, you're mad. I woke you up from a nice nap. He says, you should not have rang that bell, Dad. Nobody cares. Matt Henningsen. Did not do him. I had a feeling this was going to happen this draft. It's a unique draft class, and the next couple are going to be this way, you guys, because of the COVID season, right? Really increased the depth of these classes. So when you get into the 6th, 7th round, it really became a crapshoot. And there's like 3 times the size, the amount of players is normal because you have all these super seniors. So, did not get to Matt Henningsen. We'll see if Brugler did. Spelled it wrong. 2 N's. So, priority free agent grade was 26th out of 27th. Interior defensive lineman for Brugler. He did not run his 40. 37.5-inch vertical at 290 pounds. That's impressive. So 3-4 defensive end type, bit of a tweener. Got a nice kind of blend of athleticism and size. Be a nice backup behind, Draymond Jones and some of those lighter defensive ends they have. Round 7 is in sight. Definitely starting to fatigue a little bit. We're going to make it, though. I know someone that's ready for nap time. I take a moment to text my dad, thank him for stopping by. Never got around to sending that. That was a pleasant surprise for this stream. Teddy a Red Bull. Definitely looks like he needs it, doesn't he? Keep going through my best players available here. So, offensive tackle, all of the top 10 are gone. Best player available is my guy, Jordan Tucker out of UNC. Kellen Deesh out of Arizona State. He was on my not my guys list. He was a guy getting 3rd, 4th round buzz. Did not see that. A little bit further down the board, Rasheed Walker was another guy on my not my guys list. Had him in the 6th round. So the tackle rankings definitely fallen in line with how the NFL viewed him. Interior offensive line, we still have a top 10 player in Alec Lindstrom available in my board. Donovan West as well, a very young center. Definitely worth taking at a 4th, 5th round on him. Athletic, young center. Just his best football's probably ahead of him. Marquise Hayes out of Oklahoma. Ben Brown. Definitely some draftable prospects left. Interior defensive line. Haskell Garrett is a top 10 player still available out of Ohio State, and Christopher Hinton as well. But most of the defensive tackles are off the board. Like, all of the guys I evaluated, for the most part, have been drafted. There's like 6 guys left. That's why we're seeing some of these guys come off the board. As I mentioned, it's a weird D-tackle class. You're going to get some weird names, some reaches. Guys that would probably be priority free agents in other years. This year, you kind of got to take them. Yeah, all the mods that we assigned dipped. We got a couple friendly faces in the chat. I'm gonna give Josh some mod powers, and I'm gonna give Garrett some mod powers. So if the spam bots come back. Hey, Connor Hayward. Dude, the Steelers are going to have a family affair. Do you cut Derek Watt and piss off TJ, or do you cut Connor Hayward and piss off? That's actually a crazy, ironic dynamic. You could cut Connor Hayward and piss off Cam Hayward. So you have a choice. You have to cut one fullback, and you're going to piss off one of your pass rushers. That's really funny. So, fullback off the board. I don't really have any opinions on the matter. I'm fine with drafting a fullback in the 6th round. Luke Tenuta goes to the Bills. He can play. He was draftable for me. Good athlete. Probably a career backup, but got some athletic upside there. Can read what I got on Luke Tenuta. So Luke Tenuta was my 24th offensive tackle with a 6th to priority free agent grade. Has vice grips for arms and hands in both the run and pass game. So really good grip strength. Solid foot speed to mirror laterally in pass protection. Solid get off and is able to get leverage as a run blocker despite his tall frame, so he plays low. Core strength is above average despite having a tall frame. His frame eats up a lot of space and he's difficult for defenders to get around. And he anchors once attached. So just kind of the athletic profile's nice. He's strong and athletic, but he has shorter arms. Wait, I'm reading the... Is he almost 6'8"? Yeah, he is. He's almost 6'8". So he's 6'7.5" with 32.5-inch arms, which is just an absurd profile. Probably why he's falling. So at his size, he's going to have a hard time landing his hands consistently at the next level, but he got away with it at VT. So he's 6'7", 33-inch arms, and he gets caught leaning because he can't reach all the time. But really strong dude, weird player. Okay, Chasen Hines to the Patriots. Hines, I had a 6th to a 7th round grade on. Really thick, powerful guard, good run blocker. Just got to improve his pass pro. Not going to be a day one starter, obviously, in the 6th round. But loading up on depth for the O-line. I missed the Bears pick. Who did the Bears take? Oh, they got Doug Kramer. They went hometown out of Illinois. Sorry, yeah, I must have missed that. But Doug Kramer, I believe I had an undrafted grade on. Actually, I never did his eval. I have heard his name before, but I never actually got around to watching his tape. Was not a combine invite. I want to say Brugler actually likes Doug Kramer. Let's see. He was on my list of guys I was going to try to watch this week. Yeah, so Brugler likes him. He does have a priority free agent grade on him, but he has him as the 11th best center in this class. It's going to be 24 when the season starts. Overall, Kramer is undersized, doesn't offer positional flexibility, but he is quick, smart, and the type of grinder capable of carving out a multi-contract NFL career. So, backup type center who will be happy to be staying at home in Illinois. Keep going through some of my best available players here. So on the edge, this is kind of why I rang that bell earlier. My top 20 edge players have all been drafted already. So Jeffrey Gunter out of Coastal Carolina would be my best available edge. Tua's cousin out of Notre Dame. Isaiah Thomas out of Oklahoma. Jesse Lukita out of Penn State. Those are my top names, but no one really, other than Gunter, no one I'd be terribly excited about. I want to see Tua's cousin get drafted to the Dolphins. I actually have written that he's so Mirin Tagovailoa Amosa. He's like a hybrid D-end, which is exactly what the Dolphins run. I wrote, it's fitting that Tua's cousin just may be a unique scheme fit built to play base end for his own Dolphins Belichick style scheme. Oh my gosh, Quentin Lake to the Rams. That was another thing we kind of predicted. Was Quentin Lake to go be a hybrid system safety. Hell of a pick right there. Hell of a pick. We got our first kind of exciting pick in a while. So Quentin Lake was a top 10 safety for me. Just at the end of it as number 11. I genuinely believe Quentin Lake is one of the smartest safeties in this class, if not the smartest safety. Just as I was grinding through a bunch of these guys, you know, safeties 15 through 22, his anticipation and the way he would read receivers and process routes and arrive on time was really impressive to me. He's got fluid movement skills. He's not super fast, but he's physical enough. You know, he's not going to be a box safety or anything, but I took the grade thing away because I wasn't able to do it consistently enough. But in the 6th round, Quentin Lake is a A+ pick. But I like him. I like him in this system because, you know, they like a lot of split safety defenses, which means you've got, you know, 2 safeties up top. Split safety doesn't necessarily mean cover 2. More so that you got 2 kind of hybrid safeties that can rotate up and down and do a little bit of everything to confuse the quarterback. So one play you might be going high as a cover 3 safety. The next play, you've got them both staying put, playing a quarters coverage or playing cover 2. The play after that, you're going cover 6 with, you know, one half of the field is a cover 4 coverage. The other side of the field is cover 2. The next play, you're coming down man-to-man. Like, that's what Quentin Lake can do. A little bit of everything. Not elite at any one thing, but nice athlete with fluid movement ability. Is Smoke Monday actually good or just a meme? It's really just a meme. He's a good athlete, but won't be surprised if he goes undrafted. Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Jojo Doman is the best available player according to ESPN. He's a hometown kid. What are your thoughts on him? Worth a look. I don't think he's bad. He's definitely not my best player available, but he's my 18th linebacker, 6th round of priority free agent grade. Played a lot of overhang, more of a safety for Nebraska than anything else. But a good athlete, really good zone feel. Just not someone that's played a lot of linebacker, right? So you can expect an adjustment period there. But definitely worth drafting, especially with how many linebackers came off the board in the first round. And Darian Kendrick. Man, the Rams are really filling out that secondary well, with a lot of guys that do not surprise me. So, with the way the Rams coverages work, you know, they really don't run a lot of man-to-man coverage. It is all about zone IQ and communication. And that's a system that Darian Kendrick can play in. Now, his draft stock got absolutely obliterated by one of the worst workouts you'll ever see for a cornerback. This freaking dude ran a 4.79. This is what's crazy. Darian Kendrick ran a slower 40 time than Jordan Davis out of his own school. Just let that sink for a second. It's an all-time bad combine for performance. But he plays faster than that. He's not fast, but he's not, 4.79 speed. Obviously, it tanked his value. It was a guy that was probably more of a 3rd or 4th round guy. But he's a competitive dude. He's smart. Can handle, I think, the zone coverages. He'll be a backup. And in that system, they do a really good job of protecting speed, playing quarters coverages, off coverage. So I will not be surprised if he figures out a way to carve out a role in that secondary someday. And he could potentially play safety for them as well. Okay, John Fitzpatrick out of Georgia. Is he a long snapper? I've never heard of this guy. To the Falcons. That's got to be a long snapper, right? Because they have a young tight end at Georgia who's a freaking beast. Tight end / fullback. He's a real player. He's 6'7", 260 pounds. He wasn't a starter for them because they have Bowser. But he was tight end 14 for Dane Brugler. I did not get to him. Brugler thought he was draftable. Imposing size with good muscle tone. Good blocker. Okay, we'll keep an eye on him. Definitely did not get around to watching him, but Falcons did need a blocking tight end. That's part of why I had them going with Trey McBride, who's not just a blocker, obviously, but thought he was a good fit because they need a bigger tight end. So looks to be his role. Kind of that smash and cash role, if you will. Just block being the smash and cash being the ability to convert short yardage contested catches and red zone looks. Brock Bowers, not Bowser. Thank you. But yeah, that dude's nice. I have basically eaten an entire bag of chocolate peanuts today. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know how many calories that is. Don't tell me. Jasir Taylor out of Wake Forest. I don't even think Brugler had this guy on his radar. Let's see. Okay, he did. Cornerback 48. He's getting down there. Okay, he is. Let me put it on the screen first. So he ran a 4.46. He's 5'10", 190. So decent athlete. Good 10-yard split, 37-inch vertical jump. 10.5-inch broad jump, decent. So he's a good athlete. He's quick. Brugler says he loses in phase because of balance issues, and his route recognition seemed to decline from his 2020 tape. So, someone that'll have to learn zone in their system, and good fluid athlete in space. Guy that's probably better in one of those off man coverage systems than in a press man system. Sounds like an intriguing player, honestly. Sounds like someone I would like if I did get around to watching him. I'm a little bit of a sucker for those guys that move really well in space, that aren't necessarily the biggest guys, but can just kind of glide around. Okay, Lecitus Smith. That's why I was so confused. So we had another. I will have to apologize. So this Lecitus Smith just went to Arizona. I had my Virginia Tech offensive lineman mixed up. So we're going to have to redo the analysis on that one. Because you got Luke Tenuta out of Virginia Tech and Lecitus Smith. So Lecitus Smith is the one I like out of Virginia Tech. Luke Tenuta, I was like, on. Because Luke Tenuta's weird. He's lengthy, 6'8", 32.5-inch arms. Kind of a weird physical profile. I was thinking, when I first started talking about it, I was thinking of Lecitus Smith. So Lecitus Smith does a 6th round of priority grade, 6th round of priority free agent grade, and he is really kind of quick. Notably quick feet, handles stunts really well. He gets off the ball well, so he's good in run blocking. As I've always said for Arizona, draft short offensive lineman. He's only 6'3", so he's a good fit for that reason. And definitely fits their scheme because he lacks play strength. He's not going to really hold or sustain blocks too long. He's going to struggle with power, I think, as a protector, but that's kind of the type they look for, is more quicker offensive linemen that can do quick sets. And definitely a good fit, a good pick for Arizona. And then to revisit Luke Tenuta, I don't even remember who took him. But I did still think Tenuta was draftable. He's only a junior coming out. But just a unique player because I'm now getting brought back to Luke Tenuta because I was just thinking of Lacita Smith, but now I'm getting brought back to when I was watching Luke Tenuta, where he's like got really strong, like his arms are short, but he's freaking super jacked. Like he's got really strong arms. So when he can get his hands inside, you're going nowhere. And he's relatively quick, but it's just tough when you're tall. He's 6'7.5", and he's got shorter arms. So it's just going to be hard for him to consistently land those arms. But if he can, he's got some of the best just grip strength and play strength in general in the class. Okay, Curtis Brooks out of Cincinnati goes to the Colts. And Curtis Brooks is kind of an undersized 3 technique out of Cincinnati. You know, they have their nose tackle, but they're looking for D-line depth. We'll see if he makes the team. Priority free agent grade. Don't have a ton else to say beyond that. Did test well, 4.90, 40 time. Only a 1-year starter. He's kind of a persistent rusher, but not someone that really showed a consistent pass rush skill set. So good coaching staff in Indianapolis, or at least it was before they all left to Chicago. Done a good job drafting and developing those D linemen. They've taken a few here today. Next commercial break, I'm going to run to the restroom and grab a beef stick. 5 more picks until the 7th round, chat. We're getting there. What are we at? Hour 5.5? Okay, we just got a commercial break. We are going to play some more JT Woods, or Quentin Lake highlights. Andrew, you've been an MVP in the chat today. You've stood out. You get 5 stars from me. And a moderator for the channel now. I picked a good time to go on a little break there. This has been an extended one. Last pick of the 6th round. Or just kidding. Just kidding. I read that wrong. There's 4 more picks. We're about to get a run on picks here. The other rankings I'm deferring, anybody I haven't evaluated, I'm deferring to Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He puts out an incredible draft guide that is a really useful tool for me, especially to get all of the workouts and the measurements and the age. He's able to get the age of every single player. But especially in a situation like this where we have all these super seniors and a really deep class, I was not going to be able to get 700 players done when I'm also cranking out content and all this stuff. So it's very nice to have someone that also has a good mind that I can refer to for some of these guys that I didn't get to, such as James Houston out of Jackson State. It seems like it's all these small school guys, the guys that weren't combine invites. So James Houston here to Detroit. It's almost like we're kind of learning a little bit about these guys as we go. He's an edge. Houston is 6 foot 245 with 34-inch arms. Okay, I like that. So he comes in low, but he's kind of thick and powerful. I like that. He ran a 4.7, 39-inch vertical jump, 125-inch broad jump, 22 bench press. So interesting kind of unique profile there. Let's see if Brugler says anything about his ability to get off the ball and power rush. He has twitchy get off with balanced athleticism, low pads to open the door around the edge. His hands are physical and persistent. A knack for forcing fumbles. So he doesn't say anything about a bull rushing ability. He says he needs to mature his pass rush plan. He says he's got heavy hands and explosive pursuit of the quarterback. Are traits worth betting on as a priority free agent. So Ko Kieft out of Minnesota. I am a Gopher fan, and I have no idea who Ko Kieft is, who just went to Minnesota. Probably a blocker. But that was pick 218. Tampa Bay, Ko Kieft. Maybe he's a long snapper. Thank you for the super chat, guys. Andrew showing up again. Appreciate you. Cheesehead Joey, you're just going to have to wait for the draft grades video, but I'll just say thumbs up on the Packers day 3 picks. I think everything they've done has been good so far. No complaints. Chance Campbell to Tennessee. Sorry, I'm kind of blowing off Ko Kieft here. I'm just stunned that I don't even know who that is, considering I'm a Gopher fan, and I've never heard of the guy. He is literally, for Dan Brugler, the 60th tight end with no scouting notes. He's 6'4", 260 pounds. He ran a 4.95 40, really bad workout scores. I mean, Dane Brugger's got nothing on him either, so there you go. Tampa Bay took Kokeeft. And then we just had Chance Campbell go to Tennessee. I did watch Chance. Kalia Davis just went to San Francisco. Okay, we've actually got some players I watched here. We'll talk Chance Campbell, then we'll get into Davis here. So Chance Campbell, I do believe I had as a draftable guy. Priority free agent grade out of Ole Miss. Ran a 4.59 though. 39.5-inch vertical jump, 127-inch broad jump, 1.53 10-yard split. So a very explosive dude. Excellent blitzer and a missile shooting gaps in general. Tennessee loves blitzing linebackers. Jayon Brown. They love guys with a great first step as well. So he fits the mold of Jayon Brown and the other guy that's starting for them now out of West Virginia. He's similar mold to those guys. Good straight line athlete with a relative lack of experience and room to go. Should thrive on special teams while he develops. So he's an undisciplined run defender, shorter arms, and he's got an inability to throttle down when he's in pursuit. So he misses some tackles. Coverage feel is just underdeveloped, and he's a little bit tight. So coverage is just kind of a question mark. But the 49ers just made a couple of nice picks here, so I will lump these together. So we got 220 and 221. San Fran took Davis and TCF. I like both these players for San Fran. Good use of a couple of late round picks here. So starting with Kalia Davis. Kalia Davis was actually my 11th interior defensive lineman with a 5th to a 6th round grade, getting him here basically in the 7th round. So good value there. Very unique athlete, really good get off. Kind of a wrecking ball type of defensive tackle. I actually compared him to Poona Ford, so that's really high praise for, 5th, 6th round pick here. Raw strength is just exceptional. Like, shorter guy, but his arms are like notably just, he is in control when he can land his hands. He's got hammers for hands. Just boom, like, you're mine, bitch. Like, that's him when he controls the blocker. No discipline at all as a run defender. He's constantly just kind of playing out of control, shooting gaps, guessing where the runner's going to go. He's a shorter dude. He's 6 feet tall, so doesn't really play with that discipline. But when he guesses and he shoots gaps, it's like he can blow stuff up. So that's kind of where the Poona Ford comp came in. He's also got a lot of injury. He's had a hard time staying healthy. He's played only 5 games since 2019. So definitely a potential steal in Kalia Davis, but also could be just a total flop and he can't get on the field and he's too short to play at the next level. But that one I will use. He's a fun player because he really is a fun player. And then they took one of my favorite kind of sleepers in this class, Tariq Castro-Fields. I had a 4th round pick on Tariq Castro-Fields. He was my cornerback 14. And, he's 6'1", ran a 4.38, good athletic scores across the board. 7.05 3-cone, 4.06 shuttle, 131 broad jump, 37-inch vertical jump. And you pair that with him being pretty much the only guy at the Senior Bowl who held up in one-on-ones. His tape was far from perfect, but to get him this late, a really good athlete who was capable in man coverage at the Senior Bowls, that's absolutely a gamble worth taking. So a couple of really good picks for San Francisco at the end of the 6th round there. Then we just have Monteric Brown coming off the board for Jacksonville. And Brown was someone I was kind of regretting not putting on my guys list because I just forgot about him, honestly. And we've actually seen now a couple of guys come out of this Arkansas program late as undrafted guys who just kind of make it off of their effort and IQ. So you had a 7th-round pick for Washington in Cam Curl was a safety. And then for Detroit last year, that terrible secondary, they had Jerry Jacobs. Lions fans are familiar with him. And I actually compare Monteric Brown to Jerry Jacobs. I have Monteric Brown as cornerback 32, but a 7th priority free agent grade. And I did compare him to Jerry Jacobs. Smart zone corner, really good at reading the QB's eyes and processing route combinations. High-level ball production was a result of good process in his zone ability. Just a risk taker, someone that was reading the field. Very physical player with size. He's 6 foot 200. Good overall press technique, though he continues to accelerate vertically. He will get outran. Not a good athlete. That's why he's fallen. He's 4.55 speed, shows on tape. Really stiff dude. Needs to be in zone coverage, basically. And he might be a safety at the next level. But smart, physical player out of a program that's had some late round steals lately. So keep an eye on Monteric Brown for the Jags. It's a player I like. I think we're all caught up. Did we get some super chats there? I think we did. Shane asks, who should the Packers draft in round 7? Bo Melton. Absolutely should draft him. I wouldn't mind them rolling the dice on Jalen Weidermeyer. O-line they've addressed pretty well, but what about Chris Hinton out of Michigan? Keep adding some more Big Ten talent to that D-line. Don't need another linebacker. You know, the talent's running pretty slim. Safety, Verone McKinley would be a really good pick for them. Fits their system really well. But yeah, running low on talent here. I would not be surprised if they went with a wide receiver again. Okay, Isaiah Thomas off the board for Cleveland. One of my better remaining edge guys. Edge number 24 with a 6th round of priority free agent grade. I'm glad the NFL is doing me a favor. Oh, we missed a pick. That was 223. Must have happened during commercial break here. Tanner, what's up, dude? Thank you. Thoughts on Corral to the Panthers? I love it. Nothing else really to say other than that's excellent value, 3rd round. You know, someone that could have gone in the 2nd. We'll definitely be talking more about him in the foreseeable future, including my draft grades video. Just around the corner here, now that we're into 7th round, I did not miss a pick. Monteric Brown was 222. I just forgot to update the number. Okay, Isaiah Thomas here going to Cleveland. I'm going to have to go back on my notes on Isaiah Thomas. I don't really remember watching him. But I did have a draftable grade. I have him as a 4-3 scheme fit, so he's going to the right spot there. Good size and strength to defend the run. Uses active hands and quick feet to rip through blockers both in the run and as a pass rusher. Offers inside rush ability with size and quickness. Shows flashes of power with room to continue growing. Team captain. Lacks speed, bend, and get off, lowering his ceiling as a pass rusher. Pass rush plan and a package of counter moves is missing entirely. Shed strength against the run is average to below average. 2021 tape is flooded with missed tackles. So a flawed prospect, probably a rotational run defender type. But some good play strength, doesn't get moved off his spot. Solid run defender, so he'll compete for a roster spot there in Cleveland. Pretty thin edge group. there actually have not been a lot of wide receivers drafted tonight, which is another, I won't actually ring the bell, but I really thought that the depth in this class at wide receiver was bad after this, like, the third round. I thought there would be a huge run, like 20 receivers off the board early, and then really wasn't crazy about, you know, the 6th, 7th round talent in this class, and that's definitely held up. You know, we just haven't seen a lot of receivers off the board today. Which is interesting that it's just not a deep class. So we just had to pick Cameron Good. Did we watch Good? The name sounds familiar, but nothing's ringing a bell here. I did not watch Good. I think I remember him because I used him in NCAA Dynasty mode. Cameron Good is the 58th ranked linebacker for Dane Brugler. And did the Jags? No. Dolphins. So Dolphins filling out depth in that linebacking room. He is 6'2.5", 230 pounds, good 40-yard dash, 4.63, good agility scores, 39-inch vert, 125-inch broad. I mean, it sounds like a draftable player to me. Good athlete. That's all I got on him, though. Brugler didn't watch him. And we just got another pick in. Mark Robinson out of Mississippi. I believe that's another that I did not get to. No. He was linebacker 66. Undersized, 5'11 and a half, 4'7", 40. Not so much a good athlete. So really don't have a whole lot there on that Steelers linebacker pick there. But now Ja'Tyre Carter. The Bears are just loading up on brand new developmental offensive linemen, aren't they? Carter's a really good athlete. He's a complete classic, like, developmental offensive lineman prospect. I think they're throwing darts. They're hoping some of these guys look good. Hard to fault the process there. They need some new offensive linemen in the building there. You want some popcorn, Teddy? Okay, the picks are definitely starting to fly off the board now. Appreciate that. The network said, let's get on with it. Yeah, someone's got to take Carson Strong. Nick Muse, tight end out of South Carolina, to Minnesota. I wonder if there is a relation to Tanner Muse. But Nick Muse was not one of the 20 tight ends that I was able to watch. They're showing highlights of that James Houston guy that Detroit drafted. It looks like a linebacker. I mean, he's 6 foot, 245. What about Brugler? Got anything on Nick Muse? Tight end 30, the very last one he had a write-up on. Good blocker, needs to cut down on drops. Tough competitor. Gonna be 24-year-old rookie. This is what I'm saying, man. So many of these guys are 24-year-old rookies that had, super senior seasons, 6-year careers. That just, there's like 1,300 players that declared this year, something crazy. So it was going to be impossible for me to get to every single one of these guys. If I also wanted to put out draft content at the same time. Like, Brugler's able to, from February until this thing comes out, he's just strictly focusing on watching these players. I got to make some sacrifices. Tariq Carpenter out of Georgia Tech. This is what the Packers need to do if you want to improve your special teams. Someone asked that earlier. And drafting a safety who runs... He actually only ran a 4.58, but... Oh, wait, no, that's different Georgia Tech safety. Just kidding. I assume this was Juanye Thomas out of Georgia Tech. It's not. Tariq Carpenter. Was not someone I watched, but there you go. He's more of a linebacker than a safety. But regardless, 6'2.5", 32.5-inch arms, 4.47 40-yard dash, 39-inch vertical jump. He's a kick cover guy. That's what he is, but that's what they need. A bit of a hybrid defender, but that was a special teams pick through and through for Tariq Carpenter. Someone whose tape wasn't notably good, but dude can run and hit, and that's something they're looking for. Okay, the Seahawks just took Bo Melton. He's gone. Obviously a good pick here. Not going to see the field very much there, but talented player to go in the 7th round. Surrounded by, a team that's done a really good job developing receivers. Everyone from Doug Baldwin to Tyler Lockett to DK Metcalf. But that would be an A pick. So we got some super chats here. Don't want to blow you guys off. From Hawkeyes Blue, is Rasheed Walker actually this bad? In my opinion, yes. He was on my Not My Guys list. I thought him in the 3rd, 4th round, where you were often seeing him, was horrible. I had him as a 6th to a 7th round grade, and I basically said, he's draftable because he's young and played at Penn State, but there's not a lot of athleticism and not a lot of tape that tells you should draft the guy. So I can't blame teams for passing on him. He also literally teabagged a defender on the field. Tanner wants to know my thoughts on Bailey Zappe in round 4. There's nothing wrong with Bailey Zappe in round 4 as a backup to Mac Jones. I just thought they should have swung for some more upside in a backup, but I gave that pick a B. I mean, he's a good player for a backup quarterback. From Dominique, what do I think of Trey Ford, the quarterback from Waterloo? I'm gonna hope that was a joke. Maybe it wasn't. I did not get to Trey Ford out of Waterloo. If that's a real player. And a real college. Thank you for the super chat, though, Dominique. Washington is picking. Trey Ford is real. Well, I hope he becomes the next Tom Brady. Is Josh Jobe this bad? Yes. Him going undrafted would not surprise me at all. He's not a great athlete, and he's probably the most grabby corner I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, the Alec Lindstrom fall is disrespectful, man. That guy definitely deserves to get drafted. But if he doesn't, he can go sign with Atlanta. Go play with his brother. Chris Paul. Getting all the NBA players off the board. Chris Paul is a freaky athlete. Tested really well. And that's about the extent of his NFL prospects. He's complete work in progress. And also needs to move into guard. So I do like, he played tackle. Just even though he tested super well, he could not really connect his feet and get the depth in his kick slides that he needed. He was constantly reaching and grabbing, and just wasn't a good player. I mean, he's a good run blocker, but as a 7th round pick, absolutely worth a dart throw on Chris Paul. One of the more athletic offensive linemen in this class from a testing perspective, but was completely off anybody's radar until his workout. And that's, for a team, people were watching the tape. Tyler Smith was someone people were watching, and no one was talking about Chris Paul because his tape's not very good. Balin Spector. That's a bill. Balin Spector is a linebacker, safety, hybrid type. Played a lot of safety, kind of full-time linebacker now. Good pick for Buffalo. They definitely seem to feel like they need another linebacker. They've taken a couple guys now. They took the guy out of Baylor. They've taken some really high IQ guys with solid speed, but are smaller guys. So it does make me think maybe their long-term plan is to move off of Matt Milano. If one of these guys, if they can get these guys to develop, just kind of makes me think that might be on their radar, just the way they operate. Or they just want special teamers that can run and tackle. You don't have to look that far into it, but I think if they could get cheaper there, they would love to. If they don't think these guys develop, then they won't make that move. Why not Weidermeyer to Green Bay? Yeah, no, I that was a name I threw out for them. I mean, 7th round, they need a tight end. He's probably my best tight end available. I mean, there's Austin Allen out of Nebraska is interesting, really big dude, 6'7.5". You got Chase Allen out of Iowa State, more of a blocker, and then Jalen Weidermeyer. Another interesting guy to keep an eye on is Armani Rogers out of Ohio, converted quarterback looking to play tight end. Does a team gamble on his athletic ability to develop him as a tight end? And if the Packers do that, you'll have Aaron Rodgers, Amari Rodgers, and Armani Rogers. All catching passes, or all involved in the passing game. Dameon, how do your Saints look post-draft? Well, they look ready to compete. I'd say they're one of the 16 best teams in the NFC. No, I'm just kidding. Like they are. They definitely wanted to make sure their team was ready to go to compete this year, and I think they are. Obviously, Jameis Winston's your quarterback, so it's going to be some hiccups with that probably at some point, but they're going for it. Okay, Faion Hicks is not someone I watched. Denver apparently was at Wisconsin's Pro Day and was blown away with what they saw because they just took two guys that were not combine invites out of Wisconsin that I have never heard of. Would I release my draft grades videos like as a countdown, like a ranking? That's not a bad idea, but something to think about. I'll sleep on it while I take my nap. Wide receiver Derek Young out of Lenore-Ryan. He's 6'2", 223. I feel like I've heard that name. I didn't watch him. Brugler did not watch him either, but he's 6'2", 220, 4.47 40. I mean, he's just an athletic freak. 11'3" broad jump is incredible. 10 plus inch hands. 78 inch. This guy's like a mini DK Metcalf. Be fun to get in Madden. I don't know if he can play football. No one seems to think so other than Seattle. Cover kicks. Really impressive testing numbers. I didn't even really look at that Faion Hicks guy. We'll have to go back. All right, Faion Hicks. Let's see what we got on him. This was Denver's pick. Another guy Brugler did not write up. Cornerback 53. Slot guy, 5'10", 4.48 40. So good agility numbers. That's all I really got there on him. Okay, Jonathan Ford, someone I did watch. He was my very last ranked defensive tackle here, with an undrafted free agent grade. Let me fill the graphic in here. So Jonathan Ford has size to play anywhere inside. Play strength is good to hold the point of attack. 3-year starter with 5 years playing experience. Engulfs ball carriers and is a secure tackler when he can get his hands on them. Weakness is abysmal athletic ability to change gaps or pursue in any sort of space. Struggles to get off blocks and find the ball. Just 9 defensive stops in 2021 per PFF. That's really low, by the way. Pass rush production is a borderline joke with just... God, I can be an asshole. Pass rush production is a borderline joke with just 5 pressures in 2021 on 174 snaps and 4 pressures in 2021. Sorry, 4 pressures in 2020 on 190 snaps. No sacks in those 2 seasons. So yeah, I wasn't particularly fond of this guy's game. Hopefully, it proves me wrong. I wonder what grade I would give Brady based on his college tape. That's a great question. I've never gone back and watched Tom Brady college tape. Even if I did, the game would be so different back then that it's like everything I know about evaluating the modern quarterback, it's like I don't even think it applies to 2000 or to 1998 Michigan tape. My QB1 is going to go undrafted. Well, things have changed since that video. He's, by rankings, my QB 6 now. My QBs actually were drafted almost in perfect order. I had Kenny Pickett, Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, Matt Corral, Malik Willis. So the project guys went in reverse order. I kind of knew that was going to happen, but Carson Strong ended up, after I kind of heard the how bad the injury stuff was, he definitely fell down. Absolutely, Andrew. Daniel Hardy. Great name. Edge out of Montana State. So he's Troy Anderson's teammate. Did not watch Daniel Hardy. Looks like an athletic guy. Let's see what we got on him. Edge number 40, according to Dane Brugler. Just under 6'2". Measured in at 235 pounds. This guy's like hybrid edge linebacker territory, but ran a 4.64, 40-inch vertical jump. Man, they had some freaks down there at out there in Montana. Good 3 cones, 6'7", 3 cones. So, you know, undersized edge guy, probably really explosive off the ball, really bendy, probably pretty good in coverage. Probably not a very powerful rusher, probably just a special teamer. But very far down the board on that one. Thoughts on Justin Ross? A lot of people wondering about Justin Ross. We talked a lot about him earlier, but it's just a sad story. I mean, I'm definitely not surprised that he's probably going undrafted here. I mean, the dude, just was not the same. Like, watching his, I obviously knew who Justin Ross was. Loved him back, Trevor Lawrence back when they were in the national championship, but getting to his tape this year, he just was not explosive, didn't really stand out. Hard to shake the image of what he used to be. And, you know, knew he was battling through some different injuries. He's had this back injury. He's had, I think, ankle injuries. And then he comes out with just a horrible workout at his pro day. And I think most NFL scouts are like, yeah, this guy just, he is decimated, basically. Dean Leonard to the Chargers here, out of Ole Miss. Gonna have to look this guy up. Getting closer to the end, guys. Getting closer to nap time. Probably going to hold off on... No, I'm not going to make any official statements. I don't know if I'm going to have a draft grades video up tonight or not. We'll see how much energy I have. We'll see if my voice can even handle a recording. It's doing okay right now. So Leonard is not someone Brugler watched either. Really getting down and deep into this class, but he did run a 4.37 at 6 foot 195. 3-cone, shuttle, vertical jump, broad jump were all below average, so maybe a little bit more of a straight line speed guy, maybe a kick cover guy. Chase Lucas off the board to Arizona, or out of Arizona State to Detroit. Lucas is a really competitive player. I see why Dan Campbell likes him. He's a kneecap biter, if you will. Very, very thin, slender player. I'll read my notes on him. So I did like the other guy better that got drafted earlier, Josh Jones out of Arizona State. Chase Lucas, I had a priority free agent grade on. 5-year starter for Arizona State, so a very experienced player. Acceleration is phenomenal, hitting top speed after just a couple steps, so you like that about him. Really high energy player who could potentially play from the slot. Zone IQ is adequate in large part thanks to his experience. He just kind of knows what he's looking at. He accelerates really quick. But his hips can tighten up pretty easily, causing a lot of unbalance when he opens up. So change of direction, agility, it's not great. His strides are really long with wasted lateral movement. Another knock on his kind of inability to change direction. I don't love him in man coverage, basically. Lack of desirable long speed. He's a 4.5 40 guy, which is good, not great. Leaves unnecessary space at the breaking points of routes. You'll see this sometimes with corners, like, say he's coming an in route or a hitch route, and the receiver breaks underneath him. Sometimes corners, like, they're looking at it, they see the break happen, but they just... it's either their reaction time is slow or they don't think the ball is going to come that way, and they leave unnecessary space. There's no other way to put it other than like, well, you saw him break, you have the athletic ability to accelerate and close that space, go close the space. It's like, sounds simple, but some corners they leave unnecessary space. Seldom asked to run true press coverage, so we'll need to see what he can do there at the next level. And the kicker here will be an age 25 rookie. He's already 25 years old. He's played a lot of football. Good depth piece, but really hard to imagine him becoming anything beyond that. The Raiders grabbing Thayer Munford out of Ohio State, beefing up that O-line depth a little bit. Can't remember. Let's see. Did I have a draftable grade on Thayer? Yes, 7th round of priority free agent grade on him. He was interior offensive lineman number 26. 4-year starter at Ohio State. Offers positional flexibility to play tackle or guard. Has solid play strength in his upper half to move defenders. Definitely fits their system. Big mauling type of offensive lineman. With the Patriots system coming in. Really poor get off in the run game to generate any sort of pop off the ball. Very clunky feet in pass protection. Struggles with lateral movement. Can lean and be overly dependent on his upper body in pass pro. So pretty typical big body thumping offensive lineman. Can probably play in a pinch with a lot of experience, but not a great athlete. Probably never going to be a starter. Ashbro, thanks for the super chat. Thoughts on the Broncos draft? You know, there's not a whole lot to say. Not a lot of picks there to speak on, but obviously we'll be doing the full draft grade video on them, so I'm not going to give you the full breakdown right now, but I think they've done a pretty good job. I definitely liked the Greg Dulcich fit there for them. Can't even remember all their selections off the top of my head. Everything's just kind of a blur. That's why those questions are so tough for me right now. Colts just took a safety out of Yale. Rodney Thomas. Holy crap. So, on Dane Brugler's board here, he has recorded measurements and workouts on 190 linebackers. 190 linebackers for Dane Brugler, where he has basically recorded a name and gotten a workout grade from him. And Rodney Thomas was the 158th linebacker on that name out of Yale. He's a safety. He's 6'2", he's 6'1.5", 196. I don't know why he's in here with the linebackers. Ran a 4.5, 41-inch vert. So, special teamer / backup safety. Some of my favorite day 3 picks. Thanks for the super chat, Lowry. Well, honestly, I think Zach Tom to Green Bay is a great fit. Basically, the first 3 picks that the Ravens made, Charlie Kolar. I think, who were the other guys? How do I find this Dane Brugler guy? This is the athletic. It's the athletic draft guide from Dane Brugler. Love Sam Howell to Washington. One of the best picks in the entire draft. Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State. Love that pick. Quentin Lake to the Rams, along with the other guy that I predicted they draft. Yeah, Daniel Faalele for the Ravens. Definitely can feel my voice is starting to go. Need some more water here. I mean, we're at 6 hours into this stream. The last 2 were, I think, about 10 hours combined. So, yeah, thank you, Decobie Durant out of just to the Rams. We'll just say that. Some small school. But yeah, we're at about hour 16 here. Only 23 more picks. That's right. It doesn't help that I have a popcorn kernel stuck in there. So yeah, when we finish this stream, it'll be hopefully about 5:30 with any luck. And maybe 5:45. I'm going to make some hot tea. I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to try and sleep for like an hour. I'm going to take a nap. Heat up some soup. And then get to work on my draft grades. With any luck, I'll be able to get one up and ready to go before 10. So I'm going to do the NFC East first. Christian Holmes out of Oklahoma State to Washington. Gonna have to go to Brugler on this one. Cornerback number 69 on his list with no tape eval. At least I'm not the only one You know, even Dane Brugler, who has the most comprehensive draft guide of anybody in the industry, does not have tape evaluations on a lot of these players. So it makes me feel a lot better. I don't know anybody. If he doesn't, I don't think anybody would. I got 339 players. I feel pretty damn good about that. Thank you for the super chat, Valentine Becker. Which possible free agent trade targets would fit the Ravens' offense to address their wide receiver one need? Hot take, I don't think it's a need. I think you have a lot of really good bodies in that room that deserve opportunities. And Ravens fans do not want to admit it, but it's just not an offense that's very wide receiver friendly. But you got Rashad Bateman, you have Tylan Wallace, who was a great pick last year. You have Devin Duvernay, who's just been waiting for a chance to play. You have the SMU kid, who's shown really good flashes when he's been out there. Can't think of his name right now. You got 4 bodies in there with now an incredible tight end room. Sure, you could go get a Julio Jones or replace the speed threat that you had with a Will Fuller. That definitely wouldn't hurt. But I really don't think they need a receiver all that bad. Let me update this graphic here. So Christian Thomas, cornerback, 239. Or that was 240 to Washington. Let's see what we can find on this Christian Thomas guy for the Commander fans out there. Or Christian Holmes? Christian Thomas? Christian Holmes. Sorry, it's Christian Holmes, not Christian Thomas. I read that wrong. Okay, he's almost 6 feet, 200 pounds, ran a 4.52, pretty bad agility testing, jumped out of the gym 39 inches, 16 bench presses. Ooh, Chris Oladokin. I mean, that wouldn't have been my pick, but he's a good athlete. He's a fun quarterback. I don't think I actually do an eval. Quarterbacks were done. Yep, I did. I watched him. I had him as a non-NFL grade. He was my quarterback 19. Oladukin, let me update the graphic and then I'll read it. Oladukin is a camp arm level prospect with some interesting athletic traits. However, with a lack of arm talent and any evidence of the ability to, again, I'm an asshole. With a lack of arm talent and any evidence of the ability to read defenses, make good decisions, and run any sort of NFL-style offense, given the scheme he played in college, he has a tough road ahead of him if he wants to stand out enough to stick for any period of time in the NFL. So, good luck. Go kill it, Oladukin. I don't get taking him over Carson Strong, even if his knees look bad. But, I mean, they just took that. But even then, like, I wouldn't have taken him over Brock Purdy. I wouldn't have taken him over Cole Kelly, Chase Garbers. Kalen Barnes, speedster. This guy ran like 4.2 something. This is actually a good pick for Carolina here. I think I had a 4th or a 5th round grade on Kalen Barnes. He was probably one of our better players available here. Talk about him. They're drafting a lot of speed here in the late part of the draft. But yeah, I like Kalen Barnes. He's interesting. So Kalen Barnes was my 18th corner with a 5th to a 6th round grade. This dude ran a 4.23 40 time. Yeah, you draft that in the 7th round every single day of the week. What do we say on this channel? Bet on speed late in the draft, especially at corner. So for me, I actually have a comp for him. My low-end comp is Keon Crossan, who's been a great special teamer, because he's actually a good tackler, this guy they just drafted here. So he can run, cover kicks, tackle well. But my high comp for him is Jonathan Jones, who's been a really good matchup corner for the Patriots for a long time. So 4.23 speed speaks for itself and shows on tape. Improved tackling ability immensely in 2021. Should be a monster on special teams. Has good length and is functional in press coverage with lots of room to grow. However, struggles with his spacing in zone coverage. Is not a particularly fluid athlete when it comes to changing directions. Kind of needs to be covering straight line speed routes. Struggles to throttle down and will be very susceptible to hitches and comebacking routes. Needs to improve his route anticipation. So he's still really raw, but it's not like he was just constantly getting burned. He can play a little bit. In the 7th round, you're absolutely taking that gamble. And I had a 5th to a 6th round grade on him. So that's a good pick for Carolina there. Kansas City just took Jalen Watson out of Washington State. Loading up on some D-backs. Jalen Watson, for me, was the very last cornerback on my board. Cornerback 39 with a priority free agent grade. He's 6'3", ran a 4.5. There's some tools to work with there. Lengthy corner who's unbothered by contact down the field. That's a big plus. Good willingness to use his size to shed against the run. Long speed is NFL adequate. Good, not great. So he's big, strong, physical. Beyond that, tackling consistency is very poor, especially for a larger corner. Very inexperienced player with under 1,000 snaps, which shows on tape. And that can be a pro and a con, right? There's a lot of untapped potential there. He just hasn't played a lot. Is uncomfortable with the ball in the air, so that's where you really are bothered by him. He gets grabby, hits early, can't find the ball. That's never a good sign. And he's a 24-year-old rookie, even though he's never played, really. So he had a hard time getting on the field due to academic issues. Interesting prospect, to say the least. So I would just say tall, strong, good athlete guy. Academic issues kept him off the field, impeded his development. But hey, the last time they took a big athletic dude with academic issues, it was Willie Gay, and he's turned out okay, so who knows? It's not like he's got to go to school when he's playing for the Chiefs. Dunk on you. Thank you for the super chat. What team do I think had the best value with their picks? It's the Ravens. I mean, there's no secret there. I'm not spoiling the draft grades videos. The Ravens have had an all-time great draft. Really excited to make that video and just go down the board with all the great players they got. Okay, we got another. So many. I mean, people are just taking special teamers at this point. They're probably just looking at their board saying, okay, who ran fast? Who can cover kicks? Christian Matthew. Did I spell this wrong? He's not even on Dane Brugler's list of... Dane Brugler's got like 80 corners here. I take that back. He has 206 corners here. 206 cornerbacks charted here, at least recording data on workouts and size. And the guy the Cardinals just took out of Valdosta State is not one of them. That tells you everything you need to know about how uniquely deep this draft class is. The deepest draft guide available on the market that at least gives you information on 206 cornerbacks. Didn't even know who this guy was. That's crazy. And it's not even like, that Arizona may have found some steal out of Valdosta State. It just goes to show you how many 24-year-old dudes are entering this draft that could be good. You never know. Honestly, good for Arizona for finding someone that nobody even knew about. That brings you back to the 70s when they had like 20 rounds in the draft and you're pulling guys out of the Valdosta States of the world. Patriots just took Andrew Stwaber. Draftable player for me. Strong player. Good pass protection technique. Just a lack of athletic ability. Classic 7th round, potential backup offensive lineman. Has some size, fits their mold. They've had a lot of success with Michigan, so good enough pick for the Patriots there. Browns just took Dawson Deaton. It's good value for them. So the Browns center situation is very much up in the air. I think they signed the guy from Seattle. They've got Nick Harris, who they've been developing, and I think Dawson Deaton will compete in that room. Deaton was my 20th interior offensive lineman with a 6th to a 7th round grade, so very much a draftable player. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that's played a ton. Yeah, 4-year starting experience with 5 position flexibility. He's played all 5 positions on the offensive line. Quick feet help him mirror quickness and pass protection. Really high awareness center, capable of recognizing stunts and communicating pre-snap. Get off is acceptable and is his biggest weapon as a run blocker, whereas he doesn't have a lot of play strength. Lighter frame hurts his ability to drive bigger defensive tackles and handle power and pass pro, so he definitely fits better for a wide zone type of blocking scheme like Cleveland has. That said, athletic ability is only marginal for a lighter player, so his upside's not really crazy, but he gives you a really experienced player considering if Nick Harris is your other option who just is not very experienced. He gives you maybe a day one kind of option. Skylar Thompson to Miami. I just don't get it. Why would you draft Skylar Thompson and not Carson Strong? I don't get it. Just sign Skylar Thompson. And if Carson Strong, redshirt Strong, sign Skylar Thompson. I do have... My eyes are super red after rubbing them. I'm not high. I've just been staring at screens for 20 hours. And I'm starting to see the finish line. But, yeah, Skylar Thompson. I didn't even bother with his eval, honestly. Wasn't a player I watched. I don't think he makes the team. With Teddy Bridgewater and Tua there. I think he's a good athlete. I remember hearing about him. I think he's an athletic guy. But I definitely do not agree with picking him over. I mean, even like Brock Purdy. Give me Brock Purdy. Be a good backup for Tua, honestly. Okay, the Bucks just took Andre Anthony out of LSU. Let's see what we got on him. This is not someone I watched. Just missed the cut of watchable players for Dane Brugler as well. So he's 6'3", 245, ran a 4.69. It's pretty good for an edge. And he didn't run any of the other drills. I guess another thing I could be referencing here is PFF for guys that we don't have a whole lot on. But let's see, how did Andre Anthony do at LSU? Andre Anthony had a PFF pass rush grade. Oh, he's an injured guy. Only played 3 games. Got injured the same week Derek Stingley did. I mean, there could be a potential steal there. He had 31 pressures, 5 sacks in 2020. Missed his final season there with 7. He had 7 pressures and 3 sacks in 3 games. Was off to a good start, and then he got hurt. So, there goes Rasheed Walker to Green Bay. Could be a potential find there for the Bucks if he can get healthy. So Rasheed Walker is gone. It's really funny how Green Bay has taken a lot of my not my guys and some my guys. They've done a little bit of both. But they got Enagbury and Rasheed Walker were both on my not my guys list, but they were actually taken where my grades were on the players as opposed to where the kind of public had these guys. So Kingsley Enagbury was viewed as a 3rd round guy. I thought he was a 5th or a 6th round pick. Green Bay gets him in the 6th or maybe late 5th. And then Rasheed Walker was also viewed as like a 3rd or a 4th round guy. And I had him as, I think, also a 5th or a 6th. 6th or a 7th round grade on Rasheed Walker. So, obviously, to get him in the 7th round, he's a junior out of Penn State. It was not a bad roll of the dice. And then, of course, they take Quay Walker in the 1st round and showed why he was a not my guy, because I thought drafting Quay Walker in the 1st round was asinine. Of course, we get a commercial break before this last run of picks. So who are some players that could be potential steals as either these last few picks or undrafted pickups? I would say, obviously, Carson Strong. I do like Brock Purdy and Cole Kelly. If you're looking for some quarterbacks, those would be the names. Running backs, most of my top guys are gone. Jarian Ealy is still there, junior out of Ole Miss. He's a good athlete. I think we should see him get drafted here. Sincere McCormick, Kennedy Brooks, Tyler Goodson has not been drafted yet. There's definitely a lot of depth at this running back class. Zaquandre White out of South Carolina. Wide receivers picked pretty clean here. Everyone obviously very intrigued by Justin Ross. That kind of it sucks obviously, but I would be very surprised if he did anything at the next level. Kevin Austin out of Notre Dame just tested ridiculously well. Britton Brown out of UCLA just went, running back. You got Makai Polk. This one was intriguing to me. Makai Polk out of Mississippi State. He declared as a redshirt sophomore. And he might not get drafted here. Ran a 4.59. Yeah, Slade Bolden if you want a slot guy. Dontario Drummond's a good fit for these Shanahan offenses. But yeah, wide receivers picked pretty clean. I don't really like the depth of this class. Britton Brown, I don't think I watched. Yeah, I did not watch Britton Brown there. I'm going to just put that graphic away while I go through this. Tight end, also very much picked clean. Austin Allen out of Nebraska, I had a 4th to a 5th round grade on, but he did have a medical plus next to his name. Could be just... he's not healthy. He's 6'8", can move pretty well. Jalen Weidermeyer, one of the worst pro days you'll ever see, but I think he plays better than his workout indicated. You also got Armani Rogers out of Ohio, who's a converted quarterback. Could be a fun pickup for someone. Offensive tackle, pretty picked clean. I've got Jordan Tucker is my best offensive tackle available. He was on my guys list. I said someone that's probably not going to get drafted, but stood out to me amidst the garbage at the bottom of the draft. Kellen Deesh out of Arizona State was on my guys list. Maybe not going to get drafted here. Someone that I had seen people say is a 3rd round pick, so pretty good call by me there. It's just really hard to succeed as a 6'7" tackle with 32.5-inch arms. I think he's going to be highly susceptible to the bull rush. Okay, Isaiah Pacheco just went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Could update that graphic here. So Pacheco tested incredibly well, but some of the worst tape in this class. He ended up my 33rd running back with a priority free agent grade. The dude ran a 4.37 at 215 pounds, but my comparison for him is Robert Turbin. I don't know if you guys remember Robert Turbin. Just rocked up gym rat who was a horrible running back. Really tight, no creativity as a runner. That to me is Isaiah Pacheco, but maybe the Chiefs can inspire some instincts in him. From Flambeau, Super Chat, thank you. Where do you rank the Packers draft class compared to every other team? I can't answer that. That's an impossible question for me to answer right now. But I really appreciate the Super Chat. I'm sorry I can't give you a good answer, but I definitely will be giving a final grade for every team, and I think what I will do, because obviously people want to see how the draft classes stack up. I think I'm still going to release them by division, but a couple of you have suggested more like ranking the classes. I think what I'll do at the end of every divisional video is I'll start sorting them as a ranking. So by the time it's all done, we'll have ranked all 32 against each other. I think that'll be a nice addition. So those are some good suggestions. But we were looking at some offensive line steals. There's still a top 10 interior offensive lineman, Alec Lindstrom, on the board. I'd love to see the Bengals take him here. You got Donovan West as well. Two move block guys for zone schemes. I think Ben Brown out of Ole Miss can play. Be a good backup with some positional flexibility, but O-line's definitely picked clean. That's not a big surprise. Thanks for the super chat, Carlos. Appreciate it. Thanks for the applause. Yeah, it's been a heck of a couple streams here. Hey, Jeffrey Gunter out of Coastal Carolina. I said that was the one last edge guy left that kind of caught my eye. Just kind of a do-it-all dude. Maybe never going to be elite at anything, but he's got size, he's got power, he has a couple rush moves, he's good against the run, he's a above-average athlete. I think that's a good pick for the Bengals in the 7th round. I think he'll make the team and have a nice career as a backup for a 7th rounder. That's pretty damn good. Just a very complete game that was hard to find, deep in the draft. Some other potential steals. Interior defensive line. Haskell Garrett has not been picked. He, to me, was on my top 10 list. Now, not someone I'm crazy about, but him and Christopher Hinton, I think, would be good picks. I won't be surprised if we see those two guys come off the board here later in this draft. Couple of Big Ten defensive linemen. Russ Yeast out of Kansas State. Let's see how far down Russ Yeast is on Dane Brugler's list. Oh, he actually had a tape eval on Russ Yeast. Good for you, Brugler. Kansas State. Yeast has cornerback, safety, tweener traits. That makes a ton of sense for the Rams. They love those kind of tweener safety, slot corner hybrids. Makes a ton of sense why they'd like him. But he is an urgent player with the flow skills and coverage awareness to compete in a nickel role. Sounds like a good fit, honestly. 4.56 40. The Rams are trying to compile the slowest and smartest secondary in the league. They definitely have a type that they're going for. The Rams definitely value 40 time the least out of any team in the league for defensive backs. They're also a team that uses GPS tracking much more than anyone in the league. They're really ahead of the curve on that. And that's why you can see them kind of taking a lot of D-backs without traditional speed profiles. If they think they ran fast enough on the field, they'll take them. Even if you're Darian Kendrick and ran a 4.79. No, Felix. Smoke Monday has not been drafted yet. best spot for Strong if he isn't drafted, I would say the Tampa Bay Bucks would be the best spot. Go sit under Tom Brady. Maybe compete with Nick Foles. I mean, the Florida quarterback who is Nick Foles, basically. So much intrigue in Justin Ross. Really not surprised here. Personally. I think it's, as a fan, you want to see the old Justin Ross back, but I think it's a tough reality we got to come to that you're just not getting the old Justin Ross back. Would love it if it did, but the fall from grace is sad. Sucks for him. Thank you, Christopher. Kyle Trask, yes. So Carson Strong can go. Red shirt a year. And, okay, Elijah Hicks out of Cal has gone to the Bears here. Now, he, I believe, played corner. So are they doing literally the exact same thing as the Vikings did with Cam Bynum out of California? Let's see here. Elijah Hicks. I might not have even done his eval. Thought I did. I guess not. Let's see. I thought he was a corner, but he was announced as a safety. Okay. No, he was a safety. Brugler didn't watch his tape either. But didn't work out. So we know very little about him. Can check his PFF profile. Graded out really well in 2021. If you put any stock in PFF grades. 89.4 overall defensive grade. Man, PFF is quick. They already have him updated as a 7th round pick for the Bears. But yeah, finished strong. He had over 3,000 coverage snaps in his career. He had 3 interceptions in his final year. Productive player. Good resume. It's a thin safety group, so just off of seeing that, I like that. We got another punter off the board to Chicago. Oh, I don't even have the graphics on the screen. How long were those down for? 7 picks left, guys. Here, Teddy. Why don't you go outside? So you're good for nap time. Go on, go potty, please. Go potty. Go on. honestly, Carson Strong would be a great pick for Green Bay. Because he's got a redshirt a year, it sounds like. So, if you're going to lose Jordan Love next year, he can be your backup with some upside. I'd pull the trigger. He's definitely the best player in this class currently available, if he can get healthy. I'm excited to get into these draft grades, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep. I hope I am, but we'll see. That's true. They do have Kurt Benkert, but he'll be there for another year. It's really funny that Kurt Benkert was actually like kind of my guy in that draft. I thought his first half against Miami in his final year, Kurt Benkert, the first half he had against Miami was one of the best quarterback performances of any quarterback I've evaluated. Rest of his tape, can see why he went, undrafted or 7th round pick or whatever it was, and has been nothing more than a QB3. But I'm telling you, that first half he had against Miami was special. You guys, Carson Strong is not going to cause any QB drama as the 260th pick in the draft. Green Bay has always valued depth and talent at quarterback. Jesse Luketa, another edge for Arizona. That's a good pick. He's a draftable player, which is about as good as you can ask for at this point. I think he makes the team. Luketa is nothing special. Really high energy guy, decent athlete, good hand fighting, good play strength. Just a good football player. I probably had him very close to Cameron Thomas, honestly. Who they took in the 3rd round. So I had Luketa as a 6th to a priority free agent grade, and I had Cameron Thomas as a 5th to a 6th round grade. So the gap was a little bit bigger there. Sounds like a ninja. Man, we are approaching 7 hours on the stream here. What a ride this has been, you guys. Really want to thank everybody for making this such a special weekend. The super chats, you guys, your support has been just phenomenal. The chat interaction, really helping everything flow here. Your patience with the technical difficulties yesterday was huge. Could have ruined my weekend if you guys all left. So thank you for sticking through that. That really means the world to me, because I was pissed, man. I was trying to keep it together. I had Andre on one end. I got you guys. I got my wife, and I'm just sitting here like, really? The internet's gonna act up right now, tonight, on day 2 of the draft. But we got through it. So I really appreciate you guys sticking through that. Marquise Hayes. God, dude, the Oklahoma bias for Arizona is becoming insane at this point. And this is a good pick, don't get me wrong. But it's just funny to me how many guys out of Arizona they're at, or out of Oklahoma that they're adding. I mean, did Cliff even coach at Oklahoma? I don't even think so. but he's a good player. This is a very good pick for them, actually. Let me just update our little graphic here. Hayes is a mauling type of dude, fits their blocking scheme. Much better north and south than he is east and west, if you will. So he's not a good fit for a zone blocking scheme, but he's got a good anchor. He's a little bit bigger, 6'5". Can be harder for Kyler to see over him, but he's a people mover. He can clear guys out up front, power, inside zone, all the types of runs they like to go there. So I had a fifth round grade on Marquise Hayes. He was one of the best offensive linemen available, so that's a good pick in my opinion there. Come on, Teddy. Come on. Packers are up. Another wide receiver, Samori Toure. I did not do him. He's fast, 4.44. Wide receiver 42 on Brugler's board is a priority free agent grade. Okay. You know I'm all about Green Bay bringing in as many wide receivers as humanly possible. So, and there's not really anyone on my board that I'm looking at like, go get him. Like, he would excite me. It's not a great wide receiver class. Like, at this point in the draft, like the depth is kind of whatever. I like that 4.40, that's for sure. I mean, I would have liked Ontario Drummond. Would probably be the only other receiver. Or, I mean, Kevin Austin, intriguing athlete. But totally cool with it. Four more picks, you guys. Best not my guy that didn't go to Green Bay as far as where they landed. I would probably say Tariq Woolen to Seattle. He was a not my guy, but him in the, what was that, the late 5th round? I'm all about that. All about gambling on that size, speed profile that late. It was just 2nd, 3rd round where people were talking about him that I thought was crazy. I don't think he works out, but that late in the draft, you definitely gamble on it. Carson Strong has serious knee issues. That's why he hasn't been drafted. We kind of knew it was possible. Hey, CD Mac. I see you. You super chatted that question and I missed it at the end of the first night. I actually tweeted a shout out to you, but I'm glad I caught you because I wanted to make sure I got your question answered. I think that safety in certain schemes is undervalued. was my answer there. And overvalued, I think, is linebacker. Running back still pretty overvalued as well. So Najee Johnson to the Chiefs. Another player that I have no idea who that is. Let's do a little research. Najee Johnson. Josh Nassan. Safety number 41 on Brugers. He ran a 4.35, so there you go, Chiefs fans. Kick cover guy. Corner safety flexibility. Gamble on speed. Thanks, Rizo. I appreciate it. I like to think so. I think I did an exceptional job this year on kind of where these guys go. Honestly, looking down my draft rankings and all this stuff, the only player I was really off on was Zion McCollum. So I'm definitely proud of that. We had a lot of guys I said would go earlier than expected that did. I said Kyle Hamilton was going to fall a little bit. Said Zion Johnson. Don't see him getting past the top 20. He went 17. A fullback, Xander Horvath out of Purdue. I had Cole Strange pretty high. I had Tyquan Thornton pretty high. I want to see a long snapper go with the Mr. Irrelevant. That's the dream. Rams pick is in. Five teams off the top of my head who had the best draft. Ravens, again, don't hold me to this. We'll see the draft grades. I'm going to rank all the teams, so very much off the top of my head. Don't hold me to this, but Ravens, Chiefs, Lions, Texans, and Packers? Maybe? I don't think that's crazy. Jets. Jets is a great answer. Debo to the Pats. Hey, I could see it. I could absolutely see it. I mean, I think the Packers they started off they started off rough. Come out and draft a linebacker that I thought was overdrafted, but literally everything they did after that was excellent. They got Devontae Wyatt. Don't sleep on that pick. That was a hell of a draft pick for them. Christian Watson. TJ Arcuri out of Michigan State to the Rams. They grab a couple of really good mid-round offensive linemen. Those are going to be some starters, I think. Zach Tom was one of my guys, and they got Sean Ryan. I mean, nailed value on those two picks. I thought Enagbury, as late as they got him, was a great pick. At the end of the day, the Packers had a really good haul. I still think they need to sign a veteran. I think they need to go get Julio, which is something that the Packers have talked about. Rodgers has talked about it. I mean, if they can add Julio to this team, I think they're in really good business. I mean, that's optimistic, of course, but I'm all over the place here, typing this graphic up. Okay, we got Mr. Irrelevant coming up, guys. Last pick. So Arcuri, I think I watched him. I did tackles all the way back in February. So yeah, I had an undrafted grade on him, not a priority free agent grade on him. Arcuri is 24 with 3 years starting experience at Michigan State. He offers solid pass protection technique, but not much beyond that. He's an abysmal athlete who will really struggle to make an impact as a run blocker or handling speed and quickness at the next level. He'll likely need to come in undrafted and impress the coaches with elite character, work ethic, and football intelligence if he wants to stick. So I said likely undrafted. He goes with 1 pick remaining. Okay, I'm just going to guess a Mr. Irrelevant here for the Niners. I'm going to guess Verone McKinley out of Oregon has not been drafted yet. Would actually be a really good undrafted or a really good Mr. Irrelevant. Usually these guys are trash, but he could actually compete to start at strong safety for them. I'll go there or Smoke Monday. Dude, please, Niners, just make Smoke Monday Mr. Irrelevant. Just do it. It actually would be a good pick for them, too. Athletic, strong safety prospect with special teams ability. Please make Smoke Monday Mr. Irrelevant. Oh, Brock Purdy. Okay, that's a great Mr. Irrelevant. I'm happy Brock Purdy got drafted. And, hey, if anything happens to Trey Lance, Brock Purdy's going to be the next frickin' Nick Mullins for Kyle Shanahan and these guys. I think Brock Purdy's actually a really nice pick for the Niners because they got to move Jimmy. Brock Purdy's a smart player. He's really athletic. He's actually very Jimmy Garoppolo-esque in a lot of ways. I compare him to Case Keenum, so that's a fun. He's got a lightning quick release like Jimmy Garoppolo, I should say. So he can execute that system really well. I actually really want to see Brock Purdy play there. Really fun player. I get why they like him. We are ending the stream. Wow. Thank you, everybody. Unreal. You guys were so supportive, so patient through some technical difficulties yesterday. Hope you enjoyed all of it. Hell of a last almost 20 hours, but couldn't be more thankful for you guys. Really appreciate you watching. I know you got a lot of options to watch the stream, so I appreciate you hanging out with me. And we're going to be cranking out some draft grades videos here over the next 48 hours. So a lot of anticipation to know what I think about these picks. Honestly, I'm a little bit too excited to get started to go take a nap. Maybe I'll come down and get that nap in, but going to get to work as soon as possible on those, and we'll see you for those draft grades videos. Thank you so much, everybody.
And